already started day one here in Watts Bar, the NPFL. It's going to be interesting to see how this thing kind of plays out through the week to see what does end up being the strongest overall pattern. Is it going to be the guys out there on offshore? Is it going to be the guys on the main river? Or is it going to be the guys on the secondary stuff coming out of these spawning pockets? Ryan Satterfield, he's sitting on around about 13 pounds. Here we are, guys, still with Luis Fernandez. He's still the unofficial leader right now this morning. He is sitting on a school of fish. Hey guys, we're here with Luis Fernandez, and you can tell why we're with him right now. He's sitting somewhere where fish are definitely coming to, not leaving, which is a big deal in a multi-day event. The ledge fishermen that are out here on the offshore stuff seem to be picking up momentum, still acting just like what a typical post-spawn would be. We still have fish scattered.
We're here at Watts Bar, and we are about to weigh those fish.
There's the boom right there, Paul Brownie. Chris Steeple with a big one out of Watts Bar. Put your hands together for Pug Clements. 14 pounds and 10 ounces. Sheldon's got 5 in the bag. 14 pounds, 12 ounces for Sheldon Collings. Patrick Walters with a big bag here. 16 pounds, 14 ounces.
All right, guys, this is the close of day one on the NPFL on Watts Bar Lake. We have a new leader. It's all lined out. Patrick Walters, 16-14, leading the event by more than 2 pounds, like 2 pounds and 2 ounces. Overall, it has been brutal, brutal tough. Lots of guys catching lots of fish. It's hard to catch one 15-inch largemouth, and the smallmouth have got to be 18. Guys are catching, 20, 30 fish to catch one keeper. It is a full-blown post-spawn scenario where guys are catching fish from the bank all the way out to the main river, and there's no big concentration of fish in any of those places. Somebody's going to figure this deal out. But dude, it's been a great event. There was a lot of fish brought in across the stage, a lot more than what I thought there was going to be, as tough as it sounded from these guys in practice. Give this group of guys another day to figure it out, and I bet you they catch them tomorrow than they did today.
Neighbors, and welcome to the Battle on the Bar. Stop number 3 with the National Professional Fishing League from Watts Bar Lake, Spring City, Tennessee. I'm Luke Duncan, and today I'm joined by my man, Fat Cat Newton, in studio. And as you just saw, our dude, Bradley Hallman, out there getting us the goods right off the bat. Of course, this is day 2. We're joining you here with our live coverage, day 1 in the books. And we saw Bradley running around out there. And Fat Cat, he kind of set the story up for us. It's bipolar, it's ADD, pick your poison on Watts Bar right now.
A lot going on, a lot of different things taking place. A lot of these guys that thought they had it figured out are finding out day 1 going to day 2 they may not have had it figured out. And those that had a rough practice stumbled on something because the conditions are constantly changing. And these dudes that have history on Watts Bar came back to Watts Bar after a while and realized, oh, wait, this is different. I see grass. I haven't seen grass here for a while. So I think that's going to play a big role this week as well.
Totally different lake than it was 5 years ago. Some of our locals like Brad Knight, a guy who was down in the 30s yesterday in the standings, we got to ride with him in practice, and he said, I've never caught a bass out of the grass on Watts Bar Lake in my life. It was new to him. He said, I caught my first grass bass on Watts Bar the first day of practice. And he knows every stump in the lake, very accomplished angler, obviously. And a lot of our locals said that, like, this place is fishing a little different this year. It's a gem on the Tennessee River. We know that. We were so excited when it popped up on the schedule, but weight-wise is fishing stingy right now.
Absolutely, and it's not just for us. That's been the tone of Watts here
all year.
Correct, yeah. And so when you talk to the anglers, the locals, and guys are trying to put logic behind it, they're saying that grass is giving these fish cover they haven't had in a long time. And then, Brad touched on something too on one of the roundtables, saying some of these fish that weren't born in the grass don't really know how to act with the grass. So it's kind of spreading the fish out. Some of the fish are getting used to it, but that grass has really played a role in changing the dynamic of Watts Bar.
We heard Brian Hatfield say that on the roundtable as well. It split these fish up. You're not seeing these big, quote, Tennessee River mega schools. And Watts Bar is not technically known for that, like a Pickwick, a Gunnersville, a Kentucky Lake, but they still pile up offshore. We saw that with Luis Fernandez yesterday. The 5 guys we're covering today, we talked to them last night. Like we said, a lot of different patterns. You're gonna see several different things, and I think the guy that takes home this trophy at the end of the week and the $50,000 check on Friday is going to be the guy that adjusts at the right time. And talking to our leader, Patrick Walters, he got the big bite is so important. He caught one over 6 pounds yesterday. Huge. And I think the guy that can do that, not necessarily a 6-pounder, but gets that bigger than average bite is going to be the guy that takes it home as he adjusts with these crazy conditions we're seeing. So we're going to take a look at the standings from yesterday right now. Here, Patrick Walters, like we said, on top, 16 pounds, 14 ounces. Great stringer, great start. But he told me on the phone, he said, Luke, I got lucky. I don't believe that. Patrick Walters, Elite Series champion. He's won at every level in bass fishing. He's looking for a shield. Barely missed getting one over there at Lake Hartwell, one of his home lakes, and Drew Six took our title last time. So Patrick's hungry. He's wanting that trophy. Sheldon Collings in second, the Oklahoma angler who we've covered I don't know how many times. He is a very consistent angler, and he is due for a shield for sure. Pug Clements, another guy that we feel like is due. We love covering Pug. Can't wait to spend some time with him today. Sean Murphy, the Kentucky angler. He has done well in the Tennessee River, veteran, fished the FLW Tour for many years. We look forward to being with him today. Dale Prinke, a guy we spent some time with. He's your guy. He's your man crush. We said that. Dude, yeah, Dale is a fantastic human being, and we covered him at the Harris Chain.
Fisherman too, man.
And right now, way up there in that Progressive AOI.
I'm telling you, dude. Like we thought, we 24 with 24. Where was he at? 24th right now, Progressive AOI, and dude. He came to NPFL from a good batch of anglers out of Ohio, and he's leading that pack. Like he is representing Ohio well, and just a top-notch dude. I'm so happy to see him having a great year.
And we're going to get to spend some time with Mr. Prinke this morning. Ryan Satterfield unofficially was in that top 10 all day long. We got Paul Browning, Luis Fernandez, Chance Woodard, and Tennessee's Michael Brewer, my buddy from the hometown, representing motocross madness, Michael Brewer. And this was a tournament I bet he had circled on the calendar, man. He's a Pickwick guy, a Kentucky Lake guy.
That old TVA deal, right?
Yeah, he understands how these fish set up. And I talked to him last night. He's like, it is not Pickwick. He said it's not Pickwick. He got fortunate, caught some good fish, but he found some good offshore stuff, so he's doing what he likes. Let's take a look at that Progressive Angler of the Year, which we were comparing and contrasting the standings from yesterday to that Progressive AOI. Going to be some shakeup.
Absolutely.
Going to be some
Sure.
shakeup
We
after
talked about the schedule, diversity, and we're just getting started.
In this third event, we've got 3 more to go after this. You're going to have to earn that golden shield. And up top, Jesse Wise right now, who had a great event at Hartwell, great event at Cumberland, sitting up there in first place. Kevin Rogers, your pick to win Angler of the Year.
Absolutely. I really think so, man. Last year, he had a rough go last year. You know, he came from the crappie world champion crappie fisherman. They have won so much. Him and his father over there have just dominated the crappie scene. He wanted to take his chance over in the bass world, got his teeth kicked in last year. He's not afraid to tell you that. Never took a day off in the off season. Came back in here guns a-blazing, and you see where he's at in his progressive.
He's had a lot of success in regional events this year, had success on the NPFL, and yesterday he's sitting in our top 20. He's going to be in the mix.
He's a threat no matter where we go.
Absolutely. If he can keep that going after Watts Bar, he's going to stay in that top 5 for sure. Ryan Davidson, a guy, he stumbled a little bit yesterday. He's a very confident angler. We got to interview him this week. He only had 2 great fish yesterday for almost 7 pounds, but wasn't able to finish out a limit. And we'll see, what he can do days 2 and 3.
He's had a comeback, and we even talked to him about, it's his first time with us here at NPFL, but hey, how do you like that full field all 3 days? I think after today, he might like it a lot because he'll be able to fish that third day and really make that ground back up.
And he told us at Hartwell, stubbed his toe big time on day 1. He weighed 17 and 18 pounds. He had a chance to win that event if he just puts together a decent bag on day 1. So Ryan Davidson's going to be a threat all year. Timmy Ream's a guy we cover a ton out here. He was just right outside of our top 10 yesterday as well. Sean Murphy in our top 5 that we're going to be covering today. So obviously, I would say unofficially going to be sitting on top of that Progressive Angler of the Year right now, or up there in those top 2 or 3. Gary Atkins, Eddie Carper, another guy that caught a good bag yesterday. 7th place, Josh McDermott, had a little bit of a slip yesterday. I think he weighed 1 bass. Logan Millsaps and Justin Kimmel, another 2-fish angler yesterday. Couple fish for 5-6 pounds.
I think it caught us off guard too. Justin, he was catching fish, just wasn't around the right fish.
Yeah, I think that we heard that coming in. It's going to be a lot of guys that don't catch a limit. Going to be some 2s, 3s, and 4s. Very, very. We always think, these guys lie. They're sandbaggers. But then we start looking at the weigh live yesterday, and we're like, you know, he's either not updating, which these guys definitely do that. We try to hold them accountable, but sometimes they lie to us a little bit.
Liars.
But there were a lot of 2s and 3s that came in yesterday. Will those guys turn it around? I don't know. I think in a tough event, I feel like you're never out of it, right? Especially on a lake, we see 6-pounders being caught like Patrick Walters. A guy could come from 50th and be in our top 10.
Let's run down real quick. So we have smallmouth. You can catch 5 smallmouth, 18-inch limit. Okay,
it's a big smallmouth.
It is. And they're there. It's just hard to get into a wad of them. Your largemouth, 15-inch limit. And then spots. And supposedly the spots in Watts Bar are a different breed. They grow big in there.
But they only have to be 12 inches, so those can pad your limit. Like I keep going back to Brad Knight, but he said he caught his 5th keeper, thank goodness, on his way back to the boat ramp with like 10 minutes to go, and it was a 12-inch spot. He said, I've never been so happy to see a 12-inch spotted bass in my life, but those do help pad your limit. Michael Brewer had a spotted bass yesterday. He said on 4 fish, he had 2 really nice fish early in the day. He said, I caught a spot late to give me a 5th fish. I think he might have culled 1 time later in the day, but those spotted bass, they're all going to play this week. Typical Tennessee River event. Fish shallow, fish deep, fish in the grass, fish in the docks. We're going to see it all on day 2 here on Watts Bar.
Absolutely. I'm ready to get it rolling. I want to see what these boys are doing on the water.
No doubt about it. Of course, we're going to have Bradley Holman out there running around, moving and shaking.
I see that dude back.
The only thing I would say today, because I know you miss being out there. You did a great job for us here at the NPFL Live last year, being on the water. But
I was
today,
pretty good out there.
One of our wild cards is the weather. You're glad to let Bradley have it today, right?
Good luck, Bradley. Good luck, brother. Glad you're out there.
And I bring that up because a lot of guys fishing offshore yesterday afternoon after about 1 p.m. They had huge wind gusts come in. They had some storms that made it difficult to sit out there, but they had until 1 p.m. Today, they're forecasting 10 to 15. Normally, my math says I add that together, it's going to blow 25. You never know, right?
That's right.
As outdoorsmen, we get used to that. But forecasted storms all day and potentially 1 to 2 inches of rain today. So the weather definitely going to be something to pay attention to. Bradley, put your helmet on. Find your safe space. We're going to be here in the studio eating grapes, getting back rubs like Fat Cat always says.
That's right.
We've got it going on here in the NPFL studios. We're going to take a quick commercial break, and when we get back on the other side, we're going to be on Watts Bar checking out our top 5 anglers and seeing how it goes down at the battle on the bar.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store. Because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know. Plus hard to find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
So if you don't know about me, I was in the military for quite a while, and in that process I picked up the habit of chewing tobacco. I came across this stuff last year, midsummer, and started using it, and now I don't even use tobacco at all. If you don't know about Fully Loaded Chew, it's a non-tobacco product that contains nicotine. Fully Loaded Chew offers a variety of nicotine strengths. They have Fully Loaded, which is full nicotine, Half Cocked, which is half strength, and zero nicotine options for you. So if you're looking to completely kick the habit, they have something that's going to fit you. They have a variety of flavors. So if you're used to chewing a certain thing, they have something that's going to fit what you're used to also. To sign up for their monthly subscription service or to get your hands on any Fully Loaded Chew product, head to fullyloadedchew.com and grab some.
Batteries have been supporting the fishing industry for 42 years. The future of fishing is lithium batteries. Pro Guide Batteries has joined the lithium world. Get all-day reliability with lithium Pro Guide batteries. Check them out at ProGuideBatteries.com.
Are you looking to install your own fishing electronics? Well, the Bass Tank is here to help you. The solution is the Bass Tank Power Harness. It takes the guesswork out of installation. No more voltage issues or interference. Designed by an engineer so that you can get professional results right there in your own garage. Installation done right with the help of the Bass Tank Power Harness. You can feel confident knowing that your installation was done right. The Bass Tank Power Harness. Give us a call or order yours today at thebasstank.com.
Welcome back to Watts Bar Lake and a look at Dale Prinke.
Look at him.
Dale started the day in 5th place. Getting our first look at Dale on live this year, but he is currently 24th in that Progressive Angler of the Year race.
Yeah, he is. I had a chance to talk to him yesterday after he had a good day. Only caught 5 keepers. Caught about 20 or so fish. 5 of them were keepers. He got them all on the boat.
Had a big smallmouth yesterday.
A big smallmouth, sure did. And he told me, man, I'm around other boats, and as we can see, he certainly is. He said, but the other boats aren't throwing the same thing I am. He said they're out there drop shotting, throwing shaky heads. They're fishing a point that runs into a ledge, the way he described it. And he said he was the only one out there dragging that Carolina rig. I said, what's on that Carolina rig, Dale? He said, I went old school. I said, how old school? He said, I got a watermelon lizard and a chartreuse tail.
Well, this morning it's slow. Hopefully we get that window before all these storms come. We're just sitting on this ledge, well, point, just inside the ledge. This is where we caught them all yesterday. Hopefully they decide to fire soon. Had one this morning that bumped it, but got me all hung up. Don't know what it was. Caught a walleye and caught a few shorts, but we're just gonna have to pick through it, and hopefully we get our 5 today. And by request, it's a funny story. I fished a local little Thursday nighter at home, and one buddy that fishes with us, he said that if I had a live camera, I had to say, I love Reno on it. So there you go, Reno. I think it was his good luck for me getting a camera today.
Say Reno?
How about that? That's a cool name.
Reno.
Hopefully he's watching.
Wish I was friends with Reno.
Shout out to Reno.
But
Reno better be watching, getting shout outs.
Just a mental game. I'm not gonna say I'm good at this ledge thing, but I have fished Kentucky Lake. We fished Pickwick last year, and I'm learning a little more and a little more every time we do it. Yesterday it worked out. It'd be nice if I could get the one I got in practice here. It was a 5.5, but we'll see what happens. Just mixing it up a little bit, throwing Carolina rig to shaky head. I didn't do very well in shaky head yesterday. Everything came off that Carolina rig. So, it didn't matter color. Carolina rig with a lizard. Threw the old cotton candy on them, green pumpkin, chartreuse, didn't matter. I think it's just, I know it's just timing. Once they decide to eat, they'll eat. There's a lot of fish down here. A lot of fish. Here yesterday, I couldn't even get on this spot till noon. We caught them all from noon to 2:30. but as soon as I pulled up yesterday, it was 5-6 casts, 5-6 fish. Well, should have been. I lost the first one, broke one off. This rock is no joke here. It's gnarly.
It's very typical TVA chain, Tennessee River, that afternoon bite does play, and timing is very typical. Hearing him say that, we saw that at Pickwick last year with the event Brandon Perkins won. You can see them down there, but if they don't want to bite, all the electronics in the world can't save you. But whenever they get in that little feeding window, and there are a few of those throughout the day, like you said, he landed on the spot. He wasn't able to get on it yesterday. It ended up probably being a blessing because right now he's having a slow morning. But look, if he can sit right here and that light switch goes off, he's going to be sitting pretty by the end of the day.
It gives you a lot of time to get in your own head and doubt yourself.
For sure.
You got to have the patience, and that's one thing about Dale's demeanor. He's low-key, laid back, doesn't get rattled easily. For me, I'd be like, I got to go. I'm running and gunning, baby. I'll see you next time. I'll come back and check on you.
Well, I think it also gets in your head, look, you're sharing an area with somebody, you got somebody over your shoulder, so you're like.
Last night, he said, I've got people in the area. He said, the good thing is, coming out this morning on day 2, he had a good flight number because it flipped, and he was able to get there first. He said the way he thought that he should be the first one there, and he got to a spot, so. And knowing Dale, he'll camp out there all day, like you said, and wait till that 12, 1 o'clock bite. He's got the patience for it.
You can see just that Watts Bar, very rocky. And I mean, hangy, and that's what one of our top 10 anglers, Michael Brewer, I spoke with last night, he said he estimated over 20 football jigs to Watts Bar yesterday. He said the fish are having to dodge his broken off jigs on the rock pile they're living on. From Dale, I think we're going to go check in with South Carolina's Pug Clements. And Pug is a character out here on the NPFL. We got to cover Pug several times last year. Very accomplished angler.
He's an entertainer.
Versatile angler.
He's an educator, too. He can catch them. There we go.
See what I mean? These little boogers. They just, that's why.
And that fish wanted to be on live?
Like, go grow up, buddy. But they'll do it like a big and just start swimming, you know. What's up, everybody? Welcome to Watts Bar. We got 2 in the box this morning. Caught a gar on a top order bait, which was a first for me. There's a big gar too. I'm talking about, like, I'd like to weigh him in. He's a nice one. And a couple short fish, and that's been our morning so far. But junk fishing 101, baby.
I could see Pug bringing the gar in.
If it looks good, put a bait in it, just keep moving.
Pug started the day in third.
Try to put 5 in the bag.
We caught up with Pug this morning before takeoff to get his take.
We're gonna go out in a little while and do a
two.
little Carolina, Texas rigging for biggins. There's a bite.
After he catches his fish.
That's right.
Ram or something. He hit it on the
He went on point.
Put a little bit of Boom Grows a Dynamite on there for me, Pug.
Good. Don't. No.
I told him, though, he's had a few issues this year on camera catching fish and capitalizing on it. And I told him, I said, hey, man, when you hook up, don't start running your lips till you get that fish in the boat.
Shaft flipping all over these trees.
He started chuckling.
Got to be bass here.
Gonna check in with Pug, his deep thoughts this morning before day 2.
Oh, boy, it's dangerous.
Well, yesterday I put together a solid pattern. I caught 2 of my fish in 1.5 feet. One suspended over like 50, and then 2 in brush piles in like 25. So I mean, I'm really on a solid pattern. I caught all 5 fish on 5 different baits. So I think they call that junk fishing, and we're gonna do it again today. It's just pure junk. But hopefully we can get 5 more today and put ourselves in a position for tomorrow. But we're figuring it out as we go. I don't know.
What do you think that weight's gonna have to be at?
Dude, if I can put 14 to 15 up again today, I'm gonna have a chance. I just got to get somewhere in that 15-pound range today. 12 to give myself a chance to win. I just feel like I got to be in the 12 to 15-pound range to have a chance tomorrow, and that's the goal.
The weather, is that affecting anything?
No idea. It can't affect me much. I'm literally fishing every way you can fish. So like, the weather has no bearing on what I'm doing, because I don't know what I'm doing. So we're just going. If it looks good, we're going to fish it, and if it don't, we might fish it too. So we'll see.
I don't know what just happened. That was nuts. I looked at my line, was just. I was like, oh, that's a good one.
Back out live with Pug.
I like me some Pug, man. He's always got good energy.
Good news is there's like 7,000 more blowdowns in here, so we just keep putting baits in them. Maybe we'll land a couple.
He's kind of like us. He wears his emotions on his sleeve. You can tell when he's happy. You can tell when he's mad.
I like them ones when they bite it, they just pull down, not swim out. I'm not a fan of the ones that swim away. I like pulling up and it just going. Whoop. I can usually stick them.
So this is Pug's second year fishing with us here at National Professional Fishing League. Something cool, man. We had a few new guys fish with us this year. One of the new guys that came on board with NPFL is Pug's dad. Him and his dad both travel the country fishing with us here at NPFL. It's a pretty cool deal.
James had a good day yesterday as well. Had a good
Yeah,
string.
he did. Well, and it was Hartwell. He put it on his boy at Hartwell too.
I don't think we're gonna venture in the pocket there. I don't think that will be a good use of our time.
Good look at some of that shallow wood cover that a lot of our anglers are utilizing.
Outside. Maybe just focus on these ones on these points.
From Pug, we're going to go get a look at somebody doing the polar opposite. Kentucky Sean Murphy. Sean way out there in the depths. Told me his boat is sitting in 50 feet of water, and he said he does not believe he caught a bass shallower than 28 feet of water.
Oof.
Well, it's been pretty slow so far. We've bounced around a couple spots, picked one off. See them swimming around, they're just not really set up how you want them to be to catch. I don't know if it's cloud cover or whatever, but keep hunting and pecking around out here deep. Hopefully catch a couple more good ones.
Sean started the day in fourth. Unofficially right now on our Way Live leaderboard.
Tell me about your
where
setup.
he's still sitting.
Well, right now I'm just throwing either a big worm or a big jig. Sitting out in about 40 foot of water, throwing up onto about 30, and there's a couple isolated stumps, just holding a few fish around them. Real spooky this morning. They seem like they're pretty lethargic. You watch them on the active target, just kind of run down, look at your bait, and then not eat it. I've tried a big plug and swim bait. I just can't get them to commit. So hopefully they'll get set up right here in a little bit and go to catching a few.
Sean was another one of our anglers that told me numbers were not a problem yesterday. Caught several bass, but that size couldn't get over that 15-inch limit. I think he culled twice. So 7 keepers for Sean yesterday. Didn't lose a lot of fish, said he fished clean.
And we're just getting started, but we are seeing a common theme this morning with the anglers that we showed so far is them with those electronics coming in handy this morning. We got some guys out there that I think might not even have theirs turned on. And we got some guys that did some shallow flipping too, might get to those later, or who knows what's going to happen today. They might, this weather, what do you think as far as that bite goes? These guys doing offshore versus that shallow bite this morning.
You know, it makes it difficult just controlling the boat in the wind. If you do get those big wind gusts and you're trying to sit where he's sitting out 40, 50 feet of water, I mean, it makes boat control. Now we do have the anchor lock, spot lock and trolling motors now that do help some, but man, it's still, when you're, especially for a guy like Sean, when your bait is on the bottom in 30 feet of water, there's a lot of distance between your rod tip and that lure, so just feeling the bite can get harder in that wind. Another thing that the clouds tend to do on this offshore bite is it will bring the fish up off the bottom. They don't necessarily suck down to the bottom because it's not as hot, it's not as bright, so they don't get on that structure. They don't get around those stumps. They tend to get above them, suspend. But I've seen guys in these situations, and I've done it myself on the Tennessee River, Pickwick Lake, your hair jigs, your big spoons, and forward-facing sonar on days like this. Used to, before we had that, you might not could see, well, they're suspended up off the ledge and you wouldn't be able to catch them. Well, now these guys can see them, so there are other techniques that they can utilize, and I think somebody's going to figure out a way to catch these bass.
People actually throw a hair jig on the TVA?
No, not at all. Not at all.
We talked about
only guys named David Allen. That's it.
What are some other common techniques you think we'll see throughout this tournament, man? We're seeing these guys dragging, fishing offshore, but far as, do you think it'll be one how? As of right now, it's early. We're just getting started, but saw what happened yesterday.
You know, we were completely wrong at Hartwell with everything we picked, but I do believe just with history, and it's the TVA. It's almost June. We're coming up on Memorial Day weekend. I don't see any way it's not one with a majority of the bass being caught offshore. I just don't see any way. Now, the guys we got on the top 5, we interviewed them. It was a mixed bag. I mean, of course, Prinke was exclusively offshore. Sean was exclusively offshore. Patrick, I believe, for the most part, was offshore. He said he might mix it up some today, but I think all of his weight, he said he caught several bass yesterday too. I think most of it came offshore though, that he weighed. But we got guys fishing boat docks.
That's right.
Lots of different things. But from Sean Murphy, we're going to check in with that day 1 leader. He's finally settled down and we can catch up with him. South Carolina's Patrick Walters.
Similar view as we've been seeing this morning, man. And no shocker with Patrick Walters, right?
Not at all. And he's a master with forward-facing sonar. We've seen it so many times in his career, especially in the last couple of years. And he'll be the first to admit it really changed the way he bass fish. He's a shallow water guy. He likes flipping spinnerbait and topwater, but he's obsessed with forward-facing sonar, and we've seen him utilize it so many times in big events.
He's part of that smaller group that really have the electronics dialed in. A lot of guys have the electronics now that are capable of forward-facing sonar, but talking to Kevin Rogers, I think he brought up an accurate point the other night. There we go, he's hooked up.
It's definitely one of those live scope fish.
Kevin was saying out of everybody that owns the forward-facing sonar, maybe 10% of all the owners actually know the full capabilities and how to use those forward-facing sonars.
We called up with Patrick this morning before takeoff to get his thoughts on day 2 and how this weather might impact this bite. Let's check in with our leader, Patrick Walters.
All right, y'all. Day 2, NPFL here in Spring City on Watts Bar Lake. Hey, we're on the TVA. It's the end of May. Fish are biting. You know, we ended up, we're going out in the lead today. We're boat 5, so we're actually going to blast off almost dead last because we both blasted off first yesterday. So we inverted the field, but we got lucky, got us a big bite yesterday. That's how it goes. You know, that's this time of year. You really just got to get that one big bite. But we got some bad weather coming in today. It's going to be rainy. Hopefully no thunderstorms. So it's going to change things up. And that's what we're going to do. We're just going to go fishing today. We got a lot of rods on deck. We're going junk fishing. We're going to fish deep. We're going to fish shallow. Fish some points, some ledges, some brush. Just let the fish do the talking. That's the biggest thing. You know, everything's going to change. You just have to feel the day out. And that's why if we could just survive today, catch us a limit, get us to about 12 pounds, put us in good shape for tomorrow. Listen, hey, Championship Friday, that's all we want. We want to be in contention going into there. All we want is a chance. So that's what we're going to do today. Let's go catch us some bag.
Back out live with Patrick, and never short on confidence, and always well spoken, knows what he's going to do, man. He's an impressive young angler. He has been since he came on the scene in college, and then we saw him in the Bassmaster Opens, and we've seen him on the Bassmaster Elite Series. He's a college national champion. We've seen so many things, an Elite Series champion, and we're glad to have Patrick here.
Absolutely.
You know, if you're one of the guys in the field that's trying to run him down with this 2-pound lead, and if you were boat to boat, heard that interview this morning, you're like, oh man, because it is scattered, but I think he's pretty confident that he can go out and catch a decent bag today.
Absolutely. And he touched on too how important it is to have that one good kicker, especially in this tournament.
But that could be, and this is maybe a redundant statement, but that could be the difference going into that championship weigh-in tomorrow afternoon that separates everything. Just because you take a 6-pounder out of his bag, he's down in that 11, 12, 13-pound range, right? That was huge. And so that one, it could be the difference in the entire tournament, and he got it on day one. We of course, we'll see where, if he can back it up. Patrick searching for those forward-facing sonar fish, like always, a familiar look with him. We're going to go get caught up with Oklahoma's Sheldon Collings. Second place coming into today, and shallow water Sheldon, something we see a lot, but also a guy we saw at Cumberland. We got to spend the entire day with Sheldon.
We see a lot of Sheldon, period.
A lot of Sheldon, period. Like you said, one of our anglers that is certainly more than due for a win. Yes. Would not surprise me to see him get a Progressive Angler of the Year win.
And he's came close a couple of times, especially at Grand. Have mercy. We thought he was going to win it. He had it, and his hole started drying up. But how he took that loss it showed a lot about his character, his growth. He is an old soul, similar to Patrick Walters. These guys are young, but they've been doing it a long time at a professional level.
No doubt about it. Fished the FLW Tour.
Broke this morning.
The skipper's broke. Mine's always broke.
We talked about him before. His mechanics is some of the best.
Yeah, so this morning, it wasn't as good as yesterday. I had a shower blow and a jerkbait bite going on some shallow bars and some tapering points. Right off the bat, we caught a good one. It was about a 4-pounder, probably close to 4. But yesterday, I caught a limit doing that in the first 15 minutes for about 10 pounds. So I ended up catching 2 on a jerkbait on a tapering point. And then we ran that for a little bit, and so what I was doing was using my forward-facing sonar on them bars and them points up there in about 2 to 6 foot of water, and I was targeting single fish suspended up higher, and that's how I caught them yesterday on the top water. And today they just weren't suspended as high. Something was different, which the weather caused it, or all the rain we got this morning or last night. Something changed up, but there's still a lot of fish doing that. But yesterday, I caught all my big ones up shallow, flipping docks, and it's something that there's one right there. Ooh, he thumped it.
We've been doing a lot of moving this morning. Is that going to be the theme of run and gun?
We're gonna settle down in certain areas of the lake. There's only specific docks that I can get bid on. Now I'm running a bunch of new stuff. Yesterday, every fish I caught was on a place I didn't fish in practice when it came to the flipping docks. But I know they're on the dirt shallow docks, like a foot. I caught some yesterday, or I caught one of them yesterday and a little bush that was up on the bank, and it wasn't in but 6 inches of water. Like, I flipped up there and I seen him eat it, and it was a 4-pounder. So we're gonna stick with the shallow the rest of the day, flip a jig, throw buzzbait around in between the docks. So I think with it being cloudy, a lot of the fish are gonna pull out from underneath the docks in the shade and just start roaming out here on these shallower flat banks. I caught quite a few fish in practice on a buzzbait, but no big ones. But ooh, there was one there. But why they're on these shallower docks is, like, I can't get bit very much in the very backs of pockets, which I might today, but they're garden fry. I mean, you think TVA ledge fishing this time of year, but they ain't made it out there yet, which some guys, I guarantee it, are catching them out there. But all the big ones I've seen the last couple days have been dirt shallow. So not getting a lot of bites, not a lot of big bites. I only got 3 big bites yesterday. So we ain't just fishing for keepers doing this. I mean, we'll catch keepers doing it, but our chances at catching a 4 to 6 pounder is really, really good today doing this. But we might catch them, we might not, but this is all I know to do. So I had a very, very tough practice. I fished out deep pretty much the whole time, and just seems like the shallower I got, the more bites I got, and the bigger they got too. So that's the game plan today.
You hear him talking like that, you better watch out.
Swing and a miss from Sheldon there.
He'll hit a home run before it's over with.
So many of these younger anglers, and a lot of our anglers are versatile, but the younger guys seem to be more versatile than some of the older guys as far as experience with electronics. They're dialed. Sheldon, forward-facing sonar, we've seen it. If you follow him on social media, he spends a lot of time doing that. Really dialed that up in the off season this year especially. And then we've seen him like Grand Lake, shallow and deep, fishing brush, fishing docks.
Well, and you brought up something. His social media is strong, and that's one thing about the newer generation of anglers. They understand the electronics, not all, but you know, it's just part of that generational difference, I guess you would say. But social media, his social media game is strong, like good stuff.
He fishes a lot of big fish.
Entertaining, big
I
fish,
tell him
but
all
he's
the time,
funny
like,
too.
man,
He's got a good sense of humor.
You're posting big fish all the time.
Oh yeah,
I'm jealous.
he's living a good life.
Barely missed a win on the FLW tour back in 2019, Lake Seminole.
Consistency, you know, he's just a good angler all around. Well-rounded angler. And you don't hear him make excuses either. He takes his lumps, keeps it moving.
You know, we saw him have some unfortunate situations a couple times last year, just different, technical difficulties, maybe crowding on a spot that he was, different things, and he always handled it great. Well, let's be honest, when Taylor Watkins won Grand Lake, our final event there in 2021, after day one, Sheldon's in the lead, we just gave it to Sheldon.
Absolutely.
We did.
Yeah.
You and I were in studio, and we just gave it to him because it was really just set up for him. He knows that lake.
They were his pets. He was pulling up, catching pets.
And we're like, man, there's no way. And then here came Taylor. So basically what we're trying to tell you is don't listen to us. We missed it at Hartwell.
That's what we do. That's why we're in here and they're out there, right?
I wanted to change my guess that it would be one offshore just after Sheldon's speech about how confident he was.
Yeah. True story.
I was leaning that way.
I like it too just because he adds logic. He explained why the fry, and it just makes sense. And especially coming from somebody like Sheldon, it's like, well, man, I don't want to go against that.
No doubt about it. Well, Sheldon's going to work those docks.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
We're going to work into our commercials here. take care of these sponsors that take care of us at the National Professional Fishing League. We'll have some uninterrupted coverage brought to you by Fully Loaded. We'll see you on the other side for more Watts Bar action.
So, you're looking to buy fishing electronics, huh? Are you also looking for true experts to help guide you through it? Well, at the Bass Tank, you've come to the right place. We are live forward-facing sonar pioneers with thousands of hours spent learning through winning trophies, cashing checks, and just having fun. Whatever brand you need, we have it. We offer free shipping, and we have 2 financing options available. Our experts are here to help you. Call us today or visit thebasstank.com.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store, because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know, plus hard to find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
I'm Doug Chapin, and this is how I fish Fully Loaded.
Guide batteries have been supporting the fishing industry for 42 years. The future of fishing is lithium batteries. Pro Guide Batteries has joined the lithium world. Get all-day reliability with lithium Pro Guide batteries. Check them out at ProGuideBatteries.com.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Flo from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here. Super fun beach day, everybody.
Welcome back to the battle on the bar here.
When we left, he was talking to Bobby. I guess they cleared that up. Bobby was trying to come in on him. He said, yeah, come on, I guess. Bobby rolled out.
It was probably Watson. Watson's not even supposed to be here. James Worldwide Watson. He's probably out there trying to fish.
Exactly what he's doing.
See what these guys are doing.
We miss our boy this week, man. Yeah, old Watson, old Worldwide. I miss you, buddy. Can't wait to see you next time. Hear that big old mouth of yours. We can hear it right now, probably. Ho, ho, ho. It's funny too, because Sheldon said there's only certain docks you can get a bite on.
Shallower the better. Sheldon said he had a 4-pounder early this morning. And I think he mentioned a couple of other keepers that he caught. But
let's talk about it. Let's talk about that beat down way live.
Yeah. We like to give our anglers here at the NPFL a hard time because they're strongly encouraged to enter their unofficial weights in our weigh live tracker so we can keep up with it, tell a story. And Sheldon is notorious for never picking his phone up and entering those weights. and today is no exception. Little does he know we will enter them for him.
That's right. We're going to get him in there.
He's a
I had a
sandbagger.
good excuse.
Listen, let's hear it. Cameraman called him out. What you got to
Here we
say,
go.
Sheldon?
I forgot to do it when we got here.
Here we go. Good answer. Be honest. I like it.
Piper getting on him there for
Yes,
us. Scott
sir.
Piper,
Piper's the
always
pro,
bringing
too.
us the goods.
Gotta love it.
Can you imagine? You're out here fishing for $50,000 in a shield, and you got to worry about two idiots like us and what we're saying about you.
Yeah, you got to pick up your phone, boop, boop, beep, boop, punch all these numbers in and go back and hope. Yeah, it is stressful, right? And you know this.
It is
You fish that
stressful.
level. You've been out there. You had to do it yourself.
And you do get caught up in the motion of it, and you don't think to do things like that, you know.
Talking smack.
Because you want to just get right back out
Yeah,
there and
we
make
talk-
another cast, you know.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, it's Holman and Duncan, ain't it? Oh boy. I'm in trouble today.
You tell him Fat Cat's in the studio. Holman's on the water. Let's not get that.
You tell him
twisted.
it's a triple threat
let's
today.
straighten this up right now, Scott Piper.
He's worried. He should be a little worried.
Absolutely.
I've been knowing Sheldon a few years now.
You got the goods on him?
Maybe a little bit. Maybe a little bit. The biggest thing I know about him is he is an impressive angler.
Absolutely.
Honestly, good dude. We enjoy covering him. You and I were
He's a
talking on the
laid-back
phone
cat,
last
man.
night. Yeah, he is. And we were talking on the phone last night when we got our top 5 we were going to get to cover. We were fired up about the 5 guys we were going to get to spend
Yes,
time with today.
yes.
And Sheldon always gives us good stuff. I would go on record as saying last year Sheldon provided us the most visually stunning footage at Lake Winnebago, catching them on a frog up in the duckweed. He gave us the goods last year.
Yes, he did. Versatility, man. If you want to talk about versatility, Sheldon Collins, he can do it all. And that's one thing this year, too. He took his off year to really get dialed into his forward-facing sonar.
That's right. Spent the entire off season really working on that.
He's a handsome devil, ain't he? Handsome. Look at him. He's concentrating. He's in the zone.
Man, I can't cast today.
You better tighten up.
Skipper's
then.
broken, he said.
That's right. Skipper's broken.
Yeah.
He's working it too, isn't he? You would think just boom, hit the corners, get up under it, and roll on, but he's actually picking the stock apart. He heard me.
I know Sheldon mentioned he believes a lot of these fish are garden fry, and I'm sure that's the case, but you also get on a lot of these TVA fisheries and a lot of fisheries around the country, you start to get that end of the bass spawn mixed with the bluegill brim spawn as well on these flatter banks and around these docks. So those bass hang around for more than one
There's
reason,
too much
right?
chop on the water. I can't skip right.
And brim eaters love a jig.
Watts Bar, TVA in general, Watts Bar is a healthy ecosystem with a plethora of species. We've talked about, like you said, you have all three. You got your spot, you got your smallmouth, you got your largemouth. You heard Prinke earlier say he caught a walleye. You talked about the bluegills, the red ears, sturgeon, stripers. We're named out, but it truly is a healthy ecosystem, very diverse.
I have no idea. Come on, jig. Get underneath there. There we go. Yeah. Well, I used to. I used a red Solo Cup. I used to be able to flip it in the tailpipe of a truck from like 40 feet. I'll have to show you a video of it.
Sheldon talking about how he got those casting skills. Like so many folks working in the backyard.
Denny Brower in a coffee can back in the day.
He said he used a red Solo Cup. I learned to skip. I put a folding chair. Read this article somewhere when I was a kid, 12, 13 years old, but a folding chair on concrete in the driveway because you could, and I cut the hook off of a jig, you know, and skip a jig on the concrete under the folding chair.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
Hours doing that in the wintertime as a kid.
I learned to skip in PE class.
We're going to let Sheldon work these docks over. We're going to check in with Ohio's Dale Prinke out there dragging around on Watts Bar. Started the day in 5th place.
There's our guy, man. I'm all about some Dale Prinke. Like I said, we talked about earlier, he has that demeanor to sit on this all day. He's sitting on the hole that he wasn't able to get on until 12 o'clock yesterday where he caught his 5 keepers. He was able to get there first thing this morning, and he said he'll sit there all day. Like we've talked about, this particular body of water is all about timing. This tournament's going to be about timing the way it sounds, and honestly, by the way it looks this morning, that's the way it's working. We are seeing some moving on that daggone beat down way live tracker though. Some guys are starting to catch a good one here and there, and we're seeing some moving around. So make sure you guys are keeping up with that beat down way live tracker over there on tnpfl.com. Don't pay too close of attention to it because your favorite angler might be down at the bottom and he's just not punching them numbers in.
And we saw that yesterday. Patrick Walters lied all day long.
That's the way it goes.
So many guys.
That's right.
It'll go boom, 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 and then just shut off.
I can't tell who he's talking to. Because I know he was fishing around Jake Schultz yesterday and Craig Burwell. Jake Schultz is another guy. I'm just waiting to see him have his good day because he's great, especially offshore. Jake can catch him offshore. He can catch him anywhere, but I do know he was around Dale yesterday.
You can see the edge of that front, big storm front
man.
pushing in. So, of course, Watts Bar, East Tennessee. You know me, Middle Tennessee, where I'm from, and I was talking to my wife Marissa this morning, and apparently the flood is there. So it's you know, and our weather obviously ends up there, and she said it's bad, streets flooding, and you know, so these guys might be in for some fun this afternoon. with a little bit of that Forrest Gump rain headed their way, sounds like.
Rain is sideways. We did learn one thing. I learned some stuff. A lot of these guys might already know, but from what I understand, that water on Watts Bar doesn't really fluctuate a lot. They kind of keep that governed fairly well. It's not a high flow dam on the downside.
I do think it has risen a little bit. Talking to Brad Knight, he actually texted me. Yeah, he said it's came up this week a little bit. Yeah, with some of the rains they've had, just a little bit. He said it was rising because he was questioning yesterday. He just didn't understand why they weren't all in a few places that he really expected them to be. You know, just that.
How much does it take to make a difference? Can an inch?
On these lakes, man. Yeah, especially if you're fishing shallow. Some of the flatter stuff, I mean, man, 6 inches makes a huge difference.
I almost went Michael Scott on you right there, but we'll save that for another time.
As we enter this 9 o'clock hour here, Watts Bar going to take a look back at some of the morning's action. The guys do battle out there on the bar. NPFL stop number 3 in our 6th event season. Lots on the line here this week on the Tennessee River. Tell Prinke.
No, it's not.
Attaboy.
I mean,
Pug Clements.
he is hard on it. Like,
Clements.
he was just.
Kind of shad spawn this morning on some marina walls.
He caught him there yesterday too, he told me.
I got a big one, dude. I got a big one.
Sheldon Collings, there's that 4-pounder that
yes.
he caught early this morning before we went on live. Sean Murphy.
Mercy. They're going to lightning strike. What in the world just...
You know what? You know why that happened? Because he's the rock.
That's right, the dude. Hey, he is wall-to-wall, treetop tall.
You can't eat creatine and set the hook like that. Sean
that was some boom goes at dynamite.
That was a very Sean Murphy moment.
Patrick Walters.
Patty Walt.
Oh my God, it's
a... Out there having a good old time.
Real sure what happened right there. Looks like he was hung up in some brush there. Boat-to-boat action.
There's a guy making a lot of noise this morning. If you're paying attention to that B-down way live tracker.
Welcome back to the NPFL Live Studio. I hope you're enjoying the morning so far as much as we are. Guys, it's a little stingy so far on some of our live camera you saw back there.
We knew that coming into this, though.
Absolutely.
It's hard, man, because you never want to talk about it. Hey, man, we're going to catch it 10-pounders every cast. It's just going to be a great tournament. Every tournament's a great tournament. Just some of them are a little bit tougher than others. But like, if you're really into bass fishing, you kind of appreciate to see how these guys are figuring out how to catch it under these tough conditions.
Without a doubt, I think these are more normal conditions that most anglers face, right?
Correct.
Like a lot of times we Hartwell, we hit it right on the head, 100 and whatever limits the first day. It was a magical week. This is more in line with what most tournament anglers face this week. Lower weights. You know, we're projecting probably 9-10 pounds a day to get that bottom check.
39th place.
And I think, you know, right now, I'll put you on the spot here. What do you think? I'll give you my guess after you give me yours on the winning weight. 3 days.
I'm going to say right around that 51, 52 mark.
Okay, I'm going to go 44 pounds.
Okay.
To take it home. A little less than 15 a day. 44. Oof. What's the bet?
Oh my gosh, we're so far off, dude. I'm scared to bet you, dude. You know a whole lot more about this game than I do. Like, now you've got me rethinking. Eskimo kiss. I'll give you an Eskimo kiss
thank
if you win. Yeah.
I look forward to that. I look forward to taking your Eskimo kisses. That's not awkward at all.
Not at all, man.
Not in the least. Of course, we've got a lot of moving and shaking on that Way Live leaderboard. We encourage you to not put a lot of weight into it because we got guys not putting weights into it. Sheldon Collings being one of those. We're going to take a look now at the unofficial standings. And we've got one man that's been making a lot of noise. He made noise all day yesterday, just narrowly missed getting a live camera, and that is Ryan Satterfield. He is right back making noise this morning. I think we might get to catch up with him here a little bit later. I think Bradley Hallman has found him on the water, so look forward to that update. But Tennessee's Michael Brewer, my travel partner in FLW days, motocross Michael. Big one already across the bow. 5-pounder we saw unofficially. He did the same thing yesterday, Tennessee River boy, so not a surprise there to see Michael up top. I think he's sitting with 2 fish so far this morning, and he told me last night he's got an offshore spot that he found. I won't tell you where it's at, but I hope we get to cover him tomorrow because it's very interesting where his location is, where he's fishing. Not burning a lot of gas, I'll put it that way. Very interesting where Michael Brewer's catching his big fish, but every fish over 4 pounds he's seen has come from one small spot. It doesn't catch a lot of small fish on it. Very interesting. Michael Brewer, second place. Sheldon Collings, I think he felt bad and entered his weights into that Weigh Live app, so Sheldon unofficially third place. Luis Fernandez, a guy we saw yesterday.
Bass
on
Warrior,
that
man.
Weigh Live app all day.
Well, we actually had a little talk with him, didn't we? While we were down there at Watts Bar, he come down and sit to the table with us and kind of give us a little insight on what his plan was. He's going to try something. If that didn't work, he had a backup plan. He was going to fall on that, and it seems like one of the two were working for him.
Well, and catching up with Tanner Lyons, one of our on-the-water camera guys down there, Twin Visuals.
That's right.
At the league that does such a great job. He got to cover Lewis yesterday, and he said, man, he texted me, he said he is catching them every single cast. Typical TVA. And Lewis is a strong shallow water power fisherman, and yesterday most of his damage offshore.
And didn't grow up anywhere near the TVA.
He's about as far from it as you can get, one of those West Coast anglers that we're lucky to have here in the league. Patrick Walters, our day one leader, still hanging in there. He has not entered his weight, so he might be a little higher than that. He's got 2 or 3 keepers in the box already this morning. Brian Hatfield, the man whose backyard is on the lake. He's a transplant, but he's been on Watts Bar Lake for 10 years, sliding up into that top 10. Taylor Watkins, Sean Murphy, Eddie Carper. Eddie Carper right there.
You know how he's catching them. You know, we can kind of speculate on a lot of the guys. With Eddie, I think we have a good idea because he kind of sticks with what he knows, right? Eddie really doesn't go off that beaten path. He's seasoned. He's been around. I can guarantee you somewhere he's pitching and flipping.
No doubt about it. And he likes electronics too. We saw it at Grand, but he is a strong shallow water flipping guy. And this schedule so far has really set up for those guys. Talking about progressive AOI, Eddie's in the top 10. He's having a strong event here. How will he fare at a Saginaw Bay? How will these shallow water guys, when we go to the next tournament in Michigan, looking forward a little bit, how will an Eddie Carper fare?
I think Eddie's forte is that shallow, muddy, heavy stuff, but I think you can keep up with him on his social media and stuff. He's been around a while, but I think he puts in the work. He has the versatility to do it, and I think he'd be okay up there.
I think there's a wild card at Saginaw Bay that can play into the hands of some of these guys.
We're going to see some wild stuff at Saginaw.
We're looking forward to that event, but right now, this battle on the bar is going on, and we're going to get back out on Watts Bar Lake and check in with Patrick Walters, our day one leader.
An update there.
Got 3 in the box. Wind just picked up a little bit. We're just kind of working. I hadn't even got to where I caught him yesterday, really. Just kind of working our way up lake, hitting a couple spots. The fish are down there. Actually, I think I'm seeing more numbers. So we got to figure out just how to get them big bites. There's a lot of them down there. It's just getting the right bite. It's the big thing. We got all day. We got the long day, so that's why I'm excited. We're going to start fishing that deep. I mean, you can see that brush pile right there. Can't really see it. There's a lot of clutter, but there's some bright returns in there. I just threw a crankbait in there and 2 of them chased it out. So that's why we're going to follow it back with a big jig in there. There's my jig following down there to it.
Good close up of that graph right there.
Oh my gosh. Go eat it. Oh yeah, she went down. Go eat it, mama.
You see that weather steadily moving in? It's coming.
Drop shot. There's one breathing on it. Is that bit of jet? That wind picked up, it's blowing that front end, that's what it's doing. It ought to get them chewing right now. That's why we gotta hurry up. We're actually probably about to head to some different stuff. That way we need to head up the lake, honestly. I need to head.
couple more casts on this one, check the front one. We'll come back hit my other stuff in a little bit. I want to run up lake a little bit.
He got it all figured out, doesn't he?
But fishing it's been tough. It hasn't been easy. I mean, it hasn't been easy to catch a limit, a good limit.
So are we looking at the fish right there in the bottom left corner of that graph?
Already got 3. We got 1 I'd like to weigh in too. We got to get rid of, so. Let me see him in there like I should.
How important has sonar been for you, boss?
It's pretty crucial. I mean, it's just when you're fishing offshore like this, it just helps you see what you're looking at. It's 360 for situational awareness. You know, where's everything at, and live scope. What is my bait doing? You know, how is the fish reacting? How many fish are down there? I mean, it plays a big role in things. No matter where you're at or what you're fishing.
Situational awareness. I'm on word 360 gives him.
And that live scope.
For that live scope, that forward-facing sonar. He's using them both for 2 different things. You know, they both have their role. That's a common thing these days, seeing multiple brands of units on the bow of these boats.
That and chiropractor bills.
Oh boy. That's definitely went up a notch. Yeah, the imposters, everything, right? We've talked about it. You beat your guts out, man, just running up and down these bodies of water, getting up and down out of the seat and doing things. But now you add electronics to the front. You're facing one way, looking another for
rock or whatnot. I want to get there. It's a little too deep for this thing.
8 hours a day, 10 hours a day, sun up to sundown. So he's been sitting in one spot and probably thrown 4 different lures. Just trying to get that reaction bite, trying to get him fired up, huh?
And that's the entire thing with forward-facing sonars. It's a lot like sight fishing and bedding fish.
You get caught up.
You can make and get personal for sure, but you get to see the attitude of the fish.
Right.
And these guys like Patrick, like the John Sokups that are so good, that spend so much time, they can tell. And they've got their techniques that they keep in their back pocket. Okay, well, if they're set up like this, I'm going to do this. And he said right there, well, he's a little too deep for this. So he put that rod down, picked up another bait, hoping to trigger that fish in the bite.
So like you said, very similar to watching the bed fish, engaging their reaction.
They all act different. They all react to different lures differently.
That's where experience comes into play, knowing what to do, depending upon the fish's reaction. Gotcha. So it's about 9:15 on Watts Bar right now. And I think that they're calling for that weather to move in between 10 and 11. And I think it's going to linger for a while.
Could be a big catfish though. Caught a 40-pound catfish yesterday.
Ah.
So that's the problem. It's like you see all this stuff, but they're not all bass. You just got to decipher it. That cast went far enough, but it might get his attention. Yeah, whatever's in the middle of that stuff right here is huge.
Patrick focused on a lot of offshore brush piles yesterday, which is common on a lot of lakes in the summertime.
He's on the move now.
That was a talk about this tournament as well.
There you go. There's the fish he's looking at.
It's been a big carp.
See that little brush pile there. And so
I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't even know what I'm looking at right now. I can tell like that's
Netflix.
Let's chill. For the folks at home, explain what's going on, man. That may not be familiar with what we're looking at right there. What is that white thing in the middle? That's
well, with the forward facing, obviously wherever that trolling motor is pointing is what he's looking at, and you set your distance, how far out you want to actually be able to scan. But it's in real time, so you're seeing your bait move in real time. You're seeing the fish move in real time. Another look at it there.
And he's actually able to, he's moving. He's like, talk to us, man. Tell us what we're looking at right now with
Right now you can actually see, so he's obviously on a drop, so as it goes, see how he panned it right there, and the angle changed as far as the bottom. So right now that's showing, that's a drop off to the right, so it's actually getting deeper. So those fish, as that one moved out, that's a brush pile. But he's just scanning around, panning around, and sometimes depending on where they are, the angle of the transducer does matter. Like you might pick him up in the same area. See right there, that was a really good look there. He's moving a lot because that wind's blowing in on him as well, which makes it difficult doing this. That wind can certainly hurt you. There was a few fish in that brush pile right there, looked like.
And that goes with experience, man. Some of these guys buy these units, think it's easy to decipher, but it takes time to learn what you're looking at. And then once you really get dialed in, these guys are able to decipher what species.
As he pans the trolling motor back left, it flattens out. So that's more up on the point. As he's turned right there, see, there's the drop. And then it flattens out as he's turned. So he's just...
So he's right on the ledge.
Right on, or a point where it drops off into deeper water. But you can certainly see a tree brush there. And you can see fish up, there's bait swimming around right there. Great look at that live scope.
That's strong, man. That is the definition of a game changer in the fishing industry, without a doubt. And I know we say it all the time, but it's wild, man. It has changed the dynamic of this sport, without a doubt.
And it's all about confidence and what you like to do. And Patrick's...
Hit that outside and then we're going to bounce.
Patrick has certainly won enough money with this to have plenty of confidence to sit there and throw it at those fish on that screen. We're going to go check in with the sponsors that make this all possible here. The National Professional Fishing League Live, and we'll see you on the other side for more live action from Watts Bar Lake.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store. Because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know. Plus hard to find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
So if you don't know about me, I was in the military for quite a while, and in that process I picked up the habit of chewing tobacco. I came across this stuff last year, midsummer, and started using it, and now I don't even use tobacco at all. If you don't know about Fully Loaded Chew, it's a non-tobacco product that contains nicotine. Fully Loaded Chew offers a variety of nicotine strengths. They have Fully Loaded, which is full nicotine, Half Cocked, which is half strength, and zero nicotine options for you. So if you're looking to completely kick the habit, they have something that's going to fit you. They have a variety of flavors. So if you're used to chewing a certain thing, they have something that's going to fit what you're used to also. To sign up for their monthly subscription service or to get your hands on any Fully Loaded Chew product, head to fullyloadedchew.com and grab some.
Guide batteries have been supporting the fishing industry for 42 years. The future of fishing is lithium batteries. Pro Guide Batteries has joined the lithium world. Get all-day reliability with lithium Pro Guide batteries. Check them out at ProGuideBatteries.com.
Are you looking to install your own fishing electronics? Well, the Bass Tank is here to help you. The solution is the Bass Tank Power Harness. It takes the guesswork out of installation. No more voltage issues or interference. Designed by an engineer so that you can get professional results right there in your own garage. Installation done right with the help of the Bass Tank Power Harness. You can feel confident knowing that your installation was done right. The Bass Tank Power Harness. Give us a call or order yours today at thebasstank.com.
Welcome back to Watts Bar Lake, Spring City, Tennessee. Look at some of that weather starting to move into the East Tennessee mountains. If you're just joining us, the forecast today not looking good. Fat Cat is glad he's not out on the water.
Buddy, who you tell him that?
1 to 2 inches of rain expected. Some strong storms potentially. 10 to 15 mile an hour winds. You can see it starting to gust there. It'll make it a little interesting on some of our anglers.
Yes, it will. I mean, we dealt with adverse conditions a couple times.
And you know, the thing about a lake like this is you could have differing weather conditions on different parts of the lake. 60 miles long, over 700 miles of shoreline. In that Tennessee Valley, I see it on Pickwick, Gunnersville. I mean, you could be on the north end of the lake and it be completely calm, the lower end of the lake getting stormed on. But Patrick's digging for that rain suit right now. We're gonna check back in with Pug Clements. Started the day in 3rd place. Little different look. Well, you can see back down the way from Pug there.
Well, and you're talking about a TVA, and I learned a long time.
Oh, yeah.
Mountains.
Mm-hmm.
That can stall things out and cause them fronts to post up or block them. That's a fishy looking area Pug's in, though. Have mercy.
Come on, Bass.
It's like one of those famous
Need to
Tennessee
keep-
River pine trees
keep
right
it.
there that
I gotta specify.
bass like to get around up in these parts.
Pug is kind of not really an offshore guy, but he's an offshore guy. Like when we were at Harris,
live scope.
Yeah, he likes live scope. Like at Harris Chain, a lot of guys were up to close to the shore, fishing docks and things like that, or fishing more shallow grass. Pug was out offshore fishing 15-foot grass, stuff like that. He likes. There we go, hooked up.
We live, baby.
Hey, you go. Boom goes the dynamite.
Hey, son, how about that?
There he is.
A little smoochy smooch, and then away he goes. Dude, I thought I set the hook in the limb again. Yeah, I did that a while ago. And then I seen its mouth, and I was like, nope, not a limb. Yes, sir.
Pug always
Yes,
having
sir.
a good
It's
time.
skinny, but by golly. Well, that's the kind we need, man. That is the kind we need. I gotta retie.
And Pug said it in the morning interview.
I guess they reload.
12, 13 pounds. Keeps him in contention going into that final Friday.
Yesterday, and pretty cool. I came here in pre-practice, and that flow down right there, I caught this 3-pounder in pre-practice a month before we go off limits and all that stuff. So the week before we went off limits, I caught a 3-pounder and I had like pigmentation, like black marks all around its mouth and in its mouth. I'd never seen that. I thought it was cool. I took a picture of it. So yesterday, I made that exact clip that I made right there and caught that when I caught that same fish with the black marks on it that I caught a month before. So that's a good tree. That's a good tree. If you're from Watts Bar and you're fishing tomorrow, don't fish my tree.
Tell them, boy, tell them.
Everybody's gonna be looking for the lipstick bass. They're on Watts Bar.
Hey.
That is a cool story, man. So many times.
It's crazy. I had one like that yesterday, long and skinny with a big mouth. Like when you see them, you don't get to see their girth. You just see their.
I thought he was talking about you for a second. Long,
mouth,
skinny.
so you think it's like a 5-pounder.
How many times have we been pre-fishing, caught a fish, come back in the tournament and swore it was the same fish? This one actually had the same markers. That's pretty wild.
I've got a,
cool, dude.
got a crazier one than that.
Carolina, Texas rigging. That's probably not the best knot I ever tied. That's okay.
Is it?
It's not one of our anglers, but an angler that calls Watts Bar home, Mr. Wesley Strader.
Okay.
I roomed with him for many years on the FLW tour. He weighed one in on Lake Oneida one time, a smallmouth. They had these specific markings.
We're gonna give herself a shot.
Weighed it in.
Like it got to be like that.
On day
we
2.
Just got to keep her head down and fish everything we got. And hope.
Day 2, Strader's coming back to the ramp, pulls in a pocket, flipping boat docks. Not your typical smallmouth thing. Catches the exact same smallmouth. He weighed in on day. He's got pictures of it.
That's wild.
Crazy.
Do you think that Pug would be sitting there chilling this much if he knew that brother was coming like it is for some of these other guys?
I got to put out for camera. Y'all can't come get my cameraman. I packed him a sandwich today. Like, he's gonna eat that sandwich, and to eat it, he's got to be in my boat.
I like me some
I am a little jealous of the sandwiches.
He's a sandwich about right now.
Moat's getting fed
I know
out there.
people's watching, like, dude just caught a 3-pounder and he's excited. Yeah, on this pond, I'm fired up. That's a big fish on this pond, a big fish. Not that it's a bad lake, it's just, like right now, it's just fishing tough. All lakes go through cycles.
Pug dropping facts.
And we touched on that earlier today. The weights so far in 2022.
Hook, like, because I said I'm never doing that again. I
down.
caught a 1.5 a while ago and I said biggie. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that again. No matter what, I'm not gonna say biggie.
You didn't even say a word.
Good. Good.
You were biting your tongue so hard, I know you were.
Well, honestly, when I said it, and I was like, I know that was a fish. I thought I hit that limb, and I seen its mouth. I was like, oh yeah, come out of there. Gnarly.
See that rain creeping in on him over his shoulder.
Gnarly. We still alive? Oh my goodness.
Listen.
All right, I'm gonna get quiet.
It's the Pug Show, baby.
That's right.
I put my hood up too.
It was funny how you brought up, did I say a giant? He, you know, being self-conscious of not being that guy, giant, and then flips in a 9-keeper. We see that a lot, man. You jam steel on it, they stop it for a second, you think it's Big Belly Kelly, and it's...
So we could play a drinking game with how many times people go, big one on live.
And we're all guilty of it.
That's right.
We just like calling other people.
We're all
out on
hopeful.
it. That's right.
Right?
That's what we're waiting
set
on.
the hook, that's what we all go for.
Absolutely.
Man. You want the biggest bass you can catch every time you're out there. So every time you swing, you're hopeful, man.
You have to be in that state of mind too, that you're catching those quality of fish. It's a good thing. But man, we'll light them up.
Bug
We'll
wants
talk
to come
about
back and win this tournament. Going into tomorrow, he's still in the
I know
hunt.
Joe wasn't by herself in there. Come on.
He might put that tree in his front yard. Take some Watts Bar real estate home with him.
I talked to him yesterday. He said he had some brush piles out in about 15 foot of water. And he said he was just flipping a little beaver, a little watermelon beaver or green pumpkin beaver on it. Nothing special, nothing fancy. But we all know that style and that bait in particular has won a lot of money.
All right, we'll save her for tomorrow then. See if we can catch another garfish. Oh.
Topwater action. Sound like I'm in an old house with that rain hitting the tin roof. I can't.
Those sleep apps, you know, you get the rain falling. Noise
Come on,
making.
big old 18-inch smallmouth. Grab hold of them treble hooks.
Plopper action.
Okay, I was wondering what it was.
Keep holding out hope for a big smallmouth. I need some vengeance on this smallmouth from Cumberland. That's what I need. I need to weigh one in.
Smallmouth here, 18-inch limit. So if you get a smallmouth keeper, you got something, bud. If you bring 5 of those in, you can hurt somebody's feelings. And we talked about that, the odds of bringing in 5 keeper smallmouth, the odds of that are pretty slim. It is possible, but it's...
You see it some in the spring here for sure. Oh!
Stay on there. Stay on there. Stay on there. Yeah. That's a smallmouth eating on 18 inches. Golly. Oh.
He almost called a shot.
He's like 16, man. Shoot.
What a bite.
What a bite. Like you say, he almost called it too.
He did call it. It was just a wrong,
That's
just a little short. And look, most places you go, 16-inch smallmouth would be more than welcome.
Absolutely.
Tennessee has some.
They're dense too, right? Them things,
Yes.
they'll fool you. Put them on a scale.
A little short of 18, 17-incher.
That'll hurt your feelings, man.
17 and a half.
He's trying, ain't he? He's trying.
Somebody call TVA and ask them why I can't weigh this fish in. Oh. Somebody call them right now. Get on the phone with TVA and ask them why I can't weigh that fish in.
It's actually TWRA that you need to take it up with. Tennessee Wildlife Resource Agency, Pug. TVA controls the current. But Mr. Green Jeans, we'll give him a call. And, you know, that is something TWRA has done to protect the smallmouth on so many Tennessee fisheries, especially in this East Tennessee region, that 18-inch smallmouth. Watts Bar is one of the lakes you can actually weigh in 5. Some of the lakes you can only weigh in 1.
I mean, I called for him. I wanted him, but hey, that joker didn't know how long he was. He said, here I am. He was just a little bit short.
And 18 inches are
a half an inch.
It's a big smallmouth.
It is.
Sorry, dog.
Pug, we're going to get out on the water, I believe, with our man Bradley Hallman. Little boat-to-boat action with Ryan Satterfield, our unofficial leader.
Been on a roll, man.
I believe this might be some wombat action
Yeah, my
as
boy
well. And
Wombat.
look who's joining us, Bradley Hallman via Skype. What's up, buddy?
What is up? Can you hear me?
We got you, man. We got you. I think we're probably drier than you are in the studio. We want to open with that. Rub that in a little bit, bud.
I have got some big shoes to fill, and I realize that with Worldwide and Fat Cat out here. This is my first time on the water, but not to let you guys down, I went ahead and jumped right on top of the unofficial leader of day 2, and Ryan is straight jacking them, dude. Very impressed with this young man. He is very patient. Pulled in and actually watched him fish this area yesterday. This man is sitting here all by his very self in the back of this giant creek with milfoil, coontail, throwing around a little wacky worm. He just caught his 5th keeper on a Carolina rig. Patience is his virtue. There is no doubt. Been very impressed with him. And in fact, even your buddy Bobby, He's been in here today.
Hey, I'm sure Bobby been all around.
He did. He did circles around him. He even made a couple of casts, tried to help him catch a couple of his fish. But Bobby's moved on. And here we are, and he's having a great start to the day. He's sitting here with 5 in the box, and he thinks it's somewhere between 14 and a half pounds. His last fish he just caught was over 4 pounds. So he's got a nice start to the day.
Bradley, you mentioned the grass. I mean, from the view we're getting here, beautiful shot, like the East Tennessee mountains in the background. It looks to me like he's fishing a ledge, but is it mainly grass that he's working?
Dude, we are sitting in the promised land of the hills of Tennessee in 2 foot of water.
Okay.
This is the very back of White's Creek.
I got you.
This is a notorious place, big spawning flat, lots of stumps, and then a lot of guys here in Watts Bar are very familiar with this joint.
No doubt about it.
That's why I was so surprised yesterday that he's in here all by himself. But
it's a very popular creek for sure on the lake.
He's been able to take advantage of it. He's not moving around a lot. He's got a couple little very isolated sweet spots, and he is milking them for all they're worth. And that's one of the things that's impressed me so much about him this morning is just how slow and methodical he is. And I mean, dude, he makes multiple casts at one area, and then he just moves. And when I say move, I don't mean the boat moves. I mean his cast moves over about 2 feet, and then over 2 feet, and then over 2 feet, and he's just fan casting one little sweet spot he's got. He continues to catch fish off of it.
Is he power pole down right there? It looks like, the wind's coming in. That could certainly play to his advantage, right? Because he's not having to move a ton.
The man has not moved more than 10 foot. You are correct. He is power pole down. He hasn't moved more than 10 foot in probably an hour and a half this morning.
Hey, Bradley, have you been paying attention to the forecast? I'm sure you have, but can you kind of give the listeners at home a little breakdown of the forecast and what we foresee happening in the next 3 or 4 hours on Watts Bar?
The big forecast is that it's going to rain a little bit, but this afternoon we've got the potential of, typical thunderstorm, tornado, high winds, that type of thing.
Typical tournament weather.
Yeah. Sweet, yeah.
Unusual for the month of May.
Tank tops and flip-flops, baby.
We said earlier, grab your helmet. Get to your safe space,
Let's
Bradley.
talk about this too, man. You have all the experience. You've been around Watts Bar. You know Watts Bar. You grew up in the neighborhood there. And let's talk about the grass. Did you think coming to this event that grass would play the big of a role as what it's playing right now?
It's really interesting because when I did grow up here, there was never any grass in Watts Bar. That's a new element that's happened in the last 4 or 5 years here. And or at least for me, I've never experienced it. But, hey, anytime there's grass in a reservoir, it plays. And I was with you, Fat Cat, the other night when we had the round table with Brad Knight, and I did think that was a really interesting outlook that he was talking about how the fish, weren't born in the grass. They don't use it as much. But Satterfield's sitting here proving that idea wrong.
Yeah, they found it, didn't they? They found it to their liking, sounds like.
Yeah, they're quite tucked in here and cozy. Look, what's really going on? I mean, after I spent 2 days here and I've talked to a lot of the anglers guys, this thing is really a very strong post-spawn deal. So
For sure.
You're seeing a lot of junk fishing going on. There's not very many places that have a group of fish, whether it be shallow or whether it be out on a ledge. And guys are really just junk fishing. And I heard some of the guys this morning, I think Pug was talking about, he caught 5 fish on 5 different baits. And junk fishing is definitely going to be a big pattern that we're going to see in the top 10 after 3 days of this. The question is that junk fishing going to be the winning pattern?
Right.
And that I don't know. I do know after visiting with Satterfield this morning, and I watched him here in this area yesterday morning, I told the guys when we were out on the ledges when they fired up yesterday afternoon, I was like, man, if Brian just had a place to go in the afternoon out here in the current, he might be dangerous. Well, he informed me this morning that's exactly what he's been doing. And yesterday when we left, he left not much after us, and he is going out to the ledges in the afternoon. So he does have a 1-2 punch combo as well. But it's really difficult for all these guys. A lot of frustration in the lines yesterday with guys having a hard time, trying to figure out how to catch fish, because you go up shallow and you get one keeper bite, and that's all you get for 2 hours. You go back out deep and you get one keeper bite for 2 hours, and that's really what these guys are really having to deal with.
And we saw a lot of those 2 and 3 fish bags yesterday too. Not a ton of 5 fish limits overall across the field, and I think that's very you know, that's a characteristic of the postpone, right, Bradley? You got fish, they're traveling right now. They're not, like you're saying, there's not a huge group of them set up. You still got fish shallow, you got fish deep, and then you certainly have fish in transition. Wouldn't you say that's to blame for a lot of the you know, non-limits we saw yesterday?
And 100%, dude. That's exactly it, Luke. You know, and tie that along with a bad mood of not wanting to eat. You know, like they're on some kind of diet, and you know they're not wanting to eat. So the combination of all that is exactly what's happening.
Yes, we definitely hit this one right on the head of the postpone funk, I believe. And with this delayed spring, Bradley, you fish all over the country chasing the tournament trails. You know, we've had just crazy weather, especially in the southeast. This spring has been wild. A lot of wind, a lot of cold, a lot of fronts over and over and over. And I think anytime we see a spring that is so delayed, once we get this late into it, you just really never know what you're going to get. Like Sheldon saying, he had fry garters. We're seeing Ryan up here in this grass. We're seeing Sean Murphy in 30 feet of water. We're seeing Pug with a top water and a jig. It is ADD at its finest right now on Watts Bar.
Dude, it is. I mean, yesterday I was out there with Murphy and I was out there with Luis Mendez. Dude, those guys straight jacking them in the afternoon. I mean, it's impressive what those guys are doing. And but that seemed to be an evening deal yesterday. I haven't looked at the leaderboard lately, but I don't know how well they're doing this morning. But those fish definitely fired up in the afternoon.
And that's one thing we learned too. Talking to Pat, we're listening to Patrick Walters. He went out yesterday morning. He was 5th going out, so he had a lot of time to fish. Today, he'll have, if I can get words out of my mouth and talk like a regular person. He was talking about that earlier about how we do an inverted field second day. And how that longer day pays off.
Oh yeah, it's huge, and not that he needed it yesterday. You know,
correct.
Patty Coach Walker, he just came in and like it just killed it yesterday. You know, like I said, he's leading with such a huge lead. But you know what, guys? He had a 6-pounder in his bag yesterday.
Yes,
and that's not your everyday thing going to happen here in Watts Bar, even for a guy. I'm not saying he can't go catch another 6, but I will be extremely impressed if he does. That's a very fortunate bite to get on Watts Bar right now. That's a hard fish to come by.
But will that be the fish? It's like those big Florida bags, Bradley. You know that you put that big number up on day one and then pad it with a couple decent bags and you win the thing. Will that 6-pounder? Will we see tomorrow afternoon at the weigh-in that 6-pounder make all the difference, though? You know what I mean? That's one of those bites, one of those game-changing bites.
It is, and it could happen. And that could be the difference in the change. You could be exactly right, Luke. I heard you guys talking earlier about the weights, and I think the overall winning weight, and you guys were predicting that. And I agree with you, Luke. I think that we're looking at a 45 to maybe even south of 45 pounds because – dude, it's stingy out here. I've been with the guys that are even catching them, and it's tough for them too. So, like, nobody's just wrecking them. I mean, this thing is you're nervous all day long, no matter who you are on this lake. Not just trying to catch 5 fish. It's difficult.
I'm sitting here doing the math on what I said and just considering what was leading yesterday. And for me to say 52, I shouldn't even be sitting where I'm sitting right now because, yeah, it doesn't even make sense for me to think 52 pounds could win this when 16 was leading day one. And typically with these type of tournaments, the weights don't necessarily always go up as the tournament progresses. So I'll be looking for a new job.
He'll be back on the water,
I'll
Bradley.
be back on the water, man.
Trying to get back out there.
Bebopping and flip-flopping, running my lips and shaking my hips. And you'll be in here with the foot rubs and chocolate-covered strawberries. And I'll be back out there smelling the seat cushions.
With Wombat.
With Wombat. My boy Wombat. Love you, Wombat. One of the best cameramen of the game.
He's giving you the thumbs up right now. Dude, I've got one of those artifacts, Fat Cat. I know how much you love the historical artifacts
yes.
for the bass fishing. I've got one in the boat with me. It definitely has originated, come out of the hills of East Tennessee. Someone's tucked this thing away in a garage and taken care of it, and I will make sure that I show you this artifact at some point in the next 2 days on camera. You're really going to enjoy it.
We're looking forward to it. Please do not let us down.
That's a great tease right there to tune back in. Bradley Holman's got some goods he's going to show us on camera. Bradley, we appreciate all the hard work, dude. You're killing it for us as always. We love working with you, and try to stay dry out there. We're going to go check in with our great sponsors to make this all possible that, helped us pay Bradley to be here and help us this week. So we're going to check in with those, and then we're going to get back out on Watts Bar for more live action on the other side of these commercials with more NPFL Live.
So, you're looking to buy fishing electronics, huh? Are you also looking for true experts to help guide you through it? Well, at the Bass Tank, you've come to the right place. We are live forward-facing sonar pioneers with thousands of hours spent learning through winning trophies, cashing checks, and just having fun. Whatever brand you need, we have it. We offer free shipping, and we have 2 financing options available. Our experts are here to help you. Call us today or visit thebasstank.com.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store. Because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know. Plus hard to find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
I'm Doug Chapin, and this is how I fish fully loaded.
Guide batteries have been supporting the fishing industry for 42 years. The future of fishing is lithium batteries. Pro Guide Batteries has joined the lithium world. Get all-day reliability with lithium Pro Guide batteries. Check them out at ProGuideBatteries.com.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here. Super fun beach day, everybody.
All right, folks, here we are back on the beautiful Watts Bar Lake, Ray County, Tennessee, Spring City. All right, as soon as we get on back here to Sheldon, he said, I'm going to go somewhere else, man. He's out of here.
Sheldon said, welcome back,
I feel like
and I'm
being
out.
on camera. Good talking to you, Sheldon. Take care, man. Drive safe. Call us when you get there, bud. We're going to move over to Patrick Walters while Sheldon is bebopping and flip-flopping, running and gunning up and down Watts Bar. See what old Patty Walt's up to.
It's like, yeah, we need to do good in this tournament to pay for this house.
Yeah. She's the interior design. It's got to be the showcase.
Getting a little bumpy out there.
A little bumpy, but that weather seems to be intermittent. You know, you're seeing some rain, some no rain, so wind's definitely picking up, getting that more chop, like you say.
Patrick, give me an update.
Still sitting on 3, 9:49. We're gonna fish this one more kind of hump deal here, and then we're gonna run start fishing ledges at 10. When I mean ledges, it would be ledges, shallow points, anything like that, current facing stuff. That's just kind of when the deal's been getting good. Just trying to get a couple in the box, you know. I mean, we're just fishing. That's all we're doing here. Here to have fun, enjoy the day. Hey, don't be looking at that bite, man. You feel it. But see if we can get a good one.
Wait a second.
I caught my good one yesterday at 1 o'clock. So it was real late in the day, and it was up lake, and we hadn't got up there that far yet. And that's what I said, we're just
one here, one there. That's all we're looking to do. Nothing crazy, nothing fancy. It's not going to be flashy. It doesn't look good. I mean, you catch one here, one there. We're going to go hit some docks, hit some points. I mean, it makes it kind of dreadful sometimes, but hey, it's fishing. As long as you catch 5, that's all we need. Oh God, that's a good one following it. Oh, he peeled off.
When you come into day 2 leading, he's fishing, have a good time. He's out there, he's having a good time. He just has that kind of personality, right? Don't let much get to him. He's just a happy, positive energy kind of guy. Especially when you're on top of the leaderboard, you know you come to day 2 leading it by over 2 pounds.
Gets fired up. Wind makes it hard to fish it because it's backing up against the current. So it makes it hard to fish it efficiently, I should say. No idea where my bait's at.
You've just been jumping from bush pile to bush pile, point to point, right?
Do what?
You've been just jumping from point to point, bush pile to bush pile, right?
Yep, that's what we're doing. That is what we're doing.
Something that Patrick said he's going to go scan some of these Tennessee River ledges, fishing some of this offshore stuff as well, brush piles, humps. But, you know, talking to Bradley,
ooh, Tina,
before we went to break there, and he's talking about how scattered it is, and that's been the theme. The pattern is there's no pattern. There's one thing I can assure you, and it might not happen this week, but there are a lot of fish headed to those ledges. That's where they live. That's where they spend the summer. It's not, that bite is not going to get worse. Now, will the weather conditions and current set the fish up the right way for anglers to catch them? I'm not sure, but there's a guarantee on the Tennessee River headed into June is they're coming this way.
It seems like with how fish are stacked up by where Ryan Satterfield is that kind of more of a clue to what you're saying? How, being there's so many fish back there, those fish are there but are going to be working their way out?
They could be. Now that being said, you know, that grass is an X factor.
True story.
You take lakes like Gunnersville that are grass lakes, they also have the big ledge population, but you can win in the grass during the summer as well. Pickwick's the same way when the grass is strong there. So not saying it can't be won in the grass, and that's, but you looked at where Satterfield, that's offshore. Shallow, but it's out off the bank, even though it is a flat. And those fish, look, a bass wants somewhere he feels safe, great cover, and a lot to eat. And if it's in an inch of water, if it's at the top of a light pole, or if it's in 30 feet of water, that's where he's going to live. So lots of things going on. But I think those fish that spawn in areas, especially certain spots on Watts Bar, they don't have any grass, right? And it's a lot of rock, a lot of shallow wood and things like that. Those fish will slide out to these ledges. So there's a lot of fish that I think that just haven't shown up yet. And that was something I gathered from one of our locals, Brad Knight, talking to him about his day yesterday. Came in with 9 pounds, was down in the 30s, and he was super frustrated. It's his home lake. He said, man, the offshore juice they should be on, they're just not on yet. And he said, it could happen tonight. They could show up. I don't know. But he said, I'm just going to keep checking. It's all I know to do. But he said, man, when I tell you I fished juice, I fished where tournaments get won, where I've won big tournaments over the years and historic offshore places, they just weren't there. So they were not there today.
Do water temps play a factor in that? The reason I asked, because that was one of my questions there. What kind of water temps are you guys seeing? And we were talking to some of the guys, and some of the guys said they were seeing 72 to 78 within that window, low 70, high 70. But some of the guys said they were fishing in water, 80, 81 degree water temp.
Water temperature definitely plays a big deal on the ledges. Current flow plays a huge deal because those fish, look, when they're out there in the middle, the more flow you get, it positions them. Those are current breaks that those fish are sitting on. Those largemouth are lazy. They don't want to sit out there and fight that, but it does two things. The current breaks that they set up on give them a chance to get out of that current, but also positions the bait that they're after, right? It pushes it right into their face, an ambush point. Those fat, lazy largemouth are like me. They want an easy meal. It brings it right to them. So current, now too much current can do the opposite. So if they really kick up the generators, we see that a lot on the TV, it can actually push the fish back to the bank. So there's a fine line, right? You want a good bit of it, but not too much at the same time.
And it sounds like, from my understanding, I'm not sure, but on Watts Bar, too much current is not something you see often.
No, it's not a heavy flow lake like.
Something different when I caught him on something different. I don't know. I really don't.
It's not a heavy flow lake like you see down Pickwick and. Patrick's being sneaky today. That's why we're just talking. We're just talking because he doesn't want his goods getting out on camera.
Oh, yeah.
Sneaky Patty Walt.
Looks good. Feels right. That's all that matters.
I'm taking notes. It's funny watching some of our anglers, how organized and meticulous they are. And some of the guys are like, I don't know where it's at. It's in here somewhere.
Some of them have just a paper sack full of baits, and that's it. Patrick's definitely one of those meticulous dudes. Definitely. He's a tackle junkie. He's a tinkerer.
You know, if I was somewhere else on the TVA, for example, Pickwick, Gunnersville, I'd actually be throwing a bigger football jig, like a mop jig, just a big old profile, which I'll probably eat it here too, but you gotta think about it, 12 pounds a day right now is doing pretty decent. So, I mean, you don't need a crazy big profile. They just,
Good stuff from Patrick right there. Adding a little of that bait fuel we hear so much about. He really believes in that scent. Big the little bass tank breakdown, that was a great piece there. If you paid attention to Patrick there, he was talking about the average weight on this lake that it's taking to do well right now. And he is basing his lure selection on that a little bit, size-wise. And what he's saying is on lakes like Gunnersville and Pickwick, the average bass, I mean, you got to have a 4-pound, 5-pound average to win on those lakes on multiple day tournaments. And so he's like bigger profile baits to kind of weed through some of the smaller fish. He's out here fishing for 2.5, 3-pounders. He said, at Pickwick, I might go to a bigger size bait, but here, this week at Watts Bar, I'm throwing a little smaller trailer on his football jig, throwing some wacky worms, different things, because he's like, look, man, 12 pounds a day can win this thing. 13, 14 pounds a day. So very interesting. And it's something you do have to think about. You can't be out here, you know, throwing 14-inch long swim baits, right? You have to be realistic to what you're actually trying to catch. And we just saw him immediately after he re-rigged there, add bait fuel, and he added a little bit of color. He was doing a little art project there. I think that's key too. Whoop. 2 bites in a row for Patrick.
He's a little guy. He's just harassing me. Yeah, it's a little guy.
You're out. 3 strikes.
That thing was falling through that pile though. Goodness. Figured he'd have in the back of his throat. He hit that sucker so hard.
It's really nice to see that technique or him to actually break it down for us like that. Like I said, the Bass Tank breakdown, awesome. Good stuff. To really see him explain the logic behind it. Especially coming from the day one leader, right? That's who you want to hear it from. And being Patrick Walters.
Veteran angler, yeah, for sure. But I did think that was interesting because we've got guys out here throwing, old monster worms, 10-inch worms and things like that. So
mag traps.
Small fish,
guys should have thrown mag traps today.
Yeah, small fish will bite a bigger bait. We know that, right? I mean, we see it all the time. Bass are very opportunistic feeders. But I did think that was very interesting how he's approaching that. And that's all, everybody's like, oh, it comes down to the best pattern, or it comes down to this, that, or the other to win a big event. A lot of it's strategy and playing the game. And once that weight line is established, and look, every time we go out, you want to catch the most weight you can, and there's no way to control exactly what kind of weight you're going to catch, right? But you've got to do everything you can to put yourself in that position. And Patrick, that was so cool hearing his approach here on day two, coming in as our day one leader.
Agreed.
And we just got into this 10 o'clock hour. We're going to take a look back at some of today's highlights from out there on Watts Bar Lake, Spring City, Tennessee. Stop number 3, the NPFL.
Oof. Golly, get out of town. I'm talking about a jar. Ate my top water.
We heard a little bit about this earlier from Pug. I'd like to see him take that back to Big Al at the weigh-in. Dale Prinke, Ohio angler. Did most of his damage in the afternoon yesterday. Slower morning today so far.
Pug Clements.
He was just
Marina Walls.
I got a big one, dude. I got a big one.
Sheldon with that 4-pounder earlier.
Utilizing a jerk bait and a topwater program.
Man, I ain't that big. I just can't get caught up in them limbs.
Pug Clements. Right there.
Ah, baby! Woo!
Hey, oh boy. Come on.
His favorite tree on the Tennessee River right there. And the man of the hour so far, Ryan Satterfield.
Doing work,
Checked in with Bradley Hallman, with Ryan there earlier, and he is on top so far today. And Big Papa Pump.
There he is.
Sean Murphy, Kentucky angler, doing his deep water work. Patrick Walters. Actually got this fish hung in a brush pile. Thought he lost it and then was able to swing it in. Patrick Walters, of course, our leader, sitting on 3 keepers right now. Welcome back to the NPFL Live Studios. Luke Duncan, Fat Cat Newton, and we got Bradley Hallman out there. I got to give Bradley a shout out. Again, that was great stuff he gave us there. We got Skype with him.
It's our first time doing the Skype, and I can't believe we did it without a hitch. It worked out great.
I can't believe Bradley didn't screw it up.
If Worldwide was on there, oh my goodness.
James Watson would have ruined everything about that. No, he's got a flip phone and a rotary phone at home. I've seen it. But any surprises so far on day 2 as far as the coverage goes, the guys we're getting into, or this Way Live leaderboard that you've been looking at so much?
Ryan Satterfield coming up out of nowhere. I don't want to say out of nowhere because he didn't come out of nowhere. He was right outside of that top 5, but him making a move. I thought we might see more action this morning with that shad spawn. I thought shad spawn might play a bigger role this morning. It didn't, it seems like. Business as usual. My main thing right now is that weather holding off for us. Just watching these guys, if they are changing up what they're doing, knowing that weather's coming in, and then whatever happens tonight, how it affects tomorrow. Like you've said it several times, up to 2 inches of rain could come out of the sky, and that's major on the TVA. It's dams and it's.
A lot of creeks feed into Watts Bar. Yeah, a lot of creeks feed into Watts Bar. You could get watercolor changes. You could get more currents. You could get, it can really shake up the game. So it is going to be interesting to see. For me, guys like Patrick Walters that we're seeing offshore, Sean Murphy, they're out there. And if that wind picks up, how will it affect that bite is my question going forward. I fished offshore a lot in my life, and nothing is more frustrating than trying to sit out there with 3 and 4 footers and rain coming in sideways. Of course, these guys are pros and they will figure it out ultimately, but I'm interested to see if that affects the deep bite and if those shallow fish, like where Satterfield's at, up shallow grass flat, if those fish start popping even more as that front gets closer.
Well, you guys, like we talked about earlier, some of the guys that are fishing offshore aren't actually in deep water.
That's right.
You know, they're out there fishing these offshore flats, these grass flats that are now in Watts Bar, which weren't there, you know, in recent years.
Yeah, within the last few
years. Now
years.
are fishing grass flats. It's wild, man. So that playing a role right here, I think, is different. You know, that's one thing for these local guys, the favorites per se, coming into this event, not being familiar with this grass, growing up on this river, not how, you know, they fish grass all around the country, but not on their home waters. And so now they're trying to chase them ghosts or do things they've done in the past, but now there's grass.
And they're not seeing as many fish on the offshore places that they're used to, because some of them are stopping in the grass, a few of them are going out, and a few of them are in between. We're seeing everything here so far on day 2, NPFL Live, Watts Bar. And, you know, I think that the guy, I still think, you know, Patrick Walters, 6-pounder over the bow yesterday. That's a huge shot, but you see a guy like Satterfield, they're unofficially saying 14, 15 pounds. Man, he had 13-something yesterday. That pace right there, so it's going to be scary going into tomorrow's final round.
With that being said, we're watching Walters bebop and flip-flop. He's running a gun. He's got these multiple spots. We just heard from Bradley Hallman. Satterfield's not doing that. He said he's power poled, he's chilling. The only thing he's moving is his position. He's fan casting, being very meticulous, covering all the water, and it seems like that grass that he's fishing is slowly reloading. So it's wild, man, seeing the dynamic and just the diversity of these anglers that are both doing good, but doing completely different things to a certain extent.
And as typical in every NPFL event, there's, you know, shakeups going on up and down the Way Live leaderboard. The guys that are actually putting their weights in for us, you know who we're talking about if you watch this later. But we're going to check in with this beat down mouse unofficial, very unofficial till they get to Big Al McCullough. Ryan Satterfield on top. We're talking about the young angler there. Bradley Hallman caught up with him. Absolutely smashing them this morning. Lots of fish and lots of quality for him, somewhere in that 14 to 15 pound range. Patrick Walters, we got his Way Live updated there. He's in second place now, your day 1 leader, unofficially in second. Sheldon Collings in that third place spot. Paul Browning, Arkansas angler. We covered a lot last year. He was in the top 10 to start today, and now he's moved up into the top 5 unofficially. Michael Brewer, the Tennessee angler, who is a Tennessee River. I mean, he knows the deal. This is like home to him, even though he had never seen Watts Bar till this week. Not a surprise to see him in our top 5, and wouldn't shock me to have a camera on him on the final day.
Bring that, boy.
Yeah, 10th coming into today, but he's got some things going. He was very confident coming into this event. Mark Schilling, a guy we are very familiar to covering, he's been quiet this year.
Man, he was all over the place last year. We talked about him almost every tournament. I think we actually did talk about
almost every tournament.
It started in Eufaula, man. It just went on from there, but haven't seen him this year. I'm glad to see him up there on that leaderboard.
Had a good day yesterday, a little over 11 pounds, right outside of our top 10, and right back in the thick of things today. Brian Hatfield, whose backyard is Watts Bar Lake.
Literally.
He lives on the lake right there in 7th place. Luis Fernandez, Scott Siller, and Eddie Carper. Eddie just will not go away. Will not go away.
And I'm seeing some stuff. So I'm seeing Eddie Carper. I'm seeing the Paul Browning. Just not knowing what they're doing. I know Paul Browning, he likes to flip that fighting frog.
He's a shallow water guy.
He's a shallow water guy. And like I say, Eddie Carper, he's diverse, but he wants to be in that shallow flipping stuff.
He likes meat and potatoes, flipping, close combat.
Everybody
we've
been focusing on for the most part this morning has been fishing deeper water, even though we saw Pug kind of close in Sheldon, but for the most part, you know.
No doubt about it. The Way Live out is very key to our telling of the story. We need these guys to put in the weights, and a very cool incentive that we have added this year. The Beat Down Mounts have presented the Way Live app, and tell us a little bit about that.
I've heard you want to give the beat down
well,
to some of these anglers.
We were on site last year. We weren't in studio. I did put some guys in a headlock. Everybody except Sean Murphy, actually, I put in a headlock
I ain't messing
last
with that
year.
dude. I'm good. Matt Mollahan, I'm good.
Yeah, I'm not messing with Mollahan either. But we strongly encourage and suggest that these guys tell the story. But this year, they've got even more incentive to get their life
that's
right.
So what the deal is, the Way Live Tracker, man, is an awesome thing. But Beat Down has stepped out and incentivized our anglers to put in their weights. So at the end of the tournament, whichever angler had put in his weights the most accurately to what their official weight is, will win a beat down mount, which are actually awesome. They're on their own. They're original. It's a pedestal mount that comes up. It's telescopic. You can make it a bow mount all the way down. You can raise it up. And we see it these days, man. A lot of these guys, that posture of down, leaning. We're getting older. We're squinting. Look at me. I got crow's eyes. I can't even see nothing. But that beat down mount, it really changes the game. So check out Beat Down Mounts and Beat Down Mounts. We appreciate you sponsoring that Way Live tracker and incentivizing these anglers
And all
to
of
do
you
something they ought
anglers,
to be
when you
doing
go back
anyways.
and watch this after the tournament, if you want to win a beat down mount, play the game.
Yeah, get your life right and put in
Enter your
weights.
weights in. We're going to get back out on Watts Bar Lake right now, I believe, with Sean Murphy.
My daughter keeps texting me. Make sure nothing was wrong.
Hey, Sean, we're live right now. How about an update of your morning?
Well, the morning's been pretty tough so far, so out deep really couldn't get nothing going, so try to run around and get a couple keeper bites every once in a while. I went around these two barge types, but I don't know if the storm and the wind has kind of got the ledge fish all messed up, or they just haven't loaded up where we've been trying to fish. So just trying to get something going, try to fish a few different things, and we'll get about another hour or two, then I'm going to pull an audible and go shallow. I think we've only had one keeper bite even out deep. So yeah, it's been pretty tough this morning. I knew with the clouds and the storm and all that they would probably scatter the fish out a little more than group up, but might have to go to plan B.
Sean was one of those guys I talked to yesterday that said his practice was terrible. He really didn't know what he could catch. He found a couple deep places, but they're not these, and he described it as mega schools that we see on Kentucky Lake a lot of times, which is a lake Sean's real familiar with. He said these are just real small groups of fish on these places. So he didn't know what to expect. Caught the heck out of them all day long yesterday. Had a great day, but today a lot slower for the Kentucky angler.
And you were saying like he was catching them deep, like fizz
Very
deep. There goes Bobby right there. And it was interesting earlier hearing Sheldon's logic on why the bigger fish were still shallow. Said thought he was seeing balls of fry, almost like fry garters.
From Murphy over to second place pro coming into today, Sheldon Collings, Oklahoma angler, unofficially in third place right now.
$14-pounder.
Bald eagle right there. How majestic. Caw.
One of the two. Or 15-incher. I mean, I wouldn't complain with 15-incher.
Your expertise in nature really is impressive. You know it?
I appreciate it.
It is.
I put a lot of hard work into it. There's Pug's treat. Oh, no, it's not.
Better not be.
It's a fishy looking lay down though, isn't it?
Baby dinker.
Where's the rest of him? A lot of that going on this week. Super healthy lake, Watts Bar.
Strong.
The talk of some of the numbers the guys caught in practice, a lot of bites yesterday.
Gosh, dude, I just seen a giant blow up on the other side of the tree.
All right, here we go.
Holy cow. I don't know what that was about. It was right there. Weird. One blew up right next to the tree. Looked like a pretty good one. Oh, I didn't buy it.
While Sheldon tries to track down that fish that he saw, we're going to track down our sponsors here, the National Professional Fishing League, that make this all possible. We'll see you on the other side for more Watts Bar live action.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store. Because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know. Plus hard to find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
So if you don't know about me, I was in the military for quite a while, and in that process I picked up the habit of chewing tobacco. I came across this stuff last year, midsummer, and started using it, and now I don't even use tobacco at all. If you don't know about Fully Loaded Chew, it's a non-tobacco product that contains nicotine. Fully Loaded Chew offers a variety of nicotine strengths. They have Fully Loaded, which is full nicotine, Half Cocked, which is half strength, and zero nicotine options for you. So if you're looking to completely kick the habit, they have something that's going to fit you. They have a variety of flavors. So if you're used to chewing a certain thing, they have something that's going to fit what you're used to also. To sign up for their monthly subscription service or to get your hands on any Fully Loaded Chew product, head to fullyloadedchew.com and grab some.
Guide batteries have been supporting the fishing industry for 42 years. The future of fishing is lithium batteries. Pro Guide Batteries has joined the lithium world. Get all-day reliability with lithium Pro Guide batteries. Check them out at ProGuideBatteries.com.
Are you looking to install your own fishing electronics? Well, the Bass Tank is here to help you. The solution is the Bass Tank Power Harness. It takes the guesswork out of installation. No more voltage issues or interference. Designed by an engineer so that you can get professional results right there in your own garage. Installation done right with the help of the Bass Tank Power Harness. You can feel confident knowing that your installation was done right. The Bass Tank Power Harness. Give us a call or order yours today at thebasstank.com.
Welcome back to Watts Bar Lake, East Tennessee, Ray County, Tennessee. Really one of the most beautiful parts of our country.
Vote for Sheriff Mike Neal. for re-election coming soon. It's huge, man. Ray County's huge.
Not biting.
There are so many. You just said Mike's name there,
Yeah,
of course, triggered his
sure.
son, Michael Neal.
Awesome dude. Love Michael. He's a grumpy
Fantastic
little
bass
sucker,
fisherman
but I
down
love
on
him to death.
Chickamauga there. But you got the anglers that come out of this region, the
Man.
Ott Defoes, Wesley Straters, Brad Knights, Buddy Gross, so many anglers that come, and now and Derek Blake, an NPFL angler, Taylor Watkins, got Brian Hatfield up here, but there are so many. David Walker lives in this part of the world. So many seasoned vets that call the Tennessee River and East Tennessee home.
No keeper hole.
It's amazing, man. Well, this is one of the parts of the country that's just stacked with awesome fisheries.
Yes.
There's a reason for that. These boys grew up.
Lots of tournaments too, right?
Yes, sir. Well, and not just any, but the guys, night tournaments, 5 tournaments a week.
That's right. Lots of, and that's, I would like to say that too. When we're talking about tough fishing, we're talking about it's this and it's that, it's postponed. These fish are educated on Watts Bar too. They see a lot of baits, they see a lot of boats, and talking to a couple of locals while we were down there, you and I had the opportunity to go to Watts Bar before we came to studio, and a lot of them are saying that it's a little bit of a COVID hangover is what they're saying, because so many people were on the water, and a lot of our lakes saw that, an increase in pressure, and some of them are saying these weights started going down around that time. These fish got super educated.
I saw it firsthand at the house, man, on the Potomac. It was like, what in the world? Every day was Friday and Saturday or Sunday. It was just wild.
Is it true that you started a side business during that where you actually helped people back their trailers into the water that weren't able to do that?
That's very, I would just drive it straight in.
Tell them to hook their kill switches up because they didn't know how to do.
I'm big on that kind of stuff.
Thought I saw that on Facebook.
Yeah, that was me. It was Fat Cat's backup service. We'll come up with a better joke later. Just stick with us, guys. We're trying.
Just got to get a couple keepers in the boat, calm myself down. That sun comes out, I'll get good.
Don't get your hopes up on that.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Let's not get too carried away with those sun thoughts today. You can leave the sunglasses in the box, I believe, today, Sheldon. Sheldon's going to make a move. We're going to make a move. We're going to check back in with Dale Prinke. The Ohio angler started the day in 5th place. Tougher day so
definitely
far.
One heck of a fishery.
Got company.
I like it.
He's had company the whole time.
Yeah.
They should get in the same boat.
Ain't no doubt.
Update? We're still sitting out here in the middle of nowhere, trying to scratch out a limit. We got one in the box, catching a bunch of shorts, but hopefully these fish will fire. Still got plenty of time, but it's definitely not the same as it was yesterday. Although I'm here 2 hours early. Well, I've been here all morning. Didn't get here till noon yesterday, so hopefully our rain will hold off, that we catch 5, and just very boring fishing right now. Cast and drag. Cast and drag. So it's only gonna get better though. We hang it out, we'll get 5. I got
like the
faith.
confidence.
There's a whole bunch of fish down there. Just got to get them to bite and stop hanging up. I didn't hang up like at all yesterday.
You talked about that earlier with Michael Brewer. You said he probably left.
Slow day.
20 football heads yesterday.
Yeah, he said there was plenty of those litter in the bottom where he was fishing. Matter of fact, his wife was bringing him some spare baits up last night, I believe.
That's the price you pay, right, when you're fishing Watts Bar or you know, TVA in general, right? Just that rock.
They're still out here. Sitting right on that ledge. Hopefully we can get our bait by a couple of them.
I talked to Dale yesterday.
Get bait in front of a couple big ones.
He caught all of us yesterday, just Carolina rigging the lizard. Green pumpkin, cotton candy, dipping the tail in chartreuse.
Couple of big ones.
He's going old school, man. Dragging that lizard on that Carolina rig. And he said there were other guys around him yesterday.
A lot of people would leave and
here we go.
Start running around. I've done it. And then the fish fire right after you leave. And you miss out and you come back and they're already done again. So we're gonna do the slow mental grind, just sticking it out.
If you're just joining us, Dale did most of his damage yesterday from 12:30 to 2:30.
We got 10:30. We ain't gonna be back in until 3. Got plenty of time. We only need 4 bites.
You know, we talk about this fishery here, Watts Bar, having largemouth, smallmouth, and spot. Some of our anglers aren't familiar with spot. You know, a lot of our guys out of the north, and Dale was one of those guys last year. You follow, he came in with a 4-fish limit, could have had a 5-fish limit, but he threw one of them back, ended up it was a spot. He didn't know. You know, and Luke, how do you tell the difference between a largemouth and a spot? Like you personally, what do you do?
Well,
these days you can look at them,
you know,
if you're trying to teach someone.
Yeah, a lot of times you can tell by it's the jaw line. You know, the largemouth jaw line comes back closer to its eye than the spotted bass, kind of like a smallmouth. But you know, their coloration, their spots, but there's always a rough patch on their tongue. Feels like sandpaper. Now I have caught largemouth that have that too. Yeah, a few every now and then. But that's not necessarily the telltale sign. But most of the time they do have a little rough patch.
I'd get hung up and pop it a couple times, and then they come up as soon as it came out. I actually think the fish helped me get the bait out because I sit there, snap it, next thing I know, it's like, fish.
How many times we heard that? Crankbait and a lay down or something like that. Chatterbait coming out of grass.
Yeah. Yeah,
that's also when those fish aren't super active. That's a telltale sign of that too, right?
I had that happen. I had that one that just freaking annihilated it. And I set the hook and I felt my line come out of the rocks. So the weight we must have just been sitting right there at the edge of that rock. Telemarketers.
That was Fat Cat calling about your car's extended warranty.
Yeah. Better not have been my mom. I'll tell you that right now, Dale. I know how you get down, boy. Daggone ladies, man. Rico Suave out there.
Come on, fish.
From Dale Prinke back over to Kentucky's Sean Murphy, who's changed up his game plan.
So hard doing
Started the day in 50 feet of water, throw into 30. Last time we checked in with him, he had gone to the bank, just trying to switch it up and survive day 2.
He said it's offshore bite, just wasn't there this morning, right?
Could see a few fish down there, but just could not get them to fire. And again, a lot of his damage was in the afternoon yesterday.
That's right. You said yesterday he was sitting in 40 or 50 foot of water, casting to 30 foot of water.
This is something that Sean loves to do right here. Throw that spinnerbait around. Fish is hooked up.
It's Kentucky there.
Spots have to be 12 inches like we just said. And
take it.
So he said Kentucky, there are various...
Yeah, people call them different things. Kentucky spotted bass.
Brad kind of led into, there are not just Kentuckies in here. We also got a different strain of spots in here that...
There's rumor there's some Alabama Coosa River strain spotted bass that have made their way into Watts Bar.
Mysteriously.
You see pictures of them a lot, especially in the early spring. A lot of 3 and 4 pounders get caught on this lake.
Mercy. Now, he just picked that spinnerbait up. First cast, caught a fish. Do you put it back down? Like, just honestly, especially when you're having a slow day.
You know, with the cloud cover and everything, it's a great choice. It's just there's not a lot of wind right here where he's at, you know, and normally that really helps you on that spinnerbait. You look at where some of the other guys are fishing, a lot more wind than what Murphy's got.
Going for that natural
Looks to be hiding behind one of those big high banks, though, down on the lower end of Watts Bar. Slow morning so far for our 5 anglers that we're covering. I'm getting word that we have caught back up with the man, Mr. Bradley Hallman, running around out there on Watts Bar Lake. Let's go check in with, he's from Tennessee. Did you realize that? The Okie now, but he is from the Watts Bar area. Let's go check in with the volunteer native, Bradley Hallman.
All right, guys, mid-morning update. We're here with Luis Fernandez. Now we're out on the main river channel. Luis has been out here now for, this is his second day sitting in this exact same ledge. He hasn't moved. He started the morning off with a 4-pounder, and then he just caught another keeper when we pulled up. So it's about 10:30 in the morning, and Luis has got a good start to the day, no doubt. He's got a long day ahead of him. He said that the current's not moving quite as much, he doesn't think, or he's concerned maybe the wind blowing against the currents messed his fish up a little bit because they're not quite as aggressive as they were yesterday, and he thinks maybe he's seeing a few less fish up there on his graph than what he was seeing yesterday. Typical TVA, just like what we've been talking about all day. You know, this is post-pond period, and they've got that funk, and he's having to fight through it right now. But he's doing a good job grinding. He's sitting in 8th place unofficially right now on our unofficial leaderboard, so he's doing a great job. Guys, the artifact that I told y'all about I had pulled out of the hills of East Tennessee. If you'll notice this jacket that I'm wearing, this lovely life jacket, this is the Evinrude Protein. So back in its day, Fat Cat, it was actually blue. The sun has faded it just a little. But here's the artifact. This jacket was actually worn by the General Larry Nixon himself in the 1986 Bassmaster Classic. What? So maybe we can get the General to autograph this jacket sometime. But anyway, knew you'd appreciate that. I know how much you like your old stuff. Evinrude Protein, all the way.
Oh, man, dude.
These two, with all the activity on the,
Backed out on the water to Pug Clements. But I got a question. Why didn't you pull some stuff like that when you were doing the on the water?
I'm getting some of that. I'm all about that throwback.
Pug headed to
I
get
got
lunch?
a few.
What's he doing?
Not too terribly great. But we getting there, I reckon.
Man, that was a nugget.
Oh.
All I can think about is that life jacket.
Very cool. It needs to be
Lot of
framed in
people
a
out
shadow box
today
somewhere,
on
not on
Caney
Bradley
Creek Marina.
Hall.
Dude, that's awesome. Pug back in that marina. Like I say, he caught a few yesterday on the marina wall. We saw him this morning catch him on marina wall.
They're gonna go live, and I'm gonna bang a pontoon, and the owner's gonna see it.
We're live right now, boy.
It's inevitable. I'm gonna do it. There we go. Got it out the way. First slide.
That's a dinner bell right there, boy. Ring it again. You get Bobby, come on there. Get out of here, hit my daggone boat.
I'm trying to give myself till about 11 o'clock just to try to catch one more big one. It's the only way I know how, this and flipping.
You can tell it's a big lake. They're in different parts because like we said, man, we see where Pug is. It's not bad. Out there where old Dale Prinke was, getting a little chopped, a little bit darker. Watts Bar is a big lake, man. You can make a 50 or 60 mile run, dam to dam.
Try to fill a limit.
Especially a body water on the TVA, when them fronts come in, they can get stalled by the mountains and things like that. You can get in ditches and kind of get out of that wind.
Pug, one of those Carolina boys. This is a Carolina technique. You see a lot of guys utilize. Todd Alton's, David Williams, Hank Cherry's,
got rod and all out of my hand.
Andy Montgomery's. Just that, it's swimming a jig, but it's a little different swim. You know, there's several different ways we see guys swim a jig.
Absolutely.
For sure. Hooked up. Go.
That's right. In the face, under the tune. I ain't got to measure that one. I will though.
It's almost like in a lot of these docks are these floating marina docks, especially they're pretty deep, right? And we see guys, you know, we've seen James Watson throw a spoon in this type of situation, but these guys with this white jig, they'll skip it in there under those pontoons, and it's just high hops.
Okay.
I mean, you're actually swimming it, but the bait never hits the bottom in that situation.
Man, y'all stay on me all day. As soon as I go live, every time.
Keep catching them, boy. We won't go off of you.
What it is, I don't want to catch one unless y'all watching. That's no fun.
Show off.
He'll feel himself in a heartbeat. I like me some Pug, man. He's a character. But he can back it up.
He smoked it the first time under there, but he didn't eat it. He ate it that time.
You see, he's not letting it fall far at all, though. Just out of sight. And quick pumps of the rod and swims it back.
And that's drawing him out from under.
Well, and you get the shad and the bluegill, there's so much life around these marinas.
Look at that.
Crappie.
That's got a few miles on it. Looks like something I'd own.
Just fishing your gut, man.
That's what I want back.
You might have caught it out of that bush, actually.
That's probably where the life jacket come from. The Hallman was wearing a minute ago.
I don't know. I told myself at Hartwell, man, I'm telling you, day one at Hartwell, I just did everything wrong, and I didn't listen to myself. I was forcing stuff and telling myself what to do, but I didn't do it. And I said after that tournament, I said from now on, if my gut says do something, I'm gonna do it. So something in me said go to Caney Creek, and I ran all the way to Caney Creek. It is what it is. I think I caught one bass in here in practice and just felt right, I guess.
Fisherman's intuition.
But it was the right kind, you know.
Caney, one of the more popular creeks on the lake for sure. A lot of tournaments get one in Caney. not a surprise to see.
K&E win, you think? Come on,
Absolutely.
that was pretty good. K&E win?
Oh,
All right.
wow. I think I missed that for a second. I'm sorry.
That's why I had to acknowledge it. Went over your head.
Eesh. My fault, Skinny Cat. I didn't mean to miss an opportunity at wordplay.
Mm-hmm.
We'll get better.
All right, now, come on.
You're right, probably.
You're doing so
No
good,
chance.
buddy.
No
There you
chance.
go.
I wonder what it's going to look like tomorrow. With the weather coming in, we might be okay. Here it is, Thursday, Friday, Memorial Day weekend coming. It's about to get bumping out there. And I'm not sure.
Great minds think alike,
It's like
because as I was looking at those
one keeper
boats,
here, one
I was
keeper
fixing to say this
there.
tournament schedule has been abbreviated. We started on Wednesday
Don't wanna give
and
me-
we're running till Friday. So normally we end on Showdown
Wants to make it
Saturday,
hard on a brother.
but due to the holiday weekend, we decided to bump it up, and it will be interesting on that Friday. Will people start that vacation holiday weekend early? Will these inner tubes you see on the back of these pontoons be dragging around all these guys' deep spots tomorrow? Be very interesting to see.
There'll be some jet skis out there saying, hi, how you guys doing? What are you doing back in this cove? You mind if we do some donuts right here while you guys are fishing that lay down? Sure, see you later.
So, I get asked all the time about skipping. I mean, if you live in the Carolinas, like, you have to be able to skip docks. Especially the part of the states I live in, or santee like on the cypress trees. But a big thing is when you're skipping a jig, this is a Jinko high roller 7-1 medium heavy. I throw a medium heavy because of the bend. It's got give, so when your jig hits the water, it allows the jig, well, to slide right into a pontoon float. But I mean, you're gonna bang floats and all that stuff. It is what it is, especially when you're fishing these tight places like this. But
Here's how I got so good at skipping. Kang! That sounds like something I would do.
Control of
Pug.
the unit.
That's the dinner
We
bill,
rolled
though.
pretty good there. There we go.
There it is.
Pug can certainly put it
No
in
doubt,
there.
he can put it there, without a doubt.
We spent a lot of time in the boat with Pug out here in the league the last 2 years.
And like we've talked about with Pug, he's got some versatility. He's a threat wherever we go. He can adapt. He got that shallow game down pat. He doesn't mind the offshore stuff. I think he prefers the offshore stuff the way it seems.
Had a terrible event at Cumberland,
Boy.
the one-day Showdown Saturday shootout we had. He failed to weigh in a keeper. He caught a lot of smallmouth that didn't meet that 18-inch minimum requirement there. But great tournament at Hartwell, and he's bounced back. He's 66th in the AOI, just 2 events in. Having a great one here, so he'll certainly keep climbing that Progressive Angler of the Year leaderboard.
Instantly, I started skipping these. I've caught 2, and now, damn it.
That's my daddy's
Darn
boat.
it.
So many different things going on out there on Watts Bar. We talked about that to open the show this morning.
Get my rhythm back.
There's no pattern.
Ever since I talked
The
about how to
pattern
skip,
is there's
I
no
can't skip.
pattern. There's some spots that guys are getting, some certain locations are getting a good number of bites on, but other than that, man, it is one here, one there. We've seen Pug
Ryan
swim a white
Satterfield.
jig.
Ryan Satterfield.
That's right.
He's
Camping out.
Right, camping out. And he's the only one that we can actually see, right?
That's right.
He's the only one
Man,
we can actually
if
see.
that shaft spawn is still cracking, dude, I mean, I think,
And the other
I
one
think
camping
we just
out
got
is
to the tail end of it.
Dale Prinke, but he's just waiting.
The first day of practice,
That's
it was
right.
still getting with it.
For the most part, everybody out there is running a gun.
And these fish were like on this stuff.
Well, like with Pug, a white jig
All that's
so
left
far,
now is
swimming
like
a
the
jig.
dumb
We've seen him
ones.
flipping isolated trees. We've seen him on
Which are
marina
kinda
walls. We've
like-
seen him with the plopper.
And this morning, we've seen the guys catch a largemouth, smallmouth, and spot. They're all playing a role.
Saw a few of those 18-inch smallmouth come across the stage with Big Al McCullough yesterday, but not a ton.
No.
Primarily
We actually, speaking of that, we
largemouth.
saw Pug catch one earlier, 17.5 inches. It's a heartbreaker. having to throw a 17.5-incher back. He wanted somebody to make a phone call and want to know why he's got to throw a 17.5-inch smallmouth back.
You ain't gonna give me one more bass, baby. Like, come
That was
on,
a good
Bobby.
cast. That's a fish.
We're going to leave Pug with his docks and his white jig, and we're going to check in with our sponsors that make this all possible. We'll see you back on the other side for more NPFL live action, Spring City, Tennessee.
So, you're looking to buy fishing electronics, huh? Are you also looking for true experts to help guide you through it? Well, at the Bass Tank, you've come to the right place. We are live forward-facing sonar pioneers with thousands of hours spent learning through winning trophies, cashing checks, and just having fun. Whatever brand you need, we have it. We offer free shipping, and we have 2 financing options available. Our experts are here to help you. Call us today or visit thebasstank.com.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store. Because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know. Plus hard to find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
I'm Doug Chapin, and this is how I fish fully loaded.
Guide batteries have been supporting the fishing industry for 42 years. The future of fishing is lithium batteries. Pro Guide Batteries has joined the lithium world. Get all-day reliability with lithium Pro Guide batteries. Check them out at ProGuideBatteries.com.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool. I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here. Super fun beach day, everybody.
Welcome back to Watts Bar Lake, stop number 3, the National Professional Fishing League. And our man Pug Clements out there swimming that jig. Keeping an open mind today. Before we went to break, we saw Pug land a nice solid fish doing this. We've seen him work several different patterns today. Put some fish in the boat.
All right, Bobby. Rocking the Cummins.
There it is.
I say I halved up there.
She's ready for the track. Lap of hooves
Because
and
my
dump
ADD,
of clips.
it'll take me 10 minutes to get to where I can cast again.
Paul Benson.
That sounds too good.
From Paul and Pug, we're going to get over there to Dale Prinke. 5th place pro coming into today, Ohio angler.
Started this event setting 24th in that progressive AOY standings. Having a good season.
Looks like we got a lot of rain coming. Either that or it's just foggy up there.
Wishful thinking.
I'm hoping.
Exactly.
Me too. Huh? Yeah, he said he hoped it's fog.
Is that Jake Schultz?
Jake Schultz. Call him Dr. Drip. Ooh. Attaboy.
Jake and Dale have been sharing this point all morning.
Yesterday as well. That's Jake's forte. He loves that offshore stuff, man. If he can sit there and watch his graph and use a spinner rod, drop shot, and shaky hitting, that's what Jake enjoys doing. That's something that's been going on a lot this week, are catching shorts. We got guys catching 30, 40 fish a day, literally catching 30 or 40 fish a day, but just a few keepers in the mix of those. And then you talk to the anglers that have been fishing here a long time. You try to break down the logic of why is that? Why are we catching so many shorts? Where are the bigs? And then you talk to guys. They bring up the grass a lot. Seems like that grass is kind of spreading them out.
That's fine.
Dale put up on this spot yesterday, a little after 12. Couldn't get on it because somebody else was on it. Got on this spot yesterday, a little after 12, and that's when he started catching them. So he still has about an hour or so before that window opens. He said he's just going to stay there and grind it out and just hoping that later bite is still there like it was yesterday. Hard for a lot of anglers to do, man. You get in your own head. You're not catching them. You want to run and gun, but he knows if he gets off that spot, somebody else is going to move in there, and that's just where he has his confidence right now, and rightfully so, because
that's where all of his weight came from.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, it is difficult to make that decision. You know, guys get put in this position a lot, though. You start thinking about timing of things, and you're like, man, am I wasting my time being here right now? But at the same time, you're sharing water. If he leaves, Jake's going to keep it warm for him. So you got that in the back of your head, or another competitor could pull in as well. So a lot of strategy at play with that. From Prinke, we're going to go over to the day one leader and unofficially sitting in second place, Patrick Walters.
Smallmouth.
seems like that weather's just now getting patty. For the second or third time, probably. It's been intermittent.
Yeah, that was not big, was he?
After morning, look at that wind coming in. A little chop.
Over the plug, and then roll.
Patrick certainly doesn't let any moss grow between his foot and the hot foot. He runs and guns a lot of different spots. Spent a lot of time finding a.
There's like 3 of them on it. Ooh, I pulled it out of that one's face.
little bit of that Forrest Gump sideways rain.
I don't think it's going to get any better because it's 11 o'clock and this is when the radar said it was going to start rolling in.
What's your thoughts up to this point, Patrick?
You know, nothing crazy right now. I mean, we're catching some fish, catching a bunch of shorts, but that's how it's been this week. I mean, you kind of got to weed through them. You catch a bunch of shorts, boom, catch a keeper. That's just what's going to happen. That is as expected right now. So I'm looking at some good ones down there right now. There's like 4 or 5 of them on my bait. Not all of them look good though. Goodness, the amount of fish down there.
And then you're just mixing it up, right?
Yep, just mixing it up still. We're kind of going back and forth. We're fishing more points now. We're going to really fish a bunch more points when we get up here. A little bit further up, kind of a little bit above Tom Fuller. And kind of go from there. There's so many fish on this point. Like a bunch. Like there's probably 25. And it's 5 foot. Yeah, we're fishing shallow right this second. Holy smokes.
Hearing him get excited.
Patrick's one of those guys, when he tells you there are good ones on live scope he's looking at, they're good ones.
Right. You take his word for it.
He's touched a few 8-pounders that he's looked at on live, especially a couple years ago at Lake Fork. We've just seen him do so much damage with this technique. But I always say this in regards to live scope, because anytime a new technology comes along like this, you get the naysayers, the haters, right? It's going to ruin the sport, or it's this and it's that. But a guy that's this good of an angler talking about he sees 25, how many is he catching right here? You know what I mean? The fish, fish still have to bite. You still have to trick them. You still have to, get them in the boat. And
it's another tool.
It is a tool. Yes, it's not dynamite. It's not dynamite. It can be, right? Like you find the right fresh group of fish that haven't seen many boats around that day. Like magic can happen, obviously.
But let's be honest. These days, if you're not learning how to use forward-facing sonar, or just your electronics in general, you're doing yourself a big disservice.
If you're gonna fish at this level, if you're gonna fish big tournaments at all, and you're not spending time with your electron, whether that's mapping, side scan, live scan, whatever the case is, you're just behind the 8 ball. Are there exceptions to that rule? Yes, the Keith Carsons of the world.
John Cox, like you say, of course, there's those shallow water power fishermen that just, God, I don't even know how to explain it. You don't want to say lucky because it's not lucky, but man, it seems like it sometimes because they're so good at figuring things out without the electronics.
But more and more, we just see this
to be an efficient, full-rounded angler. The more knowledge and electronics you have, the better off you are. Period. Period. For anybody that didn't hear it the first time.
Just take an extra second.
You really put an exclamation point on that one.
I don't have, neither one of the graphs on my boat work. So I'm very rounded, but in a different way.
Last night I wasn't planning on throwing it though, but I'm not eating everything you're throwing at him right now, so I want to adjust accordingly.
We're going to let Patrick re-rig here, and we're going to take a look at our top of the hour highlights. Some of the action so far on Watts Bar this morning.
I got a feeling there's a lot of guys paying attention real closely of what he's re-rigging right now. That was a good one by Pug. That was a top water smallmouth fight, wasn't it?
Smallmouth, but
Yep.
he's on 18 inches.
You get that one? Heck yeah.
Sheldon, Pug, doing the shallow water thing this morning.
Ryan Satterfield,
official leader.
Doing work, man, and not even moving the boat. Just sitting there fishing that shallow grass flat. Sean Murphy out there doing work.
Oh my God,
Dude, what in the world?
Welcome back to the NPFL Live Studios, and kind of a stingy, grimy, slow day out there so far for our five guys.
It's still interesting, though, seeing the diversity of how these guys are catching fish and just seeing the mindset of some of them, the run and gun of the Patrick Walters, not setting still, boom, boom, boom. He is not afraid to pick up a different rod. He'll throw 2 casts, pick up a rod, a different technique. And then you got guys like Dale Prinke that have set up shop. He ain't moving. He's sitting there for the day because, like we talked about earlier, he's afraid if he moves somebody that's going to fall in, then where are you going to move to? Especially while you're going to move off that spot where you caught your limit yesterday.
And he's seeing those fish on electronics, right? He knows they're down there.
That's
they're just not
thing, right?
It is. It is. You can see them right there for the taking, and you just got to convince them to bite. Patrick just pulled up on a big school. He said, there's 20 or 25 bass here, and I just cannot make the suckers bite. We saw him sit down to rig up. It looked like a little wacky worm. He's going to try mixing in some other things because these fish they're turning their nose up a little bit.
We saw him earlier too take that jig, and he broke it down exactly why he was throwing that profile of jig, not the bigger bait. He wanted a smaller profile because that's a caliber of fish that he was targeting because he felt that's what it would take to win this tournament.
Absolutely.
It's not going to be a 19-pound-a-day tournament. It's more of that 13, 14, 15 pounds a day really gets you in contention.
And he fired one across the bow of all the other competitors yesterday with a 6-pounder, right?
Yes.
Like he got his baseline. He got that great weight, so he's just got to back it up, and he knows that. He's thinking that he gets that 12, 13-pound range today and again tomorrow. He might carry the shield home with him back to South Carolina.
Yeah, man, and we don't know what the weather's going to do, right? We thought the weather was going to be a little bit worse than what it is as of now, so hopefully it stalls. Yeah, hopefully it stalls for the guys. It might make an interesting weigh-in, but, get the guys safe off the water, then whatever happens, happens. But tomorrow's going to be interesting because we talked about this storm front coming in because possibly drop 2 inches of rain, and conditions tomorrow could be different. So it's
totally different.
It's going to be wild, man.
And we said that in the beginning of practice. A lot of the anglers we were talking to, I know you were doing the same as I, it's going to change every day. They're like, the conditions we're having in practice are not going to be like the conditions in the tournament, and then it's going to change every single day of the event. So that's where we're at right now, and that's why we're seeing so many shakeups on this unofficial Way Live leaderboard today. A lot of guys dropping out of that top 10, a lot of new faces moving in, and we're going to take a look at that right now. The Way Live leaderboard unofficial, brought to you by Beatdown Mounts. Of course, everything will become official at that drive-through weigh-in. Big Al McCullough this afternoon bringing the boom. Ryan Satterfield, no change in that top spot. He jumped on that lead early this morning unofficially and has not let up. Patrick Walters still right there hanging around with 3 fish, but he's in second place. Mark Schilling, Sheldon Collings, Paul Browning, Eddie Carper, Michael Brewer, the Tennessee angler. Good friend of mine. I'm proud to see him up there having a good event here at Watts Bar, and he's a Tennessee River guy.
But hold on. But not familiar with Watts Bar.
Never
know
been
all
here.
about that TVA life, but not Watts Bar.
Never
and
been
doing
here.
well.
Found one little spot that he's been able to milk a couple big fish. He had a 5-pounder yesterday, started the day with a 5-pounder. It's going to be interesting to see if he can pad that. Last time I checked, he's sitting on 3 bass. Scott Siller, a new name, up into the top 10
That's
here
right,
at
man.
Watts
It's
Bar.
somebody that we've had our eye on for a while. We've expected him. He is that caliber of guy. He just had some tough luck, and it's good to see him up there because I know he needed that. So hopefully he can capitalize on this momentum and stay in that top 10.
No doubt about it. A lot of fishing left to do this year out here in the league. Brian Hatfield, whose backyard is the lake, there in 9th place. And, what do you know? 10th place, John Hookup, Soakup, a guy that we are very familiar with talking about here. NPFL Live won 2 events last year. Always in the mix in the Progressive AOY last year, and certainly an incredible angler. And if there's any live scoping going on whatsoever, John Hookup Soakup is out there doing it.
And we also saw him too in Florida. He doesn't need that live scope. We saw what he could do without it. You know what I mean? So he's the threat no matter where that dude goes, and it's no shock to see where he is right now.
No doubt about it. He can also fish grass. He can fish dock. We've seen it. John is a very accomplished angler. And, any surprises looking at that for you right now?
No. Not really. No, because I've already made myself look stupid enough. So I'm not gonna. Yeah, everything looks great. It's exactly how I thought it was gonna work.
This is what you predicted.
Yeah.
We were riding to the studio this morning. Those are all the names you got. You're basically a psychic. I appreciate that.
Appreciate
Somebody that we appreciate as well, and other than the big cat, the folks at Arrowhead Lodge down Spring City, Tennessee, on Watts Bar Lake. They have hosted us this week. All of the crew from the league. We shot a little piece with them. We're going to share Arrowhead Lodge with you right now down on Watts Bar Lake.
My name is Jim Clifford. I'm the president of and one of the partners of Arrowhead Resort in Spring City, Tennessee. Arrowhead Resort is a family-owned and operated resort. We welcome family, fishermen, anglers. Arrowhead Resort was purchased by my aunt and uncle in 1965. Then my cousins took it over in the mid-'80s along with their parents. And then we had the opportunity here this winter and fall to purchase a place to keep it in the family. We got a lodge up here, cabins back here, restaurant, house you can rent, dock slips, boats to rent. We have kayaks. We have 12 rooms in the lodge, 6 cabins, and then the house. House sleeps 14. I've been coming here for 37 years. It's a very, very peaceful place to be. It's like home.
I'm Norman McCown, here with Arrowhead Resort in Spring City, Tennessee, the manager of the resort. When you first arrive, I would recommend jumping in a kayak and just going out to the lake and seeing the different parts of the lake. It's such a beautiful resource, you know, and of course when you get hungry, our restaurant, we got chefs in there to cook whatever you would like to eat.
You can follow us on Facebook. We have a website. I guarantee you, if you get here, you'll be hooked.
Did you hear what he said?
Welcome back to Watts Bar with Sean Murphy.
He said if you get here, you'll be hooked. I love it. I was there, Arrowhead Resort, top-notch place.
Spot.
It is, and one interesting fact about Arrowhead Resort, a lot of folks may not realize, right there where Arrowhead Resort is, it was the original place where they thought they were going to put the dam. Watts Bar was going to go there.
Spotted bass up shallow and just trying to grind it out, just seeing if it's a timing thing. You know, with these ledges, you rotate through enough of them, you might find one school that's going to fire. I can see a couple here on the active target that are just not, can't get them to commit. Switched off to a drop shot, try to finesse them here, and hopefully we can round out 1 or 2 big ones. These fish set up so much different than any other Tennessee river that I've ever saw. They super skittish, and there's not a big massive school of them. You know, it's 2 or 3 in a group, and that'd be about it. And getting them to bite is can be really, really difficult. There's about 4 of them sitting right here on the stump. If I could just get them to go.
See over Murphy's shoulder there some of the some more of our anglers teaming up on a ledge spot there, and I know that he was close yesterday. He was telling me to Luis Fernandez, who had a great day. And they both just caught pretty good numbers. You know, Murphy's talking about not a lot of numbers in these schools of fish, but yesterday, I mean, he had 25, 30 bites. Lewis was catching them every cast. We saw that in the opener with Bradley Hallman. Some of the coverage they got yesterday with Lewis, and in some of the photo galleries, twin visuals put up on the internet, we saw a lot of action from these guys in this general area. It's a big river ledge with a few key places on it. Murphy's just a little down from Lewis. I believe that's Lewis in the background there, most likely.
Weather not looking too bad where they're at.
No.
Compared to some of the other guys. Like I say, it's intermittent, but it's coming. Intermittent, or whatever the word is. Maybe you could help me out. I'll write it down and sound it out next time.
Be honest, I'm just going to let you hang.
Appreciate it,
Gonna
bud.
let you struggle, bud.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
You were kind of like a boat with one power pole there. You were just spinning in circles.
Story of my life. Look. Nothing. I thought he was about to set a hook.
Sean Murphy, we're going to go check in with Pug Clements. He's been working a dock program so far here in the mid-morning. Swimming a jig.
There it is, dinner bell.
Say what? I got you. I got you.
He says all the big ones in the trap. What's he doing?
I know it. Oh, you're good, brother. It don't bother them.
Meanwhile, he's pressure
I don't think
washing.
there's many left to bother. I don't think there's too many left to bother.
Hooked up.
That's 5, baby. See there? No problem.
No problem.
He ain't gonna make it. He's gonna be just short, man. I mean, just short.
So to recap, we went from biggin to that's 5 to he ain't gonna make it.
The story of an angler's life, right?
That's the highs
and
and
he even
lows
brought
of
it up
bass
earlier about
fishing right
not
there.
trying to not be that guy. It's hard, man.
He touches. See the tail? That's the line.
It don't matter what he sees. When that bump master sees it, that's what you got to worry about. And you got to worry about shrinkage and all that. It's a real thing. It's hard, man.
That's a touch, bro. Oh yeah, he going in the box. He going in the box. He just did touch. But he touched.
Limits are going to be crucial. We saw that yesterday.
Yes. Well, it's so hard to get a 15-incher. These guys are catching numbers, just not the right ones.
Bro, good, good.
What's your theory on that, Luke?
What's that? All right, well, that's
Tail
5
touching
then.
the line. Now, with that being said, he's only got a couple hours left before he checks in. It's not an early morning deal. It's not 90 degrees. It's not a really high-stress situation is what I'm getting at.
I mean, when you got 4 in the box, if you've got one that brushes the line at all, you got to put it in there. But obviously, he's marking it with a float. You're going to have that. I've been in this situation many times. A lot of tournament anglers watching this. You've been in this situation. You do think about it, and you just hope that you get to cull that fish, right? You know it's automatically the one that's going to go back when you hopefully catch, even if it might be a skinnier fish, but make the team a little bit better than that one, right? But yeah, I think you got a box.
Them darn fish live here. They used to it. I can't get the info.
Pug hooked up again. And just like that one don't matter.
Now, exactly.
It doesn't
dude.
matter.
Come
Get
on.
somewhere now, son. I think there's a wad of them right there.
And you throw Shorty McGillicuddy back where he can.
Let's go.
I really can't get any information. I appreciate you, man.
The guy pressure washing really wants Pug to catch one of his pets.
Tennessee ain't a mean person in Tennessee. Everybody wants to help you.
I know he.
I know one, but I won't name who she is. Right?
Luke Duncan.
On that last one, I just put in there. I know he weighs more, but I mean I gotta check him again. I know he weighs more than the other ones, but. That's the touch. Right there's the line. He's good, man. Screw that. I'm putting him back. Sean, he touched. You seen it?
Sean's our tournament director, Sean Mulhall.
Sean saying, doesn't matter right there.
That's right, that's
It matters this afternoon. So he's saying this fish that's close weighs more than some of his smaller cat. To me, it's still, it depends on how much it is, but it can't be a huge difference. I mean, I know 3-4 ounces can obviously cost you winning 50 grand. So I get what he's doing. Just sometimes it's that peace of mind, you know, of knowing that all 5 in there are solid. You don't have to worry about that.
I got to put a 3 on him. All right, let's do this.
While Pug sorts it out, we're going to check in with the sponsors. Make all this possible here at the National Professional Fishing League. And we're going to see you guys on the other side for more live action from Watts Bar Lake, stop number 3.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store. Because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know. Plus hard to find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
So if you don't know about me, I was in the military for quite a while, and in that process I picked up the habit of chewing tobacco. I came across this stuff last year, midsummer, and started using it, and now I don't even use tobacco at all. If you don't know about Fully Loaded Chew, it's a non-tobacco product that contains nicotine. Fully Loaded Chew offers a variety of nicotine strengths. They have Fully Loaded, which is full nicotine, Half Cocked, which is half strength, and zero nicotine options for you. So if you're looking to completely kick the habit, they have something that's going to fit you. They have a variety of flavors. So if you're used to chewing a certain thing, they have something that's going to fit what you're used to also. To sign up for their monthly subscription service or to get your hands on any Fully Loaded Chew product, head to fullyloadedchew.com and grab some.
Batteries have been supporting the fishing industry for 42 years. The future of fishing is lithium batteries. Pro Guide Batteries has joined the lithium world. Get all-day reliability with lithium Pro Guide batteries. Check them out at ProGuideBatteries.com.
Are you looking to install your own fishing electronics? Well, the Bass Tank is here to help you. The solution is the Bass Tank Power Harness. It takes the guesswork out of installation. No more voltage issues or interference. Designed by an engineer so that you can get professional results right there in your own garage. Installation done right with the help of the Bass Tank Power Harness. You can feel confident knowing that your installation was done right. The Bass Tank Power Harness. Give us a call or order yours today at thebasstank.com.
Welcome back. Beautiful. Watts Bar Lake, Ray County, Spring City. Spring, if I can get the words out of my mouth. Old Sheldon Collings out there fishing some docks. So that was a pattern he found that had the biggest fish on. He said he found fish out deep, but the better quality was in that shallow cover up there around docks. And not just any docks, had to be shallow docks. He said he's seeing balls of fry up there around the docks.
Yeah.
Sheldon is an Oklahoma angler, and one of our fine sponsors is from the state of Oklahoma, the electronics experts at the Bass Tank. We're going to take a look right now at what makes the Bass Tank so special here on NPFL Live.
Hey everyone, John Sokup, NPFL Pro and co-owner of the Bass Tank. The Bass Tank is an electronics accessory installation national shipping shop. We sell Garmin, Lowrance, Humminbird. We've been known for really focusing on the niche of the forward shooting sonar, like the live scopes, the active targets, and things of that nature. We've been able to take those skill sets and kind of put them on display with the NPFL, winning the first UFOLO event with live scope. You know, we've always been fishermen, but the creation of the Bass Tank actually came from a basic problem that I had. In 2018, I was at the Forest Wood Cup, and I actually broke down at the Forest Wood Cup because of improper installation, and it came from the manufacturer on down. And simply put, the industry as a whole has kind of accepted, you know, bad quality of installation when it comes to electronics. And as the electronics industry pushes and creates more demand, more amperage, more things like that, there's a gap between what's actually being put out there from the manufacturer. And so there's a niche, there's a need that someone specializes in electronics. We're all fishermen. We fish professionally. Every single one of us fish to some manner. So we understand the fishermen, but we also are very skilled. My partner, Scott Palmer, is actually an engineer. So everything we do is engineer backed, and we're also backed by, you know, being able to field test things. And that's usually what I'm doing, is I'm out there breaking things and Scott's behind the scenes fixing things. And so we know exactly how to take on a customer when they have a need of any kind. And I think everybody knows that when you're spending the kind of money that we're spending on boats and equipment, you know, everybody wants it to work. You don't want to break down in the Forest Wood Cup like I did because it wasn't installed right. And so we bring that same passion to each and every one of our customers for any of your electronics needs. We ship nationwide, we have financing, and we also have the best installation in the business. No shortcuts, it's done right or it's not done at all. So you can find us at thebasstank.com. You can call us, 918-509-7864. You can find us on all social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube.
Welcome back to Oklahoma's Sheldon Collings. We'd like to thank the Bass Tank for supporting the league. All of our sponsors make this possible here. We've certainly seen some electronics experts today. We've seen some shallow water dock catches, lots of things going on out there on the Tennessee River, which is I will say very Tennessee River typical. There's such a great fish population on most of these lakes. There's lots of patterns available to our anglers. The overwhelming pattern this week, though, is there's no pattern.
Now, it's a wild week for sure. Like you said, there's a lot going on. You got the transition going on, post-spawn, everybody's moving out. Well, you think they're going out, then you got guys like Ryan Satterfield that, like we told you, is kind of out. He's on that shallow 2 to 3 foot
offshore grass
flat.
But
and it's
Bradley
weird saying grass at Watts Bar still.
That's right.
It's still
Back up underneath there.
And Bradley Hallman mentioned earlier, though, he does have a 1-2 punch. He slid out deep yesterday afternoon. I think he weighed a couple fish from that. Yeah, so he's not just living and dying in the grass. But he did a lot of work in the grass early yesterday morning, then was able to cull up on day one, late offshore, and you know, off to a better start today than how he even finished the day yesterday, right? So estimated 14, 15 pounds.
Absolutely.
So can he cull up later offshore? Will he stay in the grass with the weather? Be interesting to see what Satterfield does. Sheldon started the day in second place. Sheldon has slipped to 6th unofficially. Got the morning started off with a 4-pounder, but fairly slow since
sitting
then.
12th in that progressive AOI leaderboard.
Having kind of a typical Sheldon year, consistent.
No doubt.
From Sheldon, we're going to go over to Kentucky. Sean Murphy, who's sitting out in the outer depths of Watts Bar, certainly mining the deep water for all it's worth. Told us last night that he did not catch a bass shallower than 28 to 30 feet yesterday. Not the case today so far. We saw him go to the bank for a little bit to try to get his wheels back on the track, catch one keeper spotted bass.
On a spinner
So
bait.
he's back out to this deep stump row that we saw him start on, where he did his damage yesterday.
Go. Looks like it might be a decent one. In the boat.
Good fish.
That'll help. That's a keeper. In the box. You know, sometimes when you see guys fishing offshore, you think about schools, think about getting them fired up. This is not that type of situation as far as getting them fired up, how you hear that term thrown around.
No, just from, I mean, and even
It's
if
also
it's
not a school, are they schooled
right,
up
but
out
even
there?
sometimes when it's a little small wolf pack, 2, 3, 4, when you catch one, it can fire them up. But Sean was saying earlier, there's not a big school in this spot. He's looking at them on live, and there's just 3 or 4 fish sitting above this stump. Now I think when he catches one like that, there's probably some others that move up there, you know. But in talking to some of our local guys coming into the tournament, it seems, and I don't have a ton of experience on Watts Bar. I've fished it, a couple times. Certainly one of my lakes I fished the least on the entire Tennessee River chain, but Tennessee River is notorious for these big schools, starting at Chickamauga, the next lake down, Gunnersville, Nickajack. They do get out like that, Pickwick, Wheeler. We see these large schools. Watts Bar, talking to the locals, not something they see a lot, these huge schools of 20, 30, 40, 50, even to 100 bass that you see on a lot of the ledge lakes that Tennessee River's known for. That was kind of a, talking to several locals when we were down at Watts Bar, that was something that I just kept getting from a lot of them is, man, you just don't see those big schools here. Even when the fishing's on fire, you don't necessarily see that. Which I found interesting just because it's kind of a typical Tennessee River thing for me. You would just assume that they would pile up. And there's probably some locals listening to us say that right now. They're like, yeah, keep thinking that. You know what I mean?
Know that.
There are probably exceptions to the rule on this lake for the most part.
There he is.
Sean Murphy. Big Papa Pump doing work. Another solid one from Sean. Sean's sitting in 5th place in the Progressive Angler of the Year coming into this event. Certainly building his case to be in the lead leaving Watts Bar. Fish
took it deep.
You see him there, cut the line instead of trying to get that hook out. And that's as deep as his fish.
Look, fish, stop it, be quiet. He is doing it. He is doing it, ladies and gentlemen. The Mountain Dew trick. It works. Something about the citric acid. And you hear different reasons from different people. Take a swig, man. Take a swig. But something about the citric. You can use, you've heard stories about Sprite, heard stories about Mountain Dew especially, but something about the citric acid in there does something too, or that little gill or whatever may be nicked, that kind of cauterizes or blood clots.
Wow.
Back in the day and during the Civil War, they would use sugar. I swear, man, it was a thing they would use. Sugar would help wounds from bleeding. It's a wild thing, but there is logic behind what Sean Murphy did. Some of y'all probably, why'd you throw a shoulder in that fish's mouth? I don't understand that. There's a purpose for it, Bobby. Don't panic. He probably just saved that fish's life. So, sit back and have a swig.
These guys take great care of their fish, and Sean Murphy was an example of that right there for sure. And something I want to point out there is, as deep as that fish had that worm, obviously he had the bait, but when you're fishing this deep, and there's that much distance between your rod tip and that worm on the bottom, sometimes you lose contact. And that fish probably had that bait a little longer than Sean even realized. It happens all the time when you're dragging something slow, especially way out there.
Yeah, I need y'all to stay tuned for more Civil War facts as well.
Fish gods are talking, so I think we'll stay right in here all day. Surely grind up more.
From Sean Murphy over getting a little boat-to-boat action. Bradley Hallman.
Got the thriller, Siller.
Unofficially in 11th place right now, making a little climb today.
Little Florida boy.
Hey boys, can y'all hear me?
Bradley Hallman checking in.
Hear him.
Duncan.
We can hear you, Bradley.
I got you. Hallman. Breaker break. Hey, break. It's a fat cat in the Big Mac attack.
This is Siller. I just got done visiting with Siller, and Scott's got a 4-pounder in the boat, and he's got a 411.
Ooh.
He's got 4 fish in the boat with 1 biggin. And he said he's just been bouncing around from like 3 or 4 different spots. And he said a couple of spots are a little tough to get on from time to time just because of boats. So same thing that we run into a lot on TVA. It's amazing how these little hoods of a car in the middle of the lake can become so popular. But he's got a good start to the morning. We're coming up on the midday. He's got a long afternoon in front of him. He's got a big fish in the boat. He's already got 4, trying to climb into the top 10 there. And he's sitting out here amongst some of the other guys. It's amazing. I'm sitting out here on a ledge right now with Scott, and I can see within sight of me 2 other guys that are also right here in the top 10. So,
in the top 10.
And these guys aren't sitting right on top of each other. They're all scattered out about 150 yards apiece, but they are close. So we'll let you guys get back to yip-yapping and talking, but that's what we got to report here on the water.
Thank you, Bradley Hallman.
Well, Bradley Hallman bringing us the goods. Not gonna lie, man, I'm tickled. It's been looming over us all day, that weather, but it seems like the guys they're gonna get close to a full day. They might get the whole day in. I thought stuff would just hold off. It's funny. It's funny how you have a lake this big and a spot the size of the hood of a truck can hold the fish. It's wild how that works, man. It really is. And then what's even crazier is a guy finding it. You know what I mean? It's wild.
Today's electronics certainly help, but it's still a needle in a haystack.
For sure. And like you said, too, just because you find it doesn't mean you're going to catch them.
Michael Brewer alluded to that last night, talking to him that the spot he found was about that size. He's like, it's no bigger than a car hood. And he said, when I get bit, it's over 4 pounds.
Wow.
He said, I got 1 bite on it in practice, and he weighed it. It was like a 5.5. Started on it yesterday, caught a 4 and a 5 off of it. Started on it this morning, I'm assuming, just based off our conversation. We haven't seen Michael today. But his first fish he registered this morning was 1 over 5. I got to think it's the same. But he said, I don't get a lot of bites, but when I get bit, he said, for some reason, there's something they like about that spot. And a lot of Tennessee River lakes are known for that, man. It's the spot on the spot. You know what I mean? Like this here, where Scott's at, offshore river ledge looking situation, but one cast. It's got to be the right angle.
Hallman said that there are more boats there around Silver too. But it's funny how you do. It's true too. That spot within a spot.
And I've been the guy with the other guys around him, wishing they could throw on that spot. And I've been the guy that's watched the guy that just got the right cast, got the right little part of the school fired up when you can't even get them to bite anything. It's really incredible how it works. A lot of folks at home watch some of the ledge fishing beatdowns. It looks like you just go out there, you graph them, you find them. It's just there's so much more to it than that. Magic can certainly happen. Luis Fernandez found some of that yesterday. So we talk about a lot of the things that happen on the Tennessee River, and it happens to be one of my home bodies of water. And everywhere we go, we have somebody that has a home lake advantage. And we were able to catch up with one of our anglers in the field, millionaire Bass Pro, Forest Wood Cup champion Brad Knight, who calls Watts Bar home. Before the tournament, we caught up with him. Let's take a look at Brad Knight and a little bit of his story.
So back in the day, this place used to have grass, and I can remember being a kid, like we built a sand beach right here. It used to be an old cement walkway right here. I can remember being a kid and like seeing like milfoil wash up, and you'd just run, you'd be out here swimming and be like, oh my God, it's seaweed. I call it seaweed.
Here at the National Professional Fishing League, we get to see some amazing venues as we travel around the country for 6 different tournaments. And at every one of those tournaments, when we show up, there's always an angler or two in our field that have a home lake advantage or have history with that body of water. This week is no different, but a little more special as East Tennessee's Brad Knight got his start to his $1 million bass fishing career right here.
I'd cast out like this one would have a hot dog on it, this one would have chicken liver, this would have some Walmart catfish
And you
bait.
keep up with it.
Oh yeah, yeah. And then I'd tie all the rods to the dock post and like go up there at the cabin and try to sleep at night and be thinking at night, that was the big thing. I was gonna catch a giant catfish and what bait it was gonna be on, and never had any kind of bass fishing for a living or being any kind. It was just, dude, you fish because you loved it. And that's, every time I come here, you just get overwhelmed with that. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. My summers were spent right here. Not in the grass, not playing video games, not football games with the neighborhood kids right here. It isn't a big cove, but to a 7-year-old little boy, it was the Gulf of Mexico, man. This was a huge thing.
And that's what you were saying, pulling in, like this might as well have just been the lake to you.
That's
because
right.
you were, so many of us started fishing on the bank, but you said you'd get out there in a raft and float around. And
I can remember standing on the dock and seeing all the boats idling out and taking off. And the most vivid memory to me was fiberglass and glitter and seeing the shine, the sparkle, and the flake. I remember being a kid, I'd love to have a big sparkly bass boat.
Did you ever think as a kid sitting here that you would feed your family with the earnings you would win with a rod and reel like that? $1 million bass fishing.
And the thing is, and the cool part is that was never anything other than passion for just, I fished because I loved it. It wasn't tournament jerseys and rat boats and $100,000 paydays back then. It was just, I just wanted to catch a fish, man. It started the passion that I have, and for my whole immediate family, it's all been impacted by bass fishing, and everything kind of stemmed from right here. This was the foundation of it all. A kid with a floater catching bluegill off a dock, man. It's amazing and humble beginnings, and not just from fishing, but some of my fondest family memories. I look back up, I can see my grandparents pulling in there. Yeah, man, it's just emotion. Special place.
We appreciate you sharing it with us, buddy. It's awesome to get to experience it with you, man. Brad Knight.
Dude, I see you tearing up.
Speaking from experience, Brad's a guy I've known a long time, and that was man, it was tough. And you could feel the emotion when we pulled up in the boat. Tanner Lyons, shout out to Tanner, doing a great job on that piece. But and thanks to Brad for truly sharing that story. Brad told me about that in practice. He said, man, and I've known Brad a lot of years, and he said, I actually grew up fishing on a cottage on this lake. I said, can we see it? Because yeah, there are guys. Derek Blake lives on the lake. Brian Hatfield lives on the lake. But Brad, this was his great uncle's cottage, and they would spend the summers there. And really cool story he got to tell me. So we were fortunate to get to see it.
Yeah, we really, truly were fortunate. We need more of that in the bass fishing world. Just
no doubt about it. But the coolest thing, Brad, he shared some of his practice day with us, and certainly he was one of the favorites coming in. And yesterday struggled. It just did not have the day he wanted to have. He's very disappointed last night, weighed in 9 pounds. He was in around 30th place, so not out of it, not out of check range by any means, in the check cut.
And that goes into, hey man, we're full field all 3 days.
Without a doubt. But he was very disappointed that he in his words last night, that he blew it. He said, I don't feel like I can come back and win just because it's so stingy, right? Like he doesn't feel like he can go catch 18 to 20 pounds 2 days in a row or 15 plus, But certainly knows the lake. He gave us a lot of knowledge coming in, and we thank Brad Knight for that.
Some fish.
Amazing stuff.
We still got one in the box. I think they moved a little bit on us. There's a bunch of fish right here. We just moved probably about 30 yards down from where we were, and If they quit getting hung up, we might be able to catch something. I've seen a whole bunch of them down here. It's about that time that I pulled in here yesterday, so hopefully they fire. That they have not done yet today. Catch one here, one there, but nothing like yesterday. So we're gonna keep doing the casting and dragging. Hopefully it pans out.
We've said it a lot today, but a lot of Dale's damage came between 12 and 2:30, 12:30 and 2:30, what he said earlier this morning.
Very slow day.
You wonder, does it start to get in your head? He's not even to his bite window that he had yesterday, but if that bite window doesn't show up and you've said it is high risk, high reward.
Like you say, he's been on there since first thing this morning. That's part of his game. And one of the hard things about sticking to your plan is sticking to your plan.
Yes, for sure.
Doesn't seem like they want to bite anything I'm throwing.
While Dale's begging those fish to bite out there, we're going to check in with our sponsors, make this all possible. We'll see you back on the other side for more live action from stop number 3 in the National Professional Fishing League, Watts Bar Lake.
So, you're looking to buy fishing electronics, huh? Are you also looking for true experts to help guide you through it? Well, at the Bass Tank, you've come to the right place. We are live forward-facing sonar pioneers with thousands of hours spent learning, through winning trophies, cashing checks, and just having fun. Whatever brand you need, we have it. We offer free shipping, and we have 2 financing options available. Our experts are here to help you. Call us today or visit thebasstank.com.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store. Because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know. Plus hard to find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
I'm Doug Chapin, and this is how I fish fully loaded.
Guide Batteries have been supporting the fishing industry for 42 years. The future of fishing is lithium batteries. Pro Guide Batteries has joined the lithium world. Get all-day reliability with lithium Pro Guide batteries. Check them out at ProGuideBatteries.com.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
The bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here. Super fun beach day, everybody.
Welcome back to Watts Bar Lake, Spring City, Tennessee. Ohio's Dale Prinke started the day in 5th. A lot slower day so far, but if you're just joining us, he did most of his damage starting around that 12 o'clock hour yesterday when he just pulled up on this spot. But today he elected to start here to make sure he got on it. This is where all of his weight came from, and he has camped out right here. Really a different look than most of our guys. Everybody's kind of running and gunning. You know, we've seen Patrick Walters moving and shaking, covering a lot of water from brush piles to shallow points to offshore ledges. We've seen Sean Murphy go to the bank, go back out, go to the bank, go back out. We've seen him do that. We've seen Sheldon covering a ton of water, different docks, different points and bars. We've seen that with Pug, but Dale's really, and Dale out of our 5 guys recovered is certainly having the slowest day, but he is camped out. And you know, you can armchair quarterback it all you want, but with the conditions, it's like, are these deep fish? Have they repositioned? What's going on? And he's still seeing them because we hear him mention that a lot.
Well, it's come out of your mouth several times, and it's just what it is about TVA: timing. And I think what's given Dale Prinke confidence is yesterday when I spoke to him, he said he pulled up at 12 because that's when he could finally get on that spot. Somebody else was on it. He said he pulled up, he had other boats around him more than what you see now, and he said that he was the only one catching fish, especially keepers. He said because he was doing something different. The other guys were doing the shaky head and the drop shotting. He was Carolina rigging the lizard. He said it really didn't matter which color, cotton candy, green pumpkin, chartreuse tail, but dragging that lizard. He felt that gave him an advantage over the other guys fishing in his area. It was just that different profile and going old school with that Carolina rig. And too late now, man. You pushed all your chips in to stay there, and now your window is starting at 12. You're there. If you leave there, you'll never forgive yourself.
12 o'clock, he said he checks in at 3. He's got almost, coming up on 12 o'clock.
And it looks like that weather is kind of stalled a little bit, so I keep saying that, but man, and we know as fishermen, that forecast, it can be something else sometimes.
Well, and the weatherman lies.
Especially when you pattern your fishing around what the weather forecast is.
Absolutely. From Dale Prinke, we're going to check back in with Kentucky's Sean Murphy, who got on a little bit of a flurry before our last break. Fishing out deep.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
That's a big one. If that's a bass.
It's got him stood up.
That's got to be something else.
No telling what's in here. We talked about it earlier.
Could be James Watson.
Could be James Watson. He is worldwide.
Definitely not a bass. Gotta be a big catfish. Big drum. Holy smoke.
What is it?
What's he got?
Sturgeon.
Spoonbill. Huh?
Spoonbill.
What? It's the first one of those on NPFL Live. We need a
I
little.
don't know nothing about them things.
I do know they've been catching them this time of year because Milton Hill Bill, old Billy Davis, he's a tour. He's a guide. And he's been doing guides on these. I didn't realize they were in Watts Bar like this until I saw him doing guided trips on them. Look at that. Daggone shark.
Sean just one-handing it too. I like that.
Look at that thing. Come on. What?
Oh, that's a fish there, boy.
What?
The first one of these giants.
Toodles. She gone. That was wild, dude.
Well, it's been a slow day, but I'll be honest.
Did you know they were in here?
Whew.
Let's be honest.
There are a few on the Tennessee River. I mean, yeah, the entire chain. There are a few, but I've never. Yeah, I did know that. Yeah, they catch them. Do you know what they? Do you know what they get from those? What's a big resource from spoonbill? Fun fact trivia time.
Man, let's jump to fun facts of Luke Duncan coming at you.
Caller number 5.
I have no idea what they would get out
Caviar.
of Caviar. Ah, interesting.
Caviar.
Like sturgeon.
Caviar. Spoonbill. Caviar.
Good dog.
Hope that's
that
right.
Looks like a daggone big one,
I don't
whatever
know if
that
it is.
is.
First time I ever heard that.
You didn't even know what that was. Come on. I'm going to Google it.
Right, please.
I do think they get caviar from them.
What kind of fish was that?
I think it's a spoonbill.
Paddlefish.
Paddlefish.
Spoonbill.
They catching what? It's big in Oklahoma, isn't it?
Big one.
Thing looked like James Watson, big mouth.
Whole lot better looking too.
From Murphy's National Geographic.
Yes,
there.
yes.
Back over to our day one leader, Patrick Walters.
Just in time.
And my timing is impeccable, as always. Walters hooked up live. Watts Bar.
Yep.
Oh boy.
That's not good for anybody else. There he is.
About time, though, I gotta tell you.
Get mad at him.
That don't fucking make you mad.
Yeah.
No caviar with that one. He might be able to afford some caviar after he wins that 50 grand if he keeps catching them like that.
Maniac Point, current facing. Finally started running some ledges. Need 2 more like that. He domed it too, how he's supposed to.
What'd you pitch to him?
Fish hole football jig in there.
Deep?
Yeah, it's probably, shouldn't have been 12 casting out, probably 18.
So there we heard him mention the current starting to pick up a little bit, that afternoon offshore bite.
Looking at him in a second. I want to pan back in there and see where the cast is at. I think right in the sweet spot of him though. That's why it took a second. He bit it like, I drug it on the bottom one time and it went. They were down there looking at it.
Now we said yesterday he had a 6-pounder that was a difference maker. That's a difference maker today.
Oh my goodness.
He already
yes.
had 3 solid fish in the boat that we've seen so far.
Eat it, big girl. Eat it.
I'm gonna call that one a 4 and a half,
Super interesting.
maybe bigger, but
It's healthy.
trouble.
Yes. Yeah.
Trouble is what it is.
Yes.
Because if you're just joining us, Patrick had a 2-pound lead coming in. He caught a 6-pounder yesterday. Off to a little bit slower start today, and now as we get in this afternoon hours, he's got a late day. We heard him. He went out almost at the bottom of the pack today. So a lot of time left in Patrick's day to get it done on Watts Bar.
Pulled it out of his mouth. Typically, if you do that though, we'll get them fired up.
Patrick's feeling it right now too. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Like he's in
He
the
knows.
zone.
He's been here
knows.
before.
And
He
he's watching these
understands.
fish on. He's so good with live. Going to reapply some of that bait fuel we keep hearing everybody talk about.
All right. If he
It's a
catches, if he
scent.
catches a fish this cast, I'm buying a case or another case.
We saw it earlier. We saw it earlier.
Yeah, it's wild, man.
There's a good bit down there.
I bet you if you wanted something, you might be able to go to fishermancentral.com and get some. If not, I bet you they have it in there. You guys in that Akron, Ohio, or up there? Oh, up there around that Catawba, Port Clinton area, stop in the
He
Fisherman
did get a
Central.
bite immediately, by the way.
I know he did, so I guess I'll be ordering another case.
Patrick, not exactly one rod Todd.
No, and we've seen that today, man. He'll sit there in one spot, make 2 casts, bend over, pick up another rod, 2
right.
casts, and he'll go through 4 or 5 different baits and then roll out.
Somewhere. It's in my jacket pocket.
Quite a few you're marking.
Yeah, there's a couple. There's a good bit down there, but they were sitting right when we pulled up. They were on the dot. That really should have been a little rough patch of bottom.
Patrick will talk to you. He'll tell you what he's doing, but he's not going to tell you anything you don't want to tell you. You understand what I'm saying? Some guys just open up. Nah. Patrick, nah. I'll tell you what I want to
He's a pro.
Oh, he's a pro.
He's a pro.
Absolutely.
He can tell you a lot and not tell you anything.
That's right.
Like so many
Absolutely. Just
dominant anglers do.
Just talk around it.
Scoot on yourself real quick. I just want to grab a claw.
Patrick's going to change it up a little bit. Get his rain gear on, I believe. Rain coming in.
He's searching
We're
for
going to
snacks.
check out some. Oh no, I think maybe a little secret bait right there. I don't know. Jacket pocket.
After the little white bass and the little bass bite it a couple times, they just kind of slice those pinchers a little bit too much. And it doesn't have the same action. A couple of them fish, I think they're finding it on the fall. And that's why I want to keep it
meticulous.
Very much so. Patrick's going to re-rig, doctor that jig back up, and we're going to check out some highlights from Watts Bar so far today as we enter this 12 o'clock hour. Stay on there. Stay on there.
Pug's been having a good day, man. He put on a show for us, man.
Pug's having a strong day.
Yes,
Gonna be
he
in the
is.
mix for sure going
That's a
into
smallmouth. Ain't
finale Friday. I'm calling
There it is. I like it.
Found it.
Yes.
This tournament Wednesday, Thursday, Friday instead of our typical Thursday, Friday, Saturday with the Showdown Saturday Championship tomorrow. Finale Friday for the $50,000 with Shield. Pug's going to be in the mix.
I can't get the info.
This is a cool deal, man. Caught 2 off of that right there. Little boy on the pontoon.
Swimming a jig, working some brush piles. And
this was a cool
Sean
fish
Murphy out there deep sea fishing a little
Yeah,
bit today. Deeper than anybody in our field that we've talked to. Sean catching these bass on about 30 feet of water. Way down there on a big worm and a jig. Definitely going to be in the mix as well. And then the man that just out here shooting his shot, Patrick Walters.
Oh my God,
Some good fortune there this morning. One of his first keepers in the boat. And we just saw him live just a few minutes ago catch a 4-pounder and 4+ pounder, I would say. You know, we just got a decent look at it there, but a 6-pounder yesterday to vault him to almost 17 pounds. And now he had 3 that we were calling 6 to 7 pounds. That's going to get him around that 12-pound mark. We gotta think. And
yeah.
That's the mark he thought in his head he was going to
He
need.
included you into that when you talked to him yesterday. So he's
on pace.
Yeah, man. He knows what he's doing.
He is certainly on pace.
He's a major threat.
And no surprise,
No.
right? I mean, he's a fantastic angler. Never been to Watts Bar, though. Talking to him last night, he's like, never seen this place until I got here for practice. He left an event, a Bassmaster event at Lake Fork, came straight here. He's got another event next week. So somebody that just stays on the water, man, he's dialed in, and it's been fun watching him so far this morning.
Man.
But Pug, I think Pug's going to have something to say about it.
Absolutely. It's fun, too, because he's getting in his zone. You know, you shake that bad juju you had, you get that healthy head space, you get on a roll, man, and that's where he's at now. It's cool seeing him, man, because he is very fun to watch on camera, and the guy can catch. We saw him ding a couple of those pontoons, but his skipping skills are strong, and that really plays a role into the fish in his live well right now.
No doubt about it. Yeah, without his casting skills, he doesn't have the limit that he's got right now. And there's definitely been a lot of shakeups on that unofficial leaderboard. We're having to poke and prod some of these guys to get some weights, but I think we're going to get a look right now at the Beat Down Mounts Way Live unofficial leaderboard. Of course, everything will become officially official, the most official, when Big Al brings the boom this afternoon, starting at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time there in Spring City, Tennessee. But Ryan Satterfield still on top unofficially, but I'm going to say Patrick Walters with that last one. It's probably going to be more the Patrick Walters show right now, I would think, over Ryan Satterfield if we add in that last fish. Just to be fair, just to be fair. But Patrick Walters, second place, Pug Clements, and Pug's going to be right there in that mix too. Not sure how accurate his weight is right now either, but he's got a pretty good bag of fish working.
We talked about the reason Patrick is where he is because he got that 6-pounder yesterday, and there's nothing saying one of our other guys.
Absolutely. Pug's 1 4-pound bite away from really making it interesting going into that finale Friday. Paul Browning in the mix in that top 5. Sean Murphy holding steady in the top 5 as well. Another top 5 in our Progressive Angler of the Year as well.
That's right.
So every point is crucial going into that next event and then the last 2 of the season, and we're going to hand out that Golden Shield. So super exciting to watch. Mark Schilling's made the biggest jump of the day so far.
Absolutely, man. Like I said, it's a guy we talked about a lot last year, and it's good to see him back in the top 10 this year making his move, and hopefully he can capitalize on that momentum and stay where he is because we know that guy can catch him.
Oh, we
all
watched
different
it
ways.
at all 6 events last year, and really it's just the first 2. He's just been quiet. We haven't seen much of him, but it's certainly getting back to that Mark Schilling form that we're used to here in the league. Eddie Carper, Matt Massey, Sheldon Collings, and Michael Brewer started the day in 10th, and he's right there. He got off to a fast start this morning on our unofficial leaderboard, but seems to be a little bit slower afternoon for Michael so far.
That's the way it seems, but you also kind of led into the area he's fishing to where it's quality over quantity.
For sure. Yeah, he did not get a lot of bites yesterday. When he got bit, it was a good fish, and he's really only got 2 spots that he's utilizing from what he told me last night. So I still think he'll be around and in the mix once the day's over, going into day 3 for sure.
We'll see. It's hard. It's tough, man. Like you say, when you're chasing, when you're head hunting, it's tough. But
and we've seen that with Prinke, right?
That's never been here.
That's a name that you think Prinke. We haven't seen his name in that unofficial leaderboard all day, unfortunately, and he's camping. And I feel like Brewer may be camping too. So the guys running around are the ones kind of shaking it up so far.
That's right.
With the exception of Satterfield. I will say that. He did most of his damage on 1 spot this morning. But Patrick Walters, not letting any moss grow between his foot and the hot foot today. Pug moving and shaking, Sheldon moving and shaking. Lots of moving and shaking going on out there. And it's all made possible by companies that take care of our anglers. And we are very fortunate at the league to be supported by companies like Power Pole from down in Tampa, Florida, shallow water anchors, the best shallow water anchor out there, but they send a service crew to all the NPFL events. And you were able to catch up with a service crew legend and veteran, David Happy Williams, during practice.
Absolutely amazing. I had no idea, but it's the reputation that man has is stellar. And Power Pole, too, the reputation they have and their equipment has is stellar. And we don't pay them to come follow us around. Like, they are there, not necessarily, I'm going to be honest. Yeah, they support NPFL, but they're there supporting the anglers that support them.
Without a doubt.
A lot of these guys are putting the money out of their own pocket to put those power poles on the back of those boats. And it's not that the power poles are awesome, phenomenal. Our guys are hard on stuff. Anglers are hard on stuff.
Absolutely, stuff happens.
Stuff happens, and they come around and make sure that our guys stay on the water, and that's what it's all about.
No doubt about it. Let's check in with the big cat. A little, I'll call it investigative journalism. You did Fit Cat with David Happy Williams.
The NPFL is very fortunate to have the support of Power Pole.
These anglers are out here, they're fishing for a living and they are hard on their equipment, and the equipment that Power Pole puts out is top notch, but our guys really put it to the test. Issues can happen, things can arise, come out of the moment. You can have brand new equipment, something can go wrong, or here's the deal, your equipment may be working perfectly and you just don't know how to use it. Thankfully, we have the Power Pole support team back here at the ramp to get these guys back on the water.
My name is David White. I work for JL Marine, the makers of Power Pole and the Charge System. I've worked in the marine industry for 23 years. I got everything in here from knuckles to tubing, shrouds. I'll go to around 28 tournaments a year. My favorite part of the job is traveling, getting to see new places, and all the good food.
Well, what's that over there? You got a little stash over there, huh? On that downtime, Happy's over there flipping and pitching, getting Big Belly Kelly out of the cove.
I worked for a cheese plant for 28 years. And I mean, it was a good job, it paid well, but you're working in a factory more or less. And I fished, I was eat up with fishing, and so I went to tournaments and fished all the time. And then I heard about this job opening up, and I applied and I got it. So I mean, man, I got to go hang out with the pros, On our trailer, we have everything we need to fix the chargers and the Power Pole. I've got every part that there is.
You got everything in here to get them boys back on the water, and that's what's important, right?
Yep, everything we need. I enjoy coming to these. Everybody's really friendly and meeting new people. I really like that.
Happy, I want to say appreciate you on behalf of NPFL. Power Pole has been awesome to us. We truly appreciate the support that Power Pole gives us, and I know I do, but the anglers more so, because yourself, like you say, these guys come in, you work on it, you get them back out, everybody's happy.
David Happy White. That's a good name for him. I've known him many years, and he is always happy. I mean, he's just positive, upbeat, and just a great human being. We're lucky to have him out here.
He told a great story. I know we're back on live.
Back on Pug Clements here.
I mean, they're really good fish.
Real quick story. He said not too many people can share this experience. With him being in the business, he knows a lot of the big names. He said I had Kevin Van Dam ask me if I could go fishing with him.
Courteous to my needs at the moment.
No one has ever probably turned Kevin Van Dam down. He said, but I had to turn Kevin Van Dam down because the day he wanted me to go fishing with him, I was already scheduled to go fishing with Rick Klum. What? Like what? Crazy story, but Happy, a special guy, and appreciate his support. And
worked for years for Nitro Boats, Bass Pro Shops, and
let's talk about what we're looking at right now, Luke.
A little brush pile action, a little Garmin live scope.
No, they're swimming back up. There's something about it, they just ain't digging.
We saw Pug do some damage with live scope last year at a couple different events. He certainly is confident in it, knows how to use it.
Yeah. We are on junk fishing process number 4. Brush pile.
Moving and shaking though, that's why we're saying versatility.
We've done seawalls, and now
choose to call it being versatile, not junk.
we are live scooping brush piles. But I am hung, and I mean big old deep brush piles. And I'm not proud of what I'm about to do.
Oh boy.
Oh no.
But I'm gonna put a drop shot in there. I mean, it is what it is.
We saw Pug with the drop shot at Pickwick
throw what you gotta throw, you know what I mean?
I'm gonna break out the old.
But he's one of those Southern boys, Carolina boys. They don't want to be seen with a fairy wand, do they?
They will if it gets them $50,000. All that talk goes away most of the time when you're holding a cardboard check. Anybody home's like, I wouldn't throw a spinner rod. You would for 50.
No doubt.
You would for 50 grand, trust
and if
me.
not, you're probably gonna get your feelings hurt.
That's right.
Brandon Polnick's picture on the back. Egg zone. Look at there. Deception worm. I feel like that's a trick worm, but I like it. I like the deception worm. I'm about to deceive me a 5-pounder in the bottom of something, I hope.
There you go.
I've only caught 2 fish out of these piles, but every one I've caught's been over 3 pounds out of these particular ones. They're literally in a ditch. It's not on a point, they're not on anything. They're just in this little ditch. I'm sure some crappie fisherman loaded them up out here and is gonna greatly appreciate what I'm doing right now on live. Look at him swarming that drop shot. Did you see that?
They did go to get him a closer peek at it, that was for sure. There's a few around it for sure.
It takes a while to learn what you're looking at with those. You don't just get to plug them in and go fishing and know what you're looking at. You got to figure it out.
It takes time.
Absolutely.
It certainly takes time.
It's
See,
amazing
there's
to
several, and he mentioned other piles. So when he pans that live scope just away from the pile he's mainly looking at, there's more right past
Some of those are crappy, but them ones in the bottom down there are bass.
Somebody did load that little ditch up a little bit.
It's amazing to see the evolution from a flasher to this.
Drop shot, though. There we go. He's going down with it. Come on,
Yep.
Blue.
He's
Come on,
chasing
come
it.
on, come on, come on. Do it. God, just do it. You know you want to. Jeez, man.
Fish did just followed it all the way down.
Ridiculous.
Our life was so much more peaceful before we could see them ignoring us all the time.
I lose friends.
Like, it's one thing to
It used
not
be
get a
stressful
bite.
during bed fishing season. You get
Yeah, that's
stressed
right.
out looking at them.
Well, you can stress out not getting a bite, but now you get to see that they're there, and it makes you
don't bite
even
my
madder.
cricket. I don't like it.
We're gonna leave Pug with it and hope he can figure out a way to trick one of those
It's just like a wall of brush out here, cane and you name it.
brush pile bass into biting. And we're gonna check in with our sponsors here at the NPFL that make it all possible for us here on live, and we'll catch you on the other side for more live action.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store. Because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know. Plus hard to find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
So if you don't know about me, I was in the military for quite a while, and in that process I picked up the habit of chewing tobacco. I came across this stuff last year, midsummer, and started using it, and now I don't even use tobacco at all. If you don't know about Fully Loaded Chew, it's a non-tobacco product that contains nicotine. Fully Loaded Chew offers a variety of nicotine strengths. They have Fully Loaded, which is full nicotine, Half Cocked, which is half strength, and zero nicotine options for you. So if you're looking to completely kick the habit, they have something that's going to fit you. They have a variety of flavors. So if you're used to chewing a certain thing, they have something that's going to fit what you're used to also. To sign up for their monthly subscription service or to get your hands on any Fully Loaded Chew product, head to fullyloadedchew.com and grab some.
Guide Batteries has been supporting the fishing industry for 42 years. The future of fishing is lithium batteries. Pro Guide Batteries has joined the lithium world. Get all-day reliability with lithium Pro Guide batteries. Check them out at ProGuideBatteries.com.
Are you looking to install your own fishing electronics? Well, the Bass Tank is here to help you. The solution is the Bass Tank Power Harness. It takes the guesswork out of installation. No more voltage issues or interference. Designed by an engineer so that you can get professional results right there in your own garage. Installation done right with the help of the Bass Tank Power Harness. You can feel confident knowing that your installation was done right. The Bass Tank Power Harness. Give us a call or order yours today at thebasstank.com.
That's okay. Thanks, little buddy.
Back live with Pug Clements. Unofficially third place.
Maybe that'll fire them up or something. Get them going. Let's get going. They're probably trying to figure out what happened to their son. Mama's worried to death. She's going to eat whatever comes by her. Interrogate that worm. Yeah, that was a fish when I said, I know it for sure. I know it without a doubt. Don't know what happened after I said, but it was a fish when I pulled back. Golly bum.
Wind's starting to pick up a little bit for sure.
Absolutely.
It was a fish when I leaned back.
Like, you know, we talked at the open of the show about this weather, and it really hasn't hit
In the middle of that
like we
crap.
thought yet, but it's coming. I really do think it's coming. Now, whether it'll come during the broadcast, before weigh-in, but like back to the west of here, you know, that's where I'm from. Just a few, man, they're getting hammered. Especially just, you know, not necessarily storms, but just rain. It's a huge rain event. It's going to be interesting to see if it does make its way to Watts Bar.
The old Mickey Mouse pole. Okay. I told you it was a fish when I sat back.
Uh-oh.
Nope, I broke the limb. Look at her.
Fat Cat Newton, hot mess of the day right there.
I don't know, man. I just had the limb. Hey. Well, we can probably leave these now. I don't think anything else is going to bite. I don't think. I have shaken their home to the core. I want to catch one so bad right now. So bad.
I just checked that radar, man, and it looks like the bad stuff isn't coming in till around 3 or so the way it looks, but you know how that can change, especially around the TVA. But these guys, they might get back to the ramp dry today. At least the first flight.
They're still in it. For some reason, they're still hanging out in it.
Pug hooked up?
Yeah, let's go. I'm not gonna do this. Jeez. I'm gonna make Mom proud. All right, let's go.
I'll make me some
I ain't gonna do
Little
that.
feller.
I'll see y'all later. That got out of control fast.
Again, the fat cat doing hot mess of the day,
That's it,
right?
man. I'll take it.
I'm putting this up.
He's my
That's
spirit
okay.
animal.
It's probably what bit me a minute ago down there. That's going back where it came from.
Banishing it to the back of the boat.
I told you, you catch 100 fish a day on that thing. But darn, dude.
That's the guys we're talking about, catching 30, 40 a day.
It'll catch a good one too, but I ain't got time for that.
I was going to make a move, and we're going to make a move as well. Back over to Kentucky, Sean Murphy.
Huh? Still? Oh, geez. Okay.
Sean unofficially in our top 5.
Hey, Sean, we're live. How about an update?
Well, I just idled over a little school. Looks like there's about 5 or 6 of them. If I can get the boat positioned, I think we catch one of these. Did have a little excitement a while ago. Caught probably the biggest fish I ever caught out of a freshwater lake. A big spoonbill, I guess. And I broke a good one off right before that. So we're around some fish. I think they're going to start biting. We need to do some upgrading for sure. I don't know if Luke's still on there or not, but I never did get my package, Luke.
What's he talking about?
So, quick story. Last night, I was doing my homework, you know, something you may not know anything about. I don't know, Fat Cat. I like to interview the anglers and find out about.
I was not a homework kind of guy. Still ain't.
I was talking to Sean, and he said, man, I might not have my jersey on tomorrow because I didn't make it here in time. He said, my wife overnighted my jersey to me, and the shipping company, UPS, whoever it is, they're holding me up. It's been supposed to be here for 2 days. And he said his wife was sending him something special in there as well. Surprise. And I had to break it to him that it showed up here in Wisconsin at the hotel. It made no sense to me. It made no sense to me. Yeah, I didn't understand, but I apologize to Sean for that. So sorry, Murphy, for your jersey. I won't tell you what the surprise was.
The last guy I want to make mad now.
Exactly. He's in Tennessee. I'm in Wisconsin.
True story.
The only reason I'm saying that. He told me that story and goes, I'm going to regret that tomorrow on live. And I said, you might, buddy. I've been knowing Sean for a few years. Sean, a veteran on the FLW Tour.
And he's fishing the way he likes to fish.
Absolutely. Well, you know, he's another one of those versatile guys, but he fishes Lake Cumberland a lot. He fishes Kentucky Lake. He can certainly ledge fish. We saw it at Pickwick, seen it several times in his career, but he's also a guy that, I mean, he's not bashful to go to the bank, pick up a jig and a spinnerbait. He likes to do that too.
Well, we just saw it an hour ago.
Yeah,
that's right.
You know, kind of got his day kickstarted a little bit when he was struggling. He caught it was a small keeper, but he got him going over on the bank, and then he kind of got his head right, I think, and he got back out here where he's done his damage. But yeah, he really can mix it up. He's a versatile guy. Can also sling those weights around. We talked about that last year.
Swole Patrol, son.
He's a big boy. That's Sean Murphy. From Murphy, we're going to jump back out. I believe we're going to get back in touch with Mr. Hallman himself, Bradley Hallman, out on the water.
Yeah, coming to you live from the hills of Tennessee and Watts Bar Lake. the beautiful hills of East Tennessee. We're sitting right here with Mark Schilling. He's sitting here on a place called Thief Neck Island, not to be confused with Redneck Island.
That's where Watson lives.
Yeah. I told them they do a lot of. They actually do. They do a lot of hunting here on Thief Neck in the fall, but they don't hunt deer. They hunt thieves. But hooked up here. Mark has just pulled up here. He made a long run, and he's already working on a pretty good bag. And Mark he ran all the way up here to Thief Neck Island and made a little stop here on the outside. And first cast, caught a very nice coal fish. So he's moving right on up. He said that he did what a lot of us do. He purchased a lot of crankbaits and deep diving stuff, and now he is here at the tournament on Watts Bar, where he purchased all the equipment for, and he is throwing a drop shot and a Cinco. So, sound familiar?
Sounds very familiar. We all make those big Fisherman Central orders before events, and we end up with a lot of boxes full of tackle when we go back home most of the time.
That's a true story.
And use what we already had most of the time.
Well, luckily for Mark, he lives down there in Texas, and they got a lot of big bass on Conroe where he lives, so he can sling those things down there and catch some there. But for his time being here on Watts Bar, he has chosen the drop shot and the Cinco. So he's got a cool little rig that he's throwing on the Ned. If he continues to catch them, I'll have to get into it with you, get some more details from him. But he's got this little Ned rig worked up where it's a weedless little structure, so he can put it down into brush piles. And he's really just kind of hopping around. He's really focusing on some brush piles and some different things. But he is out here on the main river and on the main lake. So he's really excited about today. He said that he feels very blessed and fortunate with the practice that he had to be having the day that he's having today. And I think we're gonna hear that as a theme amongst a lot of people other than Patrick, the coach Walters. You know, he just keeps catching big ones, but. Yeah, it seems to be a lot of guys are just having to scramble around and, figure it out on the fly.
Mark is definitely one of our grinders. He's one of the guys that seems to be able to scratch it out. And like I say, I'm shocked we're just now seeing Mark in the top 10 this season. I'm surprised we haven't seen him earlier just because he's that kind of angler. Always finds his way in that mix. And like you talked about, his versatility, thought he was going to do one thing, that didn't work out. So now, like you said, he's drop shotting and Cincoing it up out there.
Bradley, what weight unofficially, what's he estimating? I mean, we're seeing him on the Way Live tracker, but what have you asked him what he thinks he has?
Yes, I have. He thinks that he is somewhere between 12 and 13, and that was before he caught this fish right here. So
okay.
Now he didn't just catch a 5-pounder or anything, but it could probably still push him up around that 13 or maybe just a little bit north.
Okay. Which is on pace, right? I mean, he had 11-15 yesterday, I believe.
Oh, he's definitely way above that pace. So I do expect to see him make a stronger move on up there to the top 10.
What's the vibe of the weather out there, Bradley? Is the hair starting to stand up on you? We got lightning moving in. Is it pretty safe out there? What's your vibe?
Right now, man, we're just rolling. It's we got Smokies. We got smoke in the mountains, which we're in the Smoky Mountains. I can't see the big ones, and it's a little hazy. But right now, we have no rain, a light breeze. The wind's kind of laid down, which led us right up here to Thief Neck Island with Mark, and dude, it's really not bad. But what we do know is that at 2 o'clock, Hades is coming. we were just discussing, me and the cameraman and everybody. We were like, all right, what time are we getting off the water today? So we may go in just a little bit early, so we don't.
Come on, man. Come on, you're seasoned. You're used to that stuff, man. Come on.
We got 4 of us in one little 19-foot boat, and we're having a lot of fun, and it's a great party, and I've got pizza in here and everything, but yeah, I don't want to do it through 4-footers.
I heard that, my friend. Well,
Bradley, one quick question. Do you know if wombats can handle water? That's an important question that we have. Can wombats handle water?
I don't know, but the one that we call Wombat, with that big camera and that big strapped-on thing that he's got, I mean, dude, he would sink straight to the bottom.
So we need to get him off the water before it gets dicey. I get what you're saying. You boys be safe out there. It looks like Schilling's going to make a move. We appreciate all the hard work. Y'all definitely stay safe, stay dry. And we're going to head back over to day 1 leader, Patrick Walters, who's been catching them up and unofficially, I believe, sitting on top of that Way Live leaderboard on day 2. South Carolina's Patrick Walters.
Good stuff from our boy Bradley Hallman. Awesome having him with us this week, man. We miss our boy worldwide, old James Watson. We're fortunate enough to have someone fill his shoes. Old Bradley Hallman, man, doing a great job out there for us. No surprise to that. Like I said, a lot of background out here in Watts Bar. Grew up, man, in Tennessee.
Went to
right
high
here.
school in Harriman, Tennessee.
Yeah.
It's been a slow morning, but I'm not surprised. I mean, I was expecting it to be slow. You don't ever want it to be slow, but I mean, that's just how it goes sometimes. We just caught us one good one a second ago for number 4. We need to catch us one more good one. We got some culling to do. We got 3 in there that are not big. If we could get some 3-pounders in there, we'd have another good day. And that's what we need. We just slow and steady. We still have a lot of water. We haven't hit 20% of what I got. I mean, I've marked a lot of stuff. That's what I did for 3 days of practice was graph. The problem is it's time consuming to fish everything because the fish are there. You want to make it work. That's just why it takes so much time to fish all this stuff. Because you see them down there and you know it's like, hey, well, they're right there. Let me just get them a bite real quick.
Man, that is so telling right there of that electronics live scope game. He said he hasn't hit but 20% of his spots, but it's so time consuming having that many places because all of them, when you see those fish, you don't want to leave. That's what he's saying. If it does, it becomes personal, and you're like, well, they're right there. Why would I leave?
They're not real active.
Tricky.
I don't know why. I mean, it could be this front. I mean, somebody's catching them right now. I can promise you. Somebody always is. But the fish I'm fishing for, they're just not firing on all cylinders right now. Good gosh, this stuff right there. I mean, we've been having to work pretty hard for them all day on every spot.
Patrick got a 2-pound lead coming into today.
I'm sure one ate my worm on the way down.
Sitting on 4 fish right now.
Maybe he didn't.
Was able to catch a good fish, 4+ pounder, just a little earlier. And he's got a long day. I believe he checks in at 4:30. It's our last flight.
Ooh, is that a wind knot?
You hear it?
How many fish do you have? What do you think you have for weight?
I'm not even sure. I sandbag anyway, so I'd probably say 8 pounds.
There we go.
For how many fish?
5.
He does have 5.
That's 5.
And they weigh more than 8.
Oh, yeah. And he's, like you say, he's a sandbagger. He's not afraid to say it. We already knew that.
Oh God.
Here we go.
They were going for it.
Sandbagging son of a gun.
Coach Walters, as Bradley likes to call him, because he wears those softball coaching shorts.
No doubt. He's got them high on the hips too, boy.
Just pause it, and they didn't want nothing to do with it.
It's kind of like a modern day Tommy Biffle, right? Love the knees, showing a little bit of that sweet meat. I mean, when you're built like that, why not? It's a stallion.
I believe the kids call that thirst trapping. That's what I think they call that on social media.
Yeah. Yep.
We're utilizing that here at NPFL Live.
Hashtag thirst trap.
Most likely.
You haven't checked.
No, yeah, I have not checked. Okay, good. A little more fast. I'm gonna just throw that football jig down there, and then we're gonna run over there.
He's always talking that next move for sure. And we covered him at Hartwell And then, of course, we got to see Patrick on other live coverage, you know, with Bassmaster over the years, and the Opens and the Elite Series. And he is, man, he's
calculated.
Always thinking ahead.
Well, and we've seen it today with just the attention to detail with the lures. And it's not just the profile, it's the color.
The rods you have on the deck.
The logic behind it. Everything has a reason for Patrick Walters.
Probably 16, 8 and 8 on each side. I've had a lot more and I've had a lot less.
Wow.
We've seen Patrick with several different baits to trick the few that he's caught into biting out here. We've seen him look at a lot of them, though. He's gotten excited plenty of times, but they just won't fire for him.
And we've seen that for so many guys, too.
Patrick, you said you haven't got to the honey hole, have you?
No, we have not got to where we got the big one yesterday. We're just kind of taking our time, fishing everything, you know, trying to be thorough. You don't want to pass them. I mean, you might go to an area and get them fired up, and then somebody comes in 5 minutes behind you, rails them. So we're just being thorough, taking our time. It's hard to take your time when the bite's this tough, though. You want to be in a rush. I know I do. I'm getting super impatient right now. But I just know they're down there. It's the problem. I'm looking at them. It's just, man, it's hard to get them fired up when they're not ready to roll.
And I think on places like this, especially with the brush piles, you know, and that's not exclusively what he's doing. He's fishing rocks, he's fishing ledges, offshore humps, several different things. But I think sun would not hurt these guys at all. I mean, I really, that does make this bite better, puts the fish closer to that cover. But, you know, the crazy thing is tomorrow, really not going to get any more sun. I mean, there's a 60% chance of rain tomorrow and clouds again.
Is it primarily bush piles out here?
More wind tomorrow?
No, it's a main point, and there's just a little bit of brush out here. Not much. It's like, it's old and deteriorated. I mean, it's literally like a stick. I mean, it's not even the size of this hatch right here. Just small. Let's do it. If I keep throwing at that next piece of cover or that next fish, you'll never leave the spot. You got to go to fish that are willing to bite.
Wise words from
Let's do it.
Coach Walters. And as he leaves, we're going to head on out to some commercials. And we'll see you guys on the other side for more live action from Watts Bar Lake as we head into our final hour here. Stop number 3, day 2, live coverage.
So, you're looking to buy fishing electronics, huh? Are you also looking for true experts to help guide you through it? Well, at the Bass Tank, you've come to the right place. We are live forward-facing sonar pioneers with thousands of hours spent learning through winning trophies, cashing checks, and just having fun. Whatever brand you need, we have it. We offer free shipping, and we have 2 financing options available. Our experts are here to help you. Call us today or visit thebasstank.com.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store. Because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know. Plus hard to find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use it. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
I'm Doug Chapin, and this is how I fish fully loaded.
Guide batteries have been supporting the fishing industry for 42 years. The future of fishing is lithium batteries. Pro Guide Batteries has joined the lithium world. Get all-day reliability with lithium Pro Guide batteries. Check them out at ProGuideBatteries.com.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here. Super fun beach day, everybody.
Welcome back. Watts Bar Lake, beautiful Spring City, Ray County, Tennessee. Dale Prinke on a spot he's been sitting on all day. He's been marinating, laid up in the cut, just waiting for that bite to turn on. This is where he caught his limit yesterday. Pulled up there around 12:30 yesterday and was able to put him in the boat. This morning he had an early flight, so he shot out and he's been sitting there all day just waiting for that window to open back up right after lunchtime. It's a grind fishing like that. He knows it. And he's been talking today like he's been trying to talk himself into staying there, because I'm sure sitting in the same spot all day long, he's ready to make a move. But as soon as you make that move, Bobby pulls in there and puts 5 in the boat. So Dale's gonna stick to his plan and make it happen. On Mr. Ohio himself. Been dragging that Carolina rig. Old school, man, dragging that lizard.
Yeah.
Give me a little update on what's going on.
Oh, we're still struggling. Keep moving around. Caught a couple shorts. Oh, thinking about making a move, but
come on, man.
Can't do it. They fire here, we'll be good, but we're running out of time. So we're just gonna keep chucking away. There. chucking and dragging. They're here, we can still see them on active target, but for some reason they don't want to play nice today.
You know, we've talked about Dale camping out. Jake Schultz right over his shoulders camped out with him. They've been bassing buddies all day long today.
All mental.
And it's so frustrating. We've mentioned it 100 times today. I feel like, but when you're looking at the screen and you see what's there.
I made that mistake at Hartwell.
And you know what happened
Went
yesterday.
against my gut and didn't do well. So this time my gut's telling me to stay, so we're either going to catch them or we're going to go in with one. Hopefully we catch them.
How many anglers can relate to that, though, about going with your gut and then you go against what you planned on doing and it bites you in the butt? But sometimes you do that and it works out. It's a roll of the dice sometimes.
Yeah, in that same situation, though, we watched Pug today, who is fished truly by the seat of his pants, making adjustments based on what he wants to do, what he's confident in, what he likes to do all over the country and in his home, and it's working out for him.
Well, we saw Hartwell last tournament. Hartwell with Drew 6. His last day, he fished all new water, won the tournament on all new water. It's just one of those things. And with that being said, he had 400 waypoints marked and still went away from that the final day and ended up winning.
Gotta love TVA lakes.
Uh-oh. Easy, bud.
Got to love them.
Prinke has had a tough day out there on the water. We always enjoy catching up with him, though. He has such a unique story. And there was a piece, he finished top 10 last year at the Harris Chain. There was a piece that we ran, and you and I were talking this morning to the Fix production team. We're like, man, we want to show that again because it's just such an amazing story. So let's check out a little bit of Dale Prinke's history right here as he does battle out on the bar.
Enjoy.
My dad got me into fishing. I started when I was high school. It's just relaxing. Just you, the boat, the water, you're all by yourself. Diagnosed with rhabdomyosarcoma, which is a type of tissue cancer. And there was a lot of hospital stays, get checked up all the time. I have been 99% cancer free, but could always come back whenever. Taken the opportunity to go ahead and start fishing, and it's just something that clears the head, gets me to stop thinking about it. I actually will take people out on the boat and show them how much fun it can be. They seem to love it. It's just time on the water. It's been a rough road, but we're getting there. Because once I get out there on the boat, I don't think about nothing but fishing. It's better than anything in the world.
Good stuff,
My God.
Prinke.
My guy.
Sitting 22nd in that progressive angler of the year so far, and got off to a solid start yesterday. Been a lot slower for him today, unfortunately, but as you can see from that piece, Prinke catches them. Like
Yes,
he catches
does.
them.
Dude, I'm telling you this. I first met Dale when I was hanging out up there at Fisherman Central in the Akron, Ohio area, and he's one of the guys. Let's be honest. We don't judge a book by its cover, because when he has the reputation up there as one of the sticks, you see a little fella up there, and you're talking, and then everybody walks around. It's me. I'm wall-to-wall, treetop tall. He can outfish a lot of the guys up there.
Well, and it is that like he doesn't go around. It's not
stupid right there.
No, I'm saying he's not self-promoting. He's not. You know what I mean?
He's very humble, man. He's humble. He's good. He'll fool you with how good he is, because he doesn't self-boast. He doesn't talk about himself. He just takes your
Very
money.
unassuming.
That's what he does. He wins. Awesome person, man. I'm lucky to call him a friend.
Had a chance to win Harris Chain last year, man. He came out swinging down there. He loves to fish grass. That was something that we got to know. You know, a lot of the lakes in Ohio, he fishes shallow vegetation. Yeah, he really enjoys that. So to see him mixing it up out here, deep Tennessee River ledge style, hopefully he can put it together. And still, look, we're headed into 1 o'clock. He checks in at 3. He did all of his damage in 2 hours yesterday. Of course, it does get in the back of your mind, but he could still catch a bag if these fish decide to fire.
Absolutely. Well, dude, he's showing you right now he has the right mindset. He knew going into this that spot he probably wouldn't produce until after that lunchtime window. So he went here expecting not to catch a fish. That's tough.
And unfortunately, the offshore bite today, at least from the guys that we are covering, has been stingy. I mean, Patrick Walters is, you know, fishing multiple spots, and he's got 5 keepers to show for it. 1 good fish. Sean Murphy's caught a few out deep, but it's not great today. And I think that's largely because of the conditions.
The boy's got a hook set on him too. He would definitely put the dynamite on him.
And we'll say his commitment to that, because he's not getting a lot of bites either. I mean, yesterday when he pulled in, it was fast and furious. He caught his weight pretty quick from what he said, even though the bite window seemed to last 2 hours from talking to Dale. But today, man, just slow, and he stuck with it.
He's been talking here though recently. He's been debating on whether to do or not.
The wheels are. I mean,
exactly.
The wheels started turning a long time ago.
So he starts self-doubting and thinking about everything else, and
they were probably turning before he ever started on it this morning, right? Because he didn't start on it yesterday.
Right.
Got there late because there were other boats around. Both he and Jake Schultz have both just sat here today and just it's been painfully slow. Nope. Jake was 44th yesterday, so just outside of check range. Tough day as well. From Prinke, we're going to get a look at some of the highlights from out there on Watts Bar today. tough day on the Tennessee River for most of our anglers. Battling some crazy weather and changing fishing conditions. Sean Murphy with the highlight of the day, really the
that
big
was awesome, dude.
spoonbill paddle fish there.
I heard they have great caviar. Patrick Walters, there you go. He's been putting on a show.
That's what we want, baby.
He got serious on us earlier.
Well, this was one of those that you want in the bag when you get to the drive-through weigh-in with Big Al McCullough. It's going to start at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time there at Spring City, Tennessee. You can catch all of that at tnpfl.com. You're going to want to make sure you watch because all of our weights are super unofficial, and most of the guys are super unofficial. We can't even, stress how unofficial our weights are sometimes. But Patrick Walters, a little shot right there with that last one you just saw across the bow of all the other competitors.
Yeah, but you also heard a little something in his tone too, as far as I think he thought he'd be further along than what he actually is.
Oh, for sure. But he said after that one that he hasn't even gone to the places that he did the most damage yesterday because he caught them yesterday afternoon. So I think a lot of good things still to come potentially for Patrick Walters this afternoon.
I'll be honest. He sounded aggravated. He's seeing the fish, they won't bite. Simple as that. He's
Very
around the fish, they
frustrated.
won't bite. Like, come on, Bobby, chew. But it's not happening.
And it's the same. We've been there with Dale today.
Absolutely.
And he's looking at them. He won't leave. Sean Murphy, oh man, well there's 5 or 6 right here. I just can't make a bite. We've heard that like a broken record all day long, and they're just being stingy out there on Watts Park.
That's being around you and listening to you talk. It sounds like that's how TVA rolls, right? It's all about a current thing, or there's a window, like there's a dinner
You get
bell.
windows every day, and a lot of times this time of year it is in the afternoon most of the time. I think the clouds are hurting the guys more than anything today, and they're just, those fish are super suspended and swimming around where they're not locked into that cover, and they're in a funky mood, let's be honest.
And no signs of those clouds letting up today especially, and then tomorrow it looks like it might be similar conditions.
10 to 15 mile an hour wind tomorrow as well, but the standings are shaking up today, and they're going to shake up even more going into that finale Friday. Let's take a look at the unofficial leaderboard presented by Beatdown Mounts. Going to get a look at it right now. And man, the story today has been the battle between Ryan Satterfield and Patrick Walters. We still think Patrick may be unofficially, slid up there. He hasn't entered all of his weight. He guessed he had 5 for 8 pounds.
He is a self-proclaimed sandbagger.
He said it.
Liar.
He said it.
He did.
Coach Walters said it, not us. But Ryan Satterfield, the young angler, off to a great start in this event going into that final day. He's going to have himself in position for sure. Unofficially, we estimate he had close to 15 pounds this morning. It's going to be interesting to see what they weigh when they get to Big Al McCullough this afternoon. Pug Clements still hanging in that top 5, just like he started the day and doing it his way.
Absolutely, man. Fun to watch, too. It's been fun. It's always fun to see him on camera and to see him get back on the roll. To see him smile again and actually capitalize on those fish catches. And what he did around that marina earlier, good stuff.
It's fun
I
to
loved
watch.
every bit of it. Absolutely.
Fun to watch, and he was certainly in his element. That's what he likes to do, and you could tell that confidence was
Having that little
overflowing
bit of
for
audience
Pug.
right there watching him, I think actually helped, man. He's all about that life.
No doubt about it.
He's a character.
Without a doubt. Eddie Carper came into this event 7th in Progressive Angler of the Year. We've covered him at every event, I feel like, ever
No doubt.
on the NPFL.
No doubt.
We always talk about Eddie, but in the top 5 unofficially, Paul Browning, the Arkansas angler who started the day in the top 10 as well. Sean Murphy, Michael Brewer, Derek Blake, a local, making a little bit of a charge there.
We would have seen him yesterday. He would probably be on camera today if not for bad luck yesterday, correct?
Yeah, I have a GoPro clip on my phone that Derek sent me last night. He may or may not have tried to swing about a 5-pounder in that hit the console, went back in the drink. Had that not happened, we would definitely be covering Derek. But Derek's backyard is Watts Bar. He lives on this body of water, another one of those home lake advantage guys for sure. And he'll be around. Going into that finale Friday, he'll have something to say. I'll promise you before the week is out.
He's always got something to say.
He's
We'll see how
always
his fishing goes.
This is true. Derek Blake, the Tennessee angler. Mark Schilling, and rounding out the top 10, Matt Massey. I mean, any surprises that Derek jumped up there at all to you?
No, not at all. No. he's that guy. Derek is consistent. He's the one. He's a well-polished angler. He seems to, from my point of view, seem to be more of a power fisherman. But he's a well-rounded angler that knows how to play the game. He knows about the point game, how to be conservative, how to swing for fences, how to capitalize on momentum. Like Derek Blake, to see him pick home a shield will be no surprise to anybody. That's
Not at all,
familiar with how
especially
he
on his
fishes.
home lake. He was super consistent last year. He was one of our most consistent
Absolutely.
anglers all year long in the AOY standings, and so not a surprise at all to see him there. And talking to guys like Brad Knight coming in, he said, "Oh, it would be no surprise to me for Derek to pull this off. He fishes Watts Bar all the time, fishes a lot of the Wildcat events, BFLs, lots of things, and he's had a lot of success here on Watts Bar." But we're going to get back out on the lake now to one of our anglers that kind of slipped out of that top 10 a little bit. Oklahoma's Sheldon Collings.
Familiar sight, Sheldon, fishing around some shallow docks. He said he tried that stuff out deep,
go somewhere
practice. He said the quality was better the more shallow he went.
He slipped just unofficially right outside of our top 10. But he doesn't always update his way live out for us like we
And we give those guys a hard time. We understand why.
They're busy,
we love
man.
giving them a hard
Yeah.
time, but
Sheldon's going to make a move, and we're going to move back over to the Paddlefish King.
that's right.
Kentucky's Sean Murphy. Working on his commercial fishing license.
Hey, Sean, we're live. How about an update?
Well, we just made a pretty long run to try to catch some fish shallow. Some shallow grass back in this pocket. Try to switch it up a little bit and practice a little bit for tomorrow, you know. I haven't got what I want yet out deep, and it just seemed like the bite was too sporadic, so want to make a little move, try a little something different, maybe get some little momentum going into tomorrow. They have a bunch of tournaments out right here, they keep this place right here stocked pretty good. I think they have a tournament out here about every day.
And that's TVA in general, right? Y'all boys down here fish.
Yeah, the entire chain, but East Tennessee. This ramp in particular right here that does it. There's a lot of
and they'll do night tournaments and all kind of stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
You ever fish one of those?
Oh yeah, they're fun, man. Those little wildcatters. Some of them are 6 to 10 p.m., 6 to 12. Sometimes
Really?
we go. I grew up fishing down on Wilson Lake on the Tennessee River. We would have one on Saturday nights. It was 7 p.m. to 3 a.m.
Oh wow!
Yeah, it's a good time,
We
man.
got one on the Potomac out of Hope Springs Marina. Wednesday nights, some boys will launch around 5 and check in back around 9. That's about as crazy as we get. We're trying to get back before the sun goes down.
Pretty sure this ramp right here was named after Wesley Strader.
He can catch a few checks out of that ramp, you reckon?
He has indeed. So is Derek Blake. So is Brad Knight. Heard Sean say he made a long run, and this area he's in it's a considerable way up the river. He's been fishing down near the Watts Bar Dam primarily, and I'd say this is 25 mile run from where Sean's been fishing. So
Which is kind of risky with these kind of conditions.
for sure, and we're going to get a update on those conditions. from Bradley Hallman right now, out on the water. He's going to let us know, if is it starting to get a little dicey. In our last hit with Bradley, he alluded to the fact that they may be fixing to sneak off the water and get in the truck, is what it sounded like. So let's check in with Oklahoma's Bradley Hallman.
All right, guys, live from Watts Bar, probably for the last time today with the radar and the weather that we've got coming in. These anglers are really going to be up against the wall for their last hour, 2 hours spent on what flight they're in. Some of these guys not weighing in until 4:30, maybe even 5. Man, it's really going to be a crapshoot as far as how the weather's going to treat them. But I don't think it's going to throw these guys any curveballs they're not used to. The fishing's kind of already been that way. I mean, it is just scattered and random. A lot of guys junk fishing. And I think that with this weather change, it's going to do the same thing to them. If they've been out on a ledge, they're probably going to have to get off the main river once this wind starts blowing. They're actually calling for wind to blow as high as 30 miles an hour. So that's some really serious stuff. And if it does, they're going to start looking at probably coming in a little bit sooner than what they were planning and, fishing some places that are a little bit sheltered and covered. Guys, don't forget, this thing's over at 2 o'clock. That's right, with live feed. But at 3 o'clock, we start the live weigh-in, and it rolls all through so you can catch up with all these guys. We can actually get their unofficial leaderboards that we've been following all day officially on the board, which is always a big part that excites me. That's what I like to see at the end of the day, where everybody stands. I know we've got some new guys going to come up, shake up the leaderboard here at the very end of the day. It happened yesterday. Talked to multiple guys that really caught most of their fish right at the end of the day and didn't have anything and had a really good bag at the end of the day, so it can happen for them again today. Guys, check us out at the weigh-in, and you guys back in studio. Appreciate y'all putting up with me for my very first time. Rookie Hallman on the water, reporting live from Watts Bar Lake. See you.
Give him the what is it? What kind of awards do we give in the outdoor industry? Give it to Bradley Hallman. I don't know.
He gets the Eskimo kiss. I owe him an Eskimo kiss.
Okay.
Dude,
he's going to want to avoid you the next time he sees you.
Like most people.
Bradley Hallman, man, thank you for getting out there, mixing it up.
Heat, dude.
Cameraman, Mr. Wombat himself out there doing work
Only
today.
thing would have been better if he was in a orange poncho with a jack-o'-lantern on the front of it, like worldwide last year or earlier, wherever we were. It's just burning my brain. It just stays in there.
That was quite the memory.
Yes.
Quite the NPFL live moment. We appreciate Bradley bringing us the goods, and he did. He moved to Oklahoma. He's an Oklahoma resident, but he grew up right here until graduated high school in this very area. Watts Bar is very special to him, so he was excited to get to do the coverage here on a lake that he spent a lot of time on as a young man.
And he's one of the good ones. That's a solid dude right there. Just like worldwide. We're lucky, man. I know we get sideways. We got a good group of people, a good core guys, and just good dudes. You're hard to deal with sometimes, but everybody else, man, is on point.
Everybody has their diva moments,
Yeah. Red carpet here, red carpet there, chocolate-covered strawberries.
Why is this coffee
Open
not
this
the
door.
exact
Yeah.
temperature I
Yes.
wanted it to be?
Where are the
Wait,
green
I don't drink
M&Ms?
coffee. Why did you bring me coffee? I said water. I'm in orange juice. That's what it's like dealing with you, I feel like. A little bit with people. I've seen your contract. I've seen it.
Written in crown.
A lot of whiteout on it, actually.
Gravy stains. All right, let's get back to fishing.
Sean Murphy doing most of his damage with the boat sitting in 40 to 50 feet of water, throwing into 30 yesterday and most of the day today, but made a long run here.
He's doing some different stuff, it looks like now.
And he's right. So where he's at, this creek right here.
I'm talking about all the bass released from these little jackpots.
Tons
and
of tournaments
firecrackers.
here, several nights a week. Most events go out of this ramp. A lot of grass in this area and a lot of bass. It's so interesting getting to be behind the scenes like this and getting to kind of be, we've got that Wizard of Oz view, right?
Oh,
like we get to see
man.
all of it. And Sean decided late in his day two to make a run to this creek. Man, it's where these fish are released, and I got to go there, and that's part of his game plan. Brad Knight started the event in this creek and never had a bite.
Have mercy.
And that was something we talked about last night. He's like, man, I went in there and I've never left there in a tournament in my life without a limit.
Wow.
And he said, I never had a bite. And it's just so crazy. And Sean could catch a 5-pounder, right?
Sure.
Yeah, that's just fishing. But it's so interesting, the mental, the how you structure your day. But Sean's like, hey, gotta pick this trolling motor up and run up here because this is a great area. And Brad started on it and that's a testament to how good this area is.
Oh, sure, right.
The local favorite started his event in here. But no dice for Brad yesterday in there, so maybe Sean will have better luck. But as he was talking about that, I thought, how interesting is it
really is.
The decisions that are made over the course of a 3-day event. While Sean tries to catch a kicker up shallow, we're going to check in with the commercials that our sponsors bring us here that make all of this possible here at the National Professional Fishing League. It's late in the day, Fat Cat. Sometimes I get just tickled, get to stumbling over. We'll see you guys on the other side for more live action from Watts Bar.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store. Because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know. Plus hard to find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
So if you don't know about me, I was in the military for quite a while, and in that process I picked up the habit of chewing tobacco. I came across this stuff last year, midsummer, and started using it, and now I don't even use tobacco at all. If you don't know about Fully Loaded Chew, it's a non-tobacco product that contains nicotine. Fully Loaded Chew offers a variety of nicotine strengths. They have Fully Loaded, which is full nicotine, Half Cocked, which is half strength, and zero nicotine options for you. So if you're looking to completely kick the habit, they have something that's going to fit you. They have a variety of flavors. So if you're used to chewing a certain thing, they have something that's going to fit what you're used to also. To sign up for their monthly subscription service or to get your hands on any Fully Loaded Chew product, head to fullyloadedchew.com and grab some.
Guide batteries have been supporting the fishing industry for 42 years. The future of fishing is lithium batteries. Pro Guide Batteries has joined the lithium world. Get all-day reliability with lithium Pro Guide batteries. Check them out at ProGuideBatteries.com.
Are you looking to install your own fishing electronics? Well, the Bass Tank is here to help you. The solution is the Bass Tank Power Harness. It takes the guesswork out of installation. No more voltage issues or interference. Designed by an engineer so that you can get professional results right there in your own garage. Installation done right with the help of the Bass Tank Power Harness. You can feel confident knowing that your installation was done right. The Bass Tank Power Harness. Give us a call or order yours today at thebasstank.com.
Welcome back to Watts Bar and Sean Murphy. That uninterrupted coverage brought to you by Fully Loaded. And Sean looked like he got a bite while we were gone there. Yeah, we got to see that during the uninterrupted coverage.
There's no way he got a bite here. Brad Knight didn't get a bite here. Why would he get a bite here? Walking that dog. I mean, he's walking it, son.
Bringing it. A lot of that coontail, milfoil mix, and it's, you know, this shallow flat right here comes up pretty close to the surface. You can call those bad boys up out of that thick grass or the walking bait. Just waiting on the cinder block to drop from the sky on that, aren't you? From Sean Murphy, we're
fishing. There's no other funner way to fish.
Oh no, topwater's the best thing in the world, man. Murphy's making friends.
All right, buddy, I'll do it. You gonna eat it? You gonna eat it? Yeah. All right.
Murphy's got fans everywhere he goes.
Ain't that right?
Paparazzi.
Little man will show him how to do it.
That's good stuff right there. You can go back and tell his buddies at school. Hey, I was on TV. While Murphy mingles with the locals, I'm going to check back in with Ohio's Dale Prinke. He's camped out with that Ohio contingency there. Jake Schultz. Dale Prinke.
Look a little different this time.
Looks a little different. See that on the main river. Hooked up, Dale Prinke. Started the day in 5th place and has
been camping out. He's been marinating. He's been marinating is what he's been doing. That's a good sign regardless whether it's short or not because he hadn't been catching them, period. Caught his limit on this spot yesterday. Got here around 12. Between 12:30 and 2:30, he put his limit in the boat, which put him out in day 2.
A little over 14 pounds, yeah.
Yeah, man.
Had a big smallmouth yesterday.
There you go. He's a little guy.
Number 2 for Prinke on the day. Long day.
Long day.
To me, it looked like it was good. I think so. It's like line burner, so like to me, I move his tail around, I got him to talk. I mean, worst case scenario, I have to ask for a courtesy bump. Yeah. Because he's like so borderline, but he's like, move his tail just a certain way it touches, so.
The way that wind's picking up, a little bit of current picks up, that could be what turns that bite on, right? Like we
Absolutely.
talked about that
Could
later
fire at
days
any
where
minute.
the bigger bites have been coming.
Why are you calling him? It's the second time
Tell
today.
him not to move. Don't move. Good fish are coming.
No, he ignored your call, thank goodness.
Rude.
From Dale Prinke, we're going to check back in with our leader, Patrick Walters.
Hey, we're still grinding away. We're fishing some brush for up lake a good ways. We're gonna fish probably about three more spots up here, and then I think we're gonna run down the lake and get on the ledges again. Brush bite's been a little slow today. We had a couple bites early in it, but it's just been too scattered almost. We should be getting bit at a lot more piles than this. Which that's why I'm gonna fish like 4 or 5 piles up here I hadn't fished yet. And then we're gonna bounce. Just giving it a try. I mean, all we need is a good bite to really have us keep us in good shape. And brush piles is just a good way of doing it. There's just a lot of big fish that get in them. No matter where you're at. Especially this time of year post-spawn. They want to head out to the ledges, but they're going to stop on brush, stumps, anything usually before they make their way all the way out.
It's a familiar scene with Patrick staring at his electronics, and we're fortunate enough to work with an expert electronics company here at the NPFL, our official electronic sponsor, the Bass Tank. I'm going to check in with what makes the Bass Tank tick with John Hookup Soakup.
Hey everyone, John Soakup, NPFL Pro and co-owner of the Bass Tank. The Bass Tank is an electronics accessory installation national shipping shop. We sell Garmin, Lowrance, Humminbird. We've been known for really focusing on the niche of the forward shooting sonar, like the live scopes, the active targets, and things of that nature. We've been able to take those skill sets and kind of put them on display with the NPFL, winning the first UFOLA event with live scope. You know, we've always been fishermen, but the creation of the Bass Tank actually came from a basic problem that I had. In 2018, I was at the Forest Wood Cup, and I actually broke down at the Forest Wood Cup because of improper installation, and it came from the manufacturer on down. And simply put, the industry as a whole has kind of accepted, you know, bad quality of installation when it comes to electronics. And as the electronics industry pushes and creates more demand, more amperage, more things like that, there's a gap between what's actually being put out there from the manufacturer. And so there's a niche, there's a need that someone specializes in electronics. We're all fishermen. We fish professionally. Every single one of us fish to some manner. So we understand the fisherman, but we also are very skilled. My partner, Scott Palmer, is actually an engineer. So everything we do is engineer backed, and we're also backed by, you know, being able to field test things. And that's usually what I'm doing is I'm out there breaking things and Scott's behind the scenes fixing things. And so we know exactly how to take on a customer when they have a need of any kind. And I think everybody knows that when you're spending the kind of money that we're spending on boats and equipment, you know, everybody wants it to work. You don't want to break down in the Forest Wood Cup like I did because it wasn't installed right. And so we bring that same passion to each and every one of our customers. For any of your electronics needs, we ship nationwide, we have financing, And we also have the best installation in the business. No shortcuts, it's done right or it's not done at all. So you can find us at thebasstank.com. You can call us, 918-509-7864. You can find us on all social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube.
Welcome back to Watts Bar. And back to Pug Clements out on the water. Officially our third place angler. Started the day there as well. Junk Fishing 101 as he has called it. We call it versatility.
His country is cornbread. Junk Fishing 101 is more his style. Us fancy folks. Like
yes, indeed.
Refer to it as versatility.
Fancy cat.
I'll take it.
Yep. It sticks. There, bud. Let those memes get to rolling.
We're good on all that noise.
Barely grazed it.
That's live action if I've ever seen it right there.
That's what I want to see. Kadoosh! I just want to see a big old hog head just.
Sean needs to be careful. He doesn't need to hook Pug with that spook.
Had me thinking for a second, bud. Had me thinking.
I did.
I was looking for Sean in Pug's frame. I'm like, what? Looks a little different.
Those dad jokes are free, ladies and gentlemen. They are
As
free.
they should be.
They are
free. Pay for that kind of stuff.
This is that late broadcast lull. Luke Duncan lull, we'll say.
Just can't get bit in them. I don't know. I had a couple bites in them, but it's just not the deal.
You know, Pug told me yesterday he was fishing some offshore brush piles, about 15 foot of water, with a green pumpkin or watermelon and green pumpkin beaver style bait. And we've seen him today pick up the drop shot, throw a little bit of drop shot. We've seen him throw top water. We've seen him throw a little bit of everything. He was over there throwing the swim jig around the marina. Definitely junk fishing 101 out of Pug today. Sheldon doing what he's been doing, running around. Dale Prinke ain't moved. He's been marinating all day.
All right, I can actually cast in it right here.
I can hear that wind.
Oh, yeah.
With Pug starting to blow up right up the gut.
Yeah, we've seen that with Dale and Pug here recently. It's coming. Sheldon's just riding around.
Struggling like a mother right now.
Listen, easy killer.
Wow.
It's a kid show.
It would help tremendously if the wind would stop blowing my bait that way.
That's what we touched on this morning. When you're sitting out here offshore, especially when you're trying to live scope a specific brush pile or rock pile, man, that wind is not your friend in that case.
Because
Makes it hard to
position is
cast.
everything, right?
It's everything.
We've talked about it. Some of these guys are fishing smaller brush piles or spots the big of a hood of a car. And we've all been that aggravated angler.
Right for this
You make that
pile,
cast and that wind catches it and
There we go. I got that sucker that time.
Prinke dealing with the wind, it looks like. Dealing with that backlash out of there.
I don't understand this, man. Like, they're just not eating out here. Like at all.
White bass.
Friggin' A.
Those white bass are just, you'll feel them, they'll just go tick. And you'll think it's a bite, and there's nothing there. Yeah, nothing there. That's gotta be the white bass. They're just pecking at it. Yeah. Yeah, and it'll feel like, it basically feels like a bass grabs the first initial thump of him grabbing it, and then he's got a hold of it, but
yeah, right there. They've been like that the past 2 days, yesterday and today. Pretty sure that's still Jake Scholes.
Definitely saving that $4 a gallon gas, right?
No doubt about that, my friend.
Low cost event.
Like Sean Murphy, he made a good
We're going to need charged in.
for sure.
Unless they got those pro guys. The official battery. National Professional Fishing.
There it is.
Sheldon made a move back to some more shallow docks. Man, he just, from what time we've been on him today, he hasn't swung a lot. Started the day with a bang with a 4-pounder. Really slow for Sheldon otherwise.
He's not alone with that though, right? It's been, well, and then here's the deal. We haven't seen a lot of those numbers. We were hearing about the 30 a day, 20 a day, 40 a day. It just hasn't been that kind of
I
tournament.
mean, Sean Murphy was a guy that, I've said it a few times today, but he put up numbers yesterday. I mean, he said he had over, in his guess, over 30 bites yesterday with several keepers. Patrick Walters told me he probably caught 25 or 30 yesterday, but only had about 6 keepers.
I ain't got that much
I'm getting
time
bit.
to
He's
spare.
not getting that,
Better
many
start
bites
biting
today.
again.
Dale hasn't got that many bites today.
No.
So out of the 5 guys we've covered today, Pug certainly has had the most number of bites. Wouldn't you say it's fair to say between his topwater deal?
Yeah, I'd say so. Sure.
Some short fish on a jig, some short fish flipping.
Yeah, I was thinking about, we've seen Patrick a lot make a lot of casts, but he's doing different things. But yeah, Pug's one, yes, I agree with you. Yeah, man, Pug's had a good day. He's been able to capitalize. He's had some unfortunate mishaps in the past, but today's been a good day for him.
Nope.
It's going to get a little rowdy right there. Where Dale's sitting, no doubt about that. And I mean, of course, it goes without saying we're covering our top 5 that started the day.
Chase this thing all the way back to the boat. They're eating it right there. I'm watching them.
This was our top 5 though, coming out of day 1 into day 2, and that's who we have cameras on. And we've seen guys like Ryan Satterfield.
Oh yeah.
Go to smashing them. Mark Schilling. There are guys in the field that are having great days.
Michael Brewer hasn't smashed. He's been around that quality.
No doubt about it. And so, from the quad box, we're going to check in with this guy, Coach Walters. He's leading the tournament. Caught the biggest bag day 1, 16 pounds, 14 ounces, and then had a fish over 6 pounds.
Stout. Like you said, it's not that it's a huge fish for this body of water, but it's definitely a huge fish for this tournament.
For this current time of year and all, yeah, absolutely.
Back to Dale. Dale's.
Oh no.
He just broke off. It's not a good feeling.
That one felt like a good one. Oh man. Why you gotta do me like that?
It's one of those things for Dale. Breaking off like that, you're sitting there all day, dragging on that rock, and you're not looking to retie. Then you finally get that good hit, and you're like, oh man.
Well, and that line can get scarred up any cast, even if you just retie. You know what I mean? That bottom is so.
You know more so than I do fishing the TVA in these rocky
and he's
conditions.
just, man, we've watched him all day pop his Carolina rig weight out of those rocks. It's really rough where he's at, but the most frustrating thing for me is if you break a Carolina rig off, having to retie.
Oh boy.
If it's
a 14-step process.
Yeah, if it's something I'm focusing on though, if Carolina rig is something I'm leaning on, I'm going to have a couple of them rigged up, All right, Pug's going to make a move, so we're going to jump back over to Patrick Walters.
Listen, let's be honest. It's that time of day, man. We're trying to go to this angler, that angler. These guys are
moving. Yeah, they're
absolutely, man.
This is high octane right here. This is wheels are turning.
And that sky's getting
Look at
darker
that,
and darker.
look at that move.
Yeah, he's agile like me.
Just like the fancy cat. Get your fancy cat t-shirt at tnpfl.com/store.
Nope.
You sure?
I'm good on the fancy cat stuff.
Okay.
Which is
Probably
not good. Me
won't
saying
bring
that
it up
me
70
saying
more
exactly. Yeah. Me saying I don't like fancy cat means that's what I'm going to hear. I'm going to hear
You're the
fancy
fancy cat.
I got one brush foul. 350 feet on the end of this point. There's a big bar comes out right here. Channel kind of swings, heads back around. So we got one more brush pile right here in front of us. We're gonna check it, see if we can get bit. Then we're gonna bounce up, hit this big point. We kind of lost out of groove for a second. We just gotta find us a little deal, something we can run with.
Got a lake checkup, so you got a lot of time.
Yeah, it allows me to kind of fish a little more freer today and kind of sample some water and see what's going to be good, what's not going to be good. What am I going to fish more tomorrow? You know, you just kind of get a taste of the lake. That's what I like. 197 feet. Straight ahead, 169.
See, he's down there boop, boop, beat pooping. A lot of people wouldn't even know what they were doing. Punching those buttons, getting their fine tuned. I have no idea what he just did. Was he changing the...
I think he hit Control Alt Delete.
There we go.
Pretty sure.
Up, up, down, down, left, right, select start, AB or whatever.
Well, you got to be happy with the day so far.
Somewhat, not really. You know, we got one good bite. I'm really happy with that bite. We got some work to do. We got to cull out some fish. I want to make 3 culls by the end of the day. Whether we got to go hit some different stuff, some docks. I still got a bunch of docks I hadn't fished, a bunch of stumps down lake. You know, we might have to just run different water. But there's my bait. Okay, good. Oh, this is gonna be perfect. How did he not come out of there? Must have missed the pile.
Saying active target is your friend.
Yeah, this is the live scope, and yeah, it's definitely my friend. I mean, forward-facing sonar in general, I mean, it's your eyes underwater. Allows you to see what are you casting at, how are the fish reacting. I mean, shows you literally everything. But it can also be the death of you. You can get sucked into it, fishing a spot, like, man, I see the fish, and you keep staying there and you stay there, instead of when you should just pick up and just go fishing and find the biting fish. It is a double-edged sword, that's for sure. Get over that branch.
I think these guys might get a full day without getting wet.
Maybe the later flight guys might.
Yeah,
maybe.
true story. Maybe.
It's definitely coming. Looking at the radar, you had it pulled up on one of our last breaks.
2:30. It's about to get nasty. I don't want to say nasty, but weather's moving in. Imagine this. Can you believe this? He's going to make a move.
Yeah, imagine
Shocker.
that. Imagine that. Patrick Walters on the move. Patrick's going to get on down the lake to yet another spot, something we've seen him do so much. And we'd like to welcome you back for the last time today to the NPFL studios. And thank each and every one of you for tuning in today and hanging with us. But Fat Cat, I mean, Patrick Walters, obviously an excellent angler. You know, one of the guys in the field that you would pick to win any tournament,
Absolutely.
right? But
sure.
Struggling today, even though he's still up top, it's a struggle for him, and you can see that mentally it's frustrating him a little bit.
Absolutely, and we've seen it in a lot of the other guys, but with him, you don't really see that side of Patrick often. It seems like the frustration's coming out because you see the fish, you're around the fish, you just can't get the fish to engage. Man, especially because you're in the lead, and that's it's always great to be in the lead, but you know everybody's just knocking on your back door. And when you feel yourself slipping, you get in your own head. And you know the potential out there because you did it the day before, like Patrick. So, man. And
you always want to think, even though you're having a tough day, that everybody else is catching them. But overall today, at least from the guys we're covering, it's been hard out there. You know, Pug put up some good numbers, but overall, very stingy on Watts Bar. And just looking at our Way Live unofficial leaderboard throughout the day down in the field, it's been tough on most of our guys.
Oh, definitely has been tough. And like I said, we've talked about it, not to be redundant, but that's what I do. I just say the same thing over and over and over.
Hey, we got 7 hours.
Yeah, exactly. We got to fill it with something, dude. So why not fill it with nonsense? But what I'm getting at is, we heard coming into this, man, guys were catching numbers, just catching quantity, not quality. Man, it's just tough fishing, bottom line. Now, the front coming in, are we fishing? Pre-front, post-front, are we fishing? The weather's so wild, like it's between the weather going on and just that time of the year with the transition, post-spawn, fish moving deep, and then with the whole grass effect on Watts Bar, that being new too, it's a lot going on.
And a lot of the guys we've watched today haven't taken advantage of that grass, but then we've got Ryan Satterfield, who's unofficially been in the lead most of the day and battling out with Patty Walt, who was in our top 10 yesterday as well. All grass this morning so far. You know, he told us he was mixing in a 1-2 punch. Bradley Hallman got that out of him, that he did have some deep fish he caught yesterday afternoon, but man, he had unofficially right around 14, 15 pounds this morning off of one grass patch without lifting those power poles. So the grass is certainly playing more than our 5 guys on camera have shown today.
Absolutely. Meticulous. That's what Hallman was saying about Satterfield. Said he was just sitting there in the same spot, pulled down, and just hitting every piece, fan casting, not moving around. And that's how he kept putting quality in the boat, just in that one little grass flat in the back of that creek.
No doubt about it. I think we're going to take a look at our unofficial leaderboard. Of course, everything will become official this afternoon with Big Al McCullough there at the drive-through weigh in Spring City, bringing the boom. As always, Ryan Satterfield unofficially up top, been trading blows with Patrick Walters all day long. And Satterfield, like we said, early start this morning, just catching them right out of the giddy. And haven't heard as much out of him this afternoon, though. You know, so maybe he calls a couple more times and we have one of those Patrick Walters types bags come in on day 2 from Ryan Satterfield. But he's certainly going to be in the mix going into finale Friday for that $50,000 payday, a chance at that and that shield. Pug Clements there in 3rd. Michael Brewer making another move there. Started the day in 10th place. Tennessee River veteran angler that really found some things to his liking per my conversation with him last night, and would not shock me at all if he's got a camera bar.
It's just interesting to me that him having grown up on the TVA and been around to the lakes but never fished Watts Bar. Never. But it sounds like he's implementing some stuff that he's learned fishing the TVAs here on Watts Bar.
For sure. He's fishing the way he likes to fish, which is Carolina rigging, football jigging, offshore. He loves to do that. He's been throwing a big crankbait some as well. And no surprise at all. I talked to him last night. He was very confident. You know, he said practice was tough, but he found 2 places that he really liked that had some groups of fish around. So Michael Brewer could definitely be in the mix going into tomorrow's final round. Sean Murphy still hanging around there, 5th place. Eddie Carper, Matt Massey making a move last time we checked from 10th all the way up there unofficially into 7th place. Paul Browning, Mark Schilling, and Derek Blake, whose backyard is Watts Bar Lake.
That's right. One of the favorites coming into this, and it's no surprise seeing where he is. We talked about him earlier. We probably would have seen him a whole lot higher if he had not made the boo-boo.
Made a little bit of a little mental error yesterday trying to boat flip a fish that he probably wishes he would have just. I've got it. Yeah, I've got it on my phone.
5-pounder.
It was at least 5. Yeah, he called it a 6. It was at least 5, and it banged right off the console, right back into the lake. It just high stuck it a little bit.
Did he just laugh about it? Because he's a goofy son.
He didn't laugh.
He didn't laugh.
There was no laugh. That's why we're not sharing the video on the live stream. He didn't laugh. None of us would have laughed in this situation. Derek's a happy-go-lucky dude. He was not happy about that. He knew it probably cost him a top 5 yesterday. And
on the home pond where all the eyeballs are on you.
Absolutely. And Derek's having a really good year so far. And so many of our anglers are. And we're going to take a look at those that are conquering the rest of the field right now in the Progressive Angler of the Year. Jesse Wise coming into this event, leading the Angler of the Year race over Kevin Rogers, Ryan Davidson, Timmy Reams, a guy we see a lot. Sean Murphy, who if he keeps this pace up that we've seen the first 2 days here at Watts Bar, he'll probably be in that AOY lead. He's going to be right there in the mix going into that event number 4 at Saginaw Bay. Gary Atkins, Eddie Carper, another guy that's going to be right there in the mix for the Progressive Angler of the Year leaving this event if he continues on the run that he's having so far these first 2 days.
It's going to be interesting, man. We're about to make a north swing. We make that north swing. Some of these guys up here are southern anglers. They like that in southern waters, and where we're about to go, it's a different world. So it's going to be interesting, man. Whoever wins that Progressive AOY this year is definitely going to be well-rounded.
They're going to have to earn it.
We got some of those guys in there right now, but I think we're going to see some shifting as the year progresses.
No doubt about it. Josh McDermott, Logan Millsaps, and Justin Kimmel rounding out that Progressive AOY. Of course, this was coming into this event. It will look a lot different after tomorrow for sure, to say the least, because if Watts Bar has done anything, it has shaken up those standings.
Dude, no doubt about that. We knew that coming into this for the most part, and it's proven us right, which is always a good feeling.
Yeah, we like to pat ourselves on the back so much we're bruised. Let's just be honest. You can catch all the action at the weigh-in this afternoon, tmpfl.com. You want to make sure you watch that because all the unofficial weights become official. We say it so many times, but it's very important because yesterday, Patrick Walters, we didn't even know what he had. We didn't have any contact with him. He comes in, boom, he leads the event coming into today. So you want to make sure to tune in. Join us again tomorrow for Finale Friday, we're calling it. That's what we dubbed it. We normally have Showdown Saturday, but we're ending this event tomorrow because of the Memorial Day holiday. Finale Friday, somebody's going to take home $50,000 and that beautiful NPFL shield that all these guys want on their mantle. We'll see you guys back out on Watts Bar in the morning starting at 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Thanks for joining us. See you in the morning.
Baby! Woo! Hey, son, how about that? That's a small mouth, but it's not. Oh my God!